Tristan, POV. I ask again, where is your king? The resonant voice of the red-furred monster rippled through the ranks of the human army, sending shivers down their spines. Tristan glanced to his side, finding Oswald just as dumbfounded by the unexpected turn of events. Did that monster just speak? Oswald's voice trembled with disbelief, his gaze fixed on the advancing creature. Tristan's shock slowly yielded to a growing realization, his thoughts echoing the cryptic words of the old man he encountered earlier. So, it was true after all. There exist monsters capable of conversing in our language. Glancing back at the aged bystander, Tristan noted the mixture of confusion and unease in his expression. Even for someone who has witnessed it before, this inexplicable occurrence remains unsettling. With a click of his tongue, Tristan refocused his attention on the red-furred monster. Although a myriad of questions and doubts swirled in his mind, the urgency of the situation demanded action. Without hesitation, he forged ahead, stepping forward to confront the creature, solitude his companion in this unprecedented encounter. *****. Thorian's POV. Observing the young lad striding toward him with an unwavering resolve, Thorian couldn't resist a faint smile. Our lord, William Ravenwood, is presently absent, the youth proclaimed confidently. He dispatched me, his son, Tristan Ravenwood, to oversee this expedition. William absent? Thorian pondered, arching an eyebrow. Unusual. He's never been one to shy away from challenges. Perhaps there's some pressing matter that demands his immediate attention. Locking eyes with Tristan, Thorian articulated his intent. So, I assume as Prince Tristan, you wield complete authority over your retinue. Command them to withdraw within the city walls. We shall take charge of dealing with the guardians. Tristan's eyebrows shot up in astonishment. For a fleeting moment, he remained silent, grappling to find his voice, which emerged hoarse with effort. Why do you seek to eliminate the guardians? And how do you possess such knowledge? Is that a concern of yours? Thorian retorted dismissively. Your sole task is to issue the retreat order. A pause lingered in the air, Tristan struggling for words before managing a strained response. I must confer with my advisors first. Upon hearing the prince's feeble response, Thorian erupted into laughter. It appears you fail to grasp your predicament, young prince. This is not a negotiation, it's an order. Any of my unit leaders could decimate your entire army. Spare your soldiers, spare their mothers the tears, and retreat from whence you came. Thorian's gaze bore into Tristan's soul, the message crystal clear. If the prince hesitated to issue the command, their battalion would be ruthlessly slaughtered, leaving no one behind to mourn. Tristan glanced back at his forces with horror-stricken eyes. I order a retreat. With unsteady legs, he made his way back towards his army. Observing the humans preparing to return to the city, Thorian pivoted to head back to his own ranks. But just as he took a single step, an old, gravelly voice interrupted his stride. Wait, is that you? Turning back towards the humans, Thorian spotted his interlocutor. It was the elderly man he had spared earlier, now appearing robust and resolute. So, you managed to survive, Thorian remarked, wearing a complex smile. Judging by your appearance, it seems you heeded my advice. Good for you. Are you that same white-furred monster from before? The elderly man inquired. Is it truly you? Thorian chuckled before gesturing toward his own fur. Well, take a good look. As you can see, I am adorned in red. With no further words, Thorian turned on his heel and departed, rejoining his own contingent of monsters. Ah, the old man survived, Forlune commented with a chuckle. I didn't expect such resilience from someone so frail. Thorian glanced back at his general. As I've said, seemingly favored by the heavens. We shall see about that, Forlune retorted dismissively. Shaking his head, Thorian diverted the conversation. Summon all the unit leaders. We must strategize on how to confront these guardians. Immediately, my lord, Forlune acknowledged, his prior vexation now quelled. Thorian watched Forloon's departure until the general vanished amidst the foliage, exhaling a sigh. Minor disagreements are to be expected, he reflected. At Thorian's directive, the unit leaders convened swiftly for a strategic meeting to deliberate on their imminent course of action. As the individual most acquainted with Loxley's layout, Thorian took charge of the discussion. Loxley, akin to our own Wolvendale, is a walled city with 4 gates aligning with the cardinal directions. Thorian sketched a circle on the sandy ground, demarcating the 4 gates for visual clarity. The Guardians will manifest at each of these entry points. Do you possess any insight into the strength of these Guardians, my lord? OMN inquired. After a brief pause for contemplation, Thorian provided his assessment. The Guardians' strength varies based on their type. Some exhibit formidable durability but limited offensive capabilities, while others present the inverse. In general, I estimate their prowess to be 3 to 4 times greater than that of the gilded spiketail from the 3rd floor. If they're indeed that powerful, perhaps a cautious approach is warranted, my king, Aqua suggested. Please expound on that, Thorian invited the blue kobold to elaborate. Aqua nodded, addressing the assembly. I propose we split our forces into no more than 2 groups. Each company should engage with 1 guardian at a time, focusing solely on its defeat before advancing to the next. Reasonable, Thorian acknowledged, before glancing around the assembly. Any objections or additional insights? I find this plan quite sensible, Zogarth interjected. Deploying a single company should suffice to vanquish a guardian while minimizing casualties. Since safeguarding this city isn't our primary concern, this strategy aligns perfectly. Excellent, Thorian acknowledged, scanning the group. Any objections? None from me, Lapis chimed in. Nor from me, Vivax concurred. Observing unanimous consent among the leaders, Thorian concluded the meeting. Very well, we shall proceed with this plan. Forloon's company, accompanied by myself, will secure the eastern gate initially. Following the eastern guardian's defeat, we'll transition to engage the one at the northern gate. Thorian directed his gaze toward Zogarth. You'll hold the southern gate, thereafter advancing to tackle the western guardian. Is that clear? Crystal clear, my lord, Zogarth nodded respectfully. I will not disappoint you. Good, Thorian rose, signifying the end of the assembly. Let us commence our preparations immediately. As the group dispersed, Thorian's gaze involuntarily returned to Loxley's towering walls. Even from a distance, he discerned the presence of sentinels perched atop, keenly observing. Among them stood the young prince and his retinue. Good, keep watching. Soon I will show you just what kind of power this world has to offer. Time slipped away swiftly as Thorian stood watch, awaiting the celestial convergence of the moons at their zenith in the clear night sky. These 2 distant celestial bodies, typically apart, converged solely once during the night, at the stroke of midnight. Thorian, accompanied by Forloon's company, stood in anticipation, their gazes fixed on the heavens. As the 2 silver orbs aligned, an intense brilliance engulfed the sky, compelling Thorian to shield his eyes. When he dared to reopen them, a monumental beam of silver light struck the earth before them. Gradually, the luminance transformed into a serene blue hue, crackling softly before shattering with a resounding boom. From the fragments of the shattered brilliance emerged an entity of profound magnificence, a colossal wolf, towering 10 meters in height. Its very form seemed an interplay of lightning and shadow, fur aglow with ethereal energies, blending silver and blue hues, remnants of the earlier shattered light dancing within its magnificent coat. Eyes infused with cerulean brilliance emanated an ancient wisdom, while crackling arcs of lightning traced across its snout, casting an eerie, captivating radiance around it. Each stride it took echoed like distant thunder, and arcane symbols pulsed across its awe-inspiring form, exuding a power that seemed to warp the fabric of reality itself. In its imposing presence before Thorian and Forloon's assembled company, the celestial beast held dominion over the night, emanating an aura of ancient authority. Despite its colossal form causing the ground to quake beneath it, there was a regal gracefulness to its movements, a divine elegance that defied its immense stature. Warriors, advance. Thorian's command echoed across the battleground. In response, a torrent of kobolds, goblins, and orcs surged forward at his directive. Forlorn, leading the charge alongside the warriors, plunged into the fray against this formidable entity. The White Kobolds unleashed blood-curdling screams, stunning the giant wolf momentarily in its tracks. Simultaneously, Omn and his fellow goblin elder, Jarv, blessed the warriors, enhancing their strength and swiftness. Blades aglow with multi-hued auras whittled away at the colossal creature, carving deep wounds upon its form. Forlorn, with a feral grin, joined the savage assault, a whirlwind of crimson aura dealing blow after relentless blow upon the guardian's body. Seeking to deny the beast any respite, Fearsome and the Earth Magi softened the ground around its legs, causing it to stumble and crash into the earth, swiftly hardening the terrain to ensnare and immobilize the creature. Capitalizing on this opening, Aqua conjured a colossal water ball alongside the other water magi, drenching the beast before following up with an icy barrage that encased parts of its form in a frigid shell. Alacritas and the cadre of assassins refused to remain passive spectators. They surged forth as a blur of silver light, aiming precise strikes at the Guardian's vital points whenever an opportunity presented itself. Utilizing their unparalleled speed, they deftly maneuvered around the beast, delivering lethal blows to its neck and chest. With each onslaught from Forlorn's company, the colossal Guardian's frustration heightened, its once blue-furred form now shimmering with an intensified azure radiance. Observing this ominous transformation, Thorian's brows furrowed in alarm. Retreat. But his command came too suddenly, too late. In an instant, a brilliant flash ensued as the giant wolf unleashed a thunderous howl, its body unleashing an immense shockwave of lightning that injured and repelled all the monsters assailing it. Zogarth's POV. Zogarth, a towering and formidable figure, stood resolute at the southern gate, awaiting the imminent appearance of the Guardian. His gaze fixed upon the two moons ascending slowly in the sky, their convergence signaling the imminent commencement of battle. These moments brim with tension, a voice announced itself, drawing near from his right. Turning, Zogarth beheld Vigil, whose eternal smile graced his face. Once the battle begins, all uncertainties will dissolve, Vigil remarked. What doubts are you talking about? Another voice chimed in, this time emanating from Ventus. I can't wait until the battle starts, then I can show off all my skills. Not everyone possesses your easygoing demeanor, Vigil chuckled in response. Observing the contrasting perspectives of his kobold companions, a faint smile played upon Zogarth's lips. As an orc, it is in battle that I truly live. As such, I can't say that I disagree with you, Ventus. I can't wait to prove myself in battle. At Zogarth's acknowledgement, Ventus erupted in joyous laughter. See? Even the ever-so-serious Zogarth can't wait to fight. Vigil rolled his eyes slightly. I don't mean to imply I'm not eager for the fight. I simply acknowledge the many emotions and tension in the air. While the two kobolds conversed, Zogarth's attention snapped back to the sky where the two moons had finally overlapped. The time has arrived, Zogarth declared solemnly, gesturing for everyone to assume their positions. Prepare yourselves, everyone. As the luminous display faded, unveiling the celestial convergence of the moons, a breathless hush descended upon the battlefield. Zogarth, Ventus, Vigil, alongside their united forces, stood poised for the emergence of the Guardian. An electric anticipation permeated the air, each monster holding their breath, the atmosphere thick with ominous foreboding. As the brilliance of the light beam faded, the long-awaited Guardian materialized, a towering red serpentine figure. Its colossal form loomed over the battleground, exuding an ominous aura. Scales shimmered in searing crimson and flickering gold, resembling a living forge ablaze with molten embers. Eyes of scorching intensity surveyed the assembled army, radiating an otherworldly wisdom. The colossal salamander's presence warped the air, intense heat radiating from its colossal frame. Waves of searing warmth rippled outward, causing the ground to smolder beneath its feet. With sinuous grace, its elongated body coiled, embodying fiery fury and raw power. A thunderous roar echoed, flames licking at the air, and embers swirling around its imposing form, issuing an unmistakable challenge to all who dared oppose its infernal might. Witnessing the awe-inspiring sight, Zogarth tightened his grip on his battle-axe, determination gleaming in his eyes. As the High Orc general steadied himself, a resolute sense of purpose washed over him. Damn, a magma creature? Ifrit positioned herself at the forefront alongside Zogarth and the others. Could there be a worse matchup? Stay back and utilize your earth skills, Zogarth commanded. Fighting fire with fire won't serve us. He bellowed his command. Warriors, advance. With resounding fury, orcs, hobgoblins, and evolved kobolds surged toward the towering salamander. Priests, bless the warriors. Various chants erupted from the monstrous priests. Kobolds bestowed their moon blessings, goblins performed shamanic rites, and war orcs pounded their chests like drums, stoking a primal fervor within the warriors' hearts. The salamander retaliated with a blazing onslaught, spewing molten lava and unleashing scorching heat waves. Its ember attacks aimed to incinerate the warriors within their offensive formations. Yet, fortified by blessings and their inherent aura usage, they deftly evaded the Guardian's assaults, dispersing in all directions before reconverging upon the salamander. Sensing his own battle fervor rising, Zogarth unleashed a mighty roar. Charge! Enveloped in a blood-red aura, the High Orc surged forward like a speeding missile. With his axe raised, his singular focus was the salamander's neck. His aura converged upon the weapon, intensifying its crimson glow. As it cleaved through the thick hide of the Guardian's neck, a gush of searing orange blood erupted forth. The salamander roared in agony from the formidable strike, and Zogarth's warriors seized the opportunity without hesitation, redoubling their assault from all angles. Glancing back at the assembled army, Zogarth commanded, Magi, now. His directive echoed across the battlefield, prompting the Magi, masters of elemental magic, to respond swiftly. Each adept channeled the essence of their respective elements, merging their arcane energies for a synchronized attack against the colossal salamander. A cacophony of elemental chaos ensued as the Magi unleashed their spells with precision and unity. Fire Magi conjured blazing projectiles, hurtling scorching fireballs toward the Guardian. Upon impact, the fiery orbs detonated, engulfing the creature in blistering flames. Simultaneously, Wind Magi unleashed furious gusts, sending cyclonic blasts swirling around the salamander. Slicing winds buffeted the creature, tearing at its fiery defenses and disrupting its balance. Earth Magi contributed a barrage of stone projectiles, hurling rock bullets that pounded the Guardian with unyielding force. The ground upheaved in earthen eruptions, ensnaring the creature's legs in rugged snares. In unison, Water Magi summoned immense watery spheres crashing upon the salamander, enveloping it in cascading torrents. Some manipulated these watery masses, creating swirling currents that encased parts of its form, hindering its movements. As the beast found itself ensnared by both water and earth spells, Ventus prepared his most potent incantation. Clear the way. Understanding Ventus's intent, Zogarth and the warriors swiftly distanced themselves from the salamander, creating an open path for Ventus's spell. With an unusually determined expression etched upon his face, the lightning magus concentrated, harnessing the ambient energies swirling around the battlefield. Arcane sparks crackled along his outstretched claws as he shaped the raw energy into a concentrated bolt of crackling lightning. Lightning arrow! Ventus's resounding voice echoed across the battleground, charged with potent determination. The amassed energy converged into a shimmering arrowhead, crackling with electricity. With incredible speed, the bolt hummed with potential as it streaked toward the immobilized salamander. The lightning arrow surged through the air, an incandescent force hurtling toward the colossal Guardian. It struck unerringly, piercing through the salamander's defenses and embedding itself deep within its scaly hide. Upon impact, the arrow detonated with a thunderous blast, unleashing a dazzling explosion of electrical energy. Crackling lightning cascaded forth, engulfing the salamander in a coruscating web of electrifying power. The colossal Guardian convulsed and thrashed within the electrified storm, its form engulfed in blinding brilliance. Stunned and incapacitated by the overwhelming surge of electricity, the salamander writhed amidst the arcing currents, its once fierce roars reduced to pained and feeble cries. Battered and weary, the salamander neared its final moments. In an act of desperate defiance, it unleashed a mighty roar of agony, forcing half the battlefield to cover their ears lest they rupture. Its entire form glowed a fierce red as fire and magma erupted from all over its body. Morphing slowly, the creature's shape shifted, encrusted with lava rocks amidst flowing streams of liquid flame. "Oh, you won't!" Zogarth's thunderous roar pierced the chaos. A blood-red aura enveloped him, intensifying with unparalleled vigor. His eyes blazed bloodshot, nearly losing focus amidst the swirling aura. Dark shadows emerged amidst the crimson hue. With a single stride, the high orc darted forward, leaving the ground shattered in his wake. In an instant, he materialized before the salamander, his axe poised for the decisive blow. Each strike carved a massive gash into the beast's body, forcing its colossal frame backward with each powerful blow. Witnessing their general lead the charge, the warriors surged forth, delivering relentless slashes that wounded the beast from all sides. Their blows hacked through the rocky armor, delving into the scorching flesh of the salamander. Amidst the fray, Zogarth persisted, his strikes unyielding. Each slash carved deeper wounds into the salamander's chest, akin to a miner relentlessly excavating the earth to unearth precious ore. Soon, he reached his mark, the beast's heart, encased within its rocky ribcage. With a powerful strike from his ore-infused axe, Zogarth shattered the creature's rib cage, before cleaving through its massive heart. Fiery blood gushed forth, bathing the high orc's entire form. As he leaped out from the salamander's chest to face his army, he exuded an aura akin to a god of war. "Congratulations, you have slain the Southern Guardian, the Emberthorn Salamander," an ethereal voice reverberated within everyone's minds, soothing Zogarth's frenzied state. Familiar with this voice from their dungeon conquests, he recognized its tone. "You shall now claim your rewards." Thorian's POV. With a resounding howl that echoed through the air, the colossal azure wolf repelled its assailants with a potent electric shockwave. Standing tall in the aftermath of its devastating strike, the creature bore a majestic sight, its entire form pulsating with streams of azure lightning. Fixated on Thorian with eyes that seemed to pierce his very soul, the beast silently vowed to repay his inflicted pain manifold. In a sudden and thunderous movement, the blue wolf darted forward, materializing mere moments later right before Thorian. Its paws crackled with an electrifying energy, poised to strike down the red-furred kobold. "Damn, it's swifter than I anticipated," Thorian thought, readying himself for the impending impact. With a focused determination, he shrouded his palm in a dark flame imbued with chi. Simultaneously, he channeled his mana into his feet with a newfound intensity and fluidity, a testament to the fruits of his rigorous training. A sly smirk crept onto Thorian's face. "Seems like my efforts have paid off," he mused, bracing for the imminent clash. The wolf's lightning-charged paw and Thorian's fiery palms collided with an earth-shattering roar, unleashing a shockwave that fractured the ground beneath them. Struggling to hold his ground against the forceful onslaught, Thorian heightened the chi within his palms, striving not to be overwhelmed by the beast's relentless momentum. Yet, as he exerted himself, a glint of satisfaction crossed the wolf's face. Parting its jaws, the creature began to amass arcane energy between its razor-sharp teeth, crackling with an overwhelming ferocity. At such close quarters, this impending attack threatened to render Thorian completely incapacitated. "Oh, you're not!" Aqua screamed, summoning a colossal water ball that surged forward like a missile, disrupting the electrical flow within the blue wolf's gaping maw. Yet, that was merely the start of the assault. Aligned with Aqua's lead, every magus unleashed a torrent of elemental spells, an array of forces converging upon the beast's jaws. Teeth shattered, and its tongue suffered grievous wounds amidst the chaotic barrage. Reacting instinctively, the blue wolf snapped its jaws shut, but before it could fortify its defenses, Forlun charged forth with a thunderous roar. A blur of scarlet speed, he dashed toward the creature, his trusted sword cutting a lethal path through its neck, releasing torrents of blood. Forloon's onslaught didn't conclude there. Swiftly planting his feet on the ground, he targeted the wolf's right foreleg, severing tendons and forcing the majestic beast to its knees. Without hesitation, he continued his relentless assault, carving through its chest and face with unyielding ferocity. Not to be outdone, Thorian surged forward, hands ablaze with vibrant purple flames. Each of his strikes seared the beast's electrical form, his attacks seamlessly synchronized with Forloon's, leaving the wolf no opportunity for escape or respite. In a symphony of coordinated strikes, their combined onslaught pressed relentlessly, denying the blue wolf any chance to recover or retaliate. Gradually, the once fearsome creature's feeble whimpers faded into silence. Its vibrant azure form dulled, the light in its eyes extinguished, and with a final breath, the majestic beast succumbed to its wounds. "Congratulations, you have slain the Eastern Guardian," Thunderclaw Dreadfang, the ethereal voice of the dungeon lady announced. "You shall now claim your rewards." As the ethereal voice dissipated, the form of the majestic blue wolf dissolved into shimmering light specters, eventually dispersing into the heavens carried by the wind. Drawing a deep breath, Thorian exchanged a knowing smile with Forloon before scanning their surroundings. His gaze fell upon a chest resembling those often found at the conclusion of dungeons. "Let's swiftly gather our rewards," Thorian instructed. "We still have another guardian to confront." "For someone who just emerged victorious, you're certainly in a hurry," Forloon remarked wryly. "But you're not wrong. I'm itching for another battle." Shaking his head at Forloon's eagerness, Thorian turned his attention to the blue kobold. "Aqua, gather the rewards. We'll review them later, once our task is complete." "Understood, my liege," Aqua acknowledged. Thorian's forces moved swiftly, racing through the forest with remarkable speed until they reached the northern gate. The atmosphere crackled with anticipation around the gate, a deafening roar reverberating through the dense foliage. A colossal figure emerged from the shadows, its massive silhouette outlined against the silver moonlight. The colossus loomed like an embodiment of elemental chaos, towering over the surrounding trees. Its form, a fusion of ice and flame, exuded an otherworldly presence. Icy formations adorned its muscular frame, emitting a mesmerizing blue luminescence. Beneath its translucent skin flowed molten lava, veins of liquid fire emitting intense heat, distorting the air in its vicinity. As the colossus breached the wall, it moved with an awe-inspiring grace that defied its colossal size. Its mammoth claws, wreathed in dancing flames, effortlessly rent through the fortified barrier, rending stone asunder and reducing steel to twisted shards with casual ease. Human knights and guards, displaying unwavering valor, confronted the behemoth, their swords clanging against its icy armor. However, their courageous efforts proved futile against the unstoppable force. With a single swing of its immense arms, the colossus unleashed torrents of freezing cold and scorching heat in all directions. Knights found themselves frozen in place, encased in ice, while others succumbed to searing flames, their agonizing cries lost amidst the tumultuous chaos. The earth quaked beneath each thunderous step of the colossus, leaving in its wake a trail of frozen terrain and smoldering remnants. Within its glowing orbs of azure and crimson burned an ancient fury, surveying the devastation it had mercilessly wrought. A deafening bellow erupted from the colossus, shaking the very heavens, heralding a devastating blast of elemental energy. The gate shattered into fragments, hurling shards of ice and molten rock through the air. Fortress walls crumbled beneath the overwhelming force. In the heart of this tumult, the colossus pressed onward, an indomitable force of nature, leaving naught but desolation in its wake. Witnessing the relentless advance of the creature, Thorian's command cut through the chaos, resolute and urgent. "Magi, unleash your spells." Thorian, flanked by the assembly of magi, conjured a tempest of elemental spells that assailed the colossal behemoth. Flames danced and consumed the ice, torrents of water quenched the molten lava, gusts of wind slashed through its armor, and earth-infused projectiles cracked its defenses. "Continue the assault." Thorian's commanding voice thundered across the battlefield. "Do not grant it a moment's respite." As Thorian and his forces drew nearer, their barrage of magical onslaught intensified. Having undergone their first-class advancements, most of the Magi boasted ample mana reserves, allowing them to sustain an unyielding torrent of low-level spells. Observing the Colossus's gradual advance into the city, Thorian clicked his tongue in frustration. "We shall intercept its path," he ordered. "Maintain the assault without relenting." Following his directive, the relentless barrage of elemental spells hammered the colossal creature incessantly, relentlessly chipping away at its defenses and turning each step into a grueling ordeal. Simultaneously, a company of over 100 monsters strategically repositioned themselves in front of the behemoth, surrounded by the rubble and ruins of homes and buildings. "Warriors, charge!" Thorian's thunderous roar echoed through the chaos. "Drive it out of the city!" Responding to his command, the warriors surged forward, obeying his directive to force the behemoth beyond the city's borders. With seamless precision, Thorian issued the next set of orders amid the tumult. "Priests, bless them. Assassins, be on the lookout." Having conveyed all necessary directives, Thorian dove headlong into the fray. His lightning-quick steps closed the distance between him and Forlun, who wore a feral grin, poised for the imminent clash. "I'll carve my name on that giant's armor." Forlun's frenzied laughter echoed amidst the chaos as his radiant aura intensified, propelling him toward the colossal colossus. Each thunderous strike of Forlun's formidable blade tore through the creature's armor, steadily pushing it back. As the other warriors converged, their combined strength began to make an impact. Individually, their strikes merely nudged the giant, but united, they dictated its movement. Thorian, too, immersed himself in the skirmish, launching a relentless assault with successive strikes from his chi-covered palms. The purple-hued dark flames he conjured dissolved the icy exterior, revealing the vulnerable and weathered flesh beneath. Minutes stretched into an eternity as the army persisted in their unrelenting assault. The Magi continued their barrage from a distance, while the warriors sliced through the Colossus's defenses as if they were mere paper. Even the elusive assassins ceaselessly sought out openings, targeting its vital points, neck, eyes, any vulnerability they could exploit. Their collective effort finally bore fruit as they forced the behemoth out through the breach it had created in the wall. With a decisive leap backward, Thorian commanded, "Warriors, come back right now." As the warriors complied, Thorian issued his next directive with unwavering authority. "Wind Magi, unleash a tornado." At Thorian's resolute command, the elite Wind Magi, having undergone their first advancement, harnessed the raw power of their element. With a collective shout, they channeled their abilities, initiating their spells in unison. Multiple tornadoes spiraled into existence simultaneously, drawing in debris, rubble, and swirling masses of air, creating a chaotic vortex of elemental fury. Wearing a confident smirk, Thorian issued his subsequent directive. "Magi, use Fire Pillar." Echoes of his command lingered amidst the turmoil, and the tornadoes conjured by the Wind Magi converged into a colossal vortex. Howling gusts and debris encapsulated the behemoth, lifting the colossal giant off its feet, swept away by the tumultuous forces of the wind. In tandem, the Fire Magi unleashed their formidable powers, conjuring towering pillars of flame that surged toward the heart of the gathering vortex. The collision between these elemental forces was cataclysmic. Deafening roars reverberated through the atmosphere, shaking the very bedrock. Lightning crackled and danced amidst the spiraling inferno, illuminating the sky with blinding flashes that painted the chaotic scene in surreal hues of orange, red, and blue. The earth quaked violently as the merging powers clashed, rending apart any remaining structures and hurtling them into the tempest. The colossal fire tornado, a monstrous amalgamation born from the union of wind and flame, soared to towering heights, voraciously consuming everything in its path. Molten rock and shattered debris became projectiles in the swirling vortex, casting a deadly rain of fire and destruction upon the already devastated cityscape. The unrestrained force of elemental havoc tore through the Colossus, enveloping it in a blinding maelstrom of flames and whirlwinds. Observing from a safe distance alongside his army, Thorian stood transfixed, a mix of awe and horror etched across his face as the colossal fire tornado expanded, voraciously consuming everything in its path. The heat emanating from the swirling vortex was scalding, warping the air and sending waves of blistering heat cascading across the battlefield. Fall back. Retreat. Thorian's urgent command cut through the chaos, barely audible amidst the deafening tumult. The army swiftly complied, sprinting away from the overwhelming conflagration that threatened to engulf them entirely. The ground quivered beneath their fleeing feet as the cataclysmic force continued its rampage, consuming the remnants of the Colossus and metamorphosing the once thriving city into a nightmarish inferno. "Congratulations, you have slain the Northern Guardian, the Frostfire Colossus," echoed the voice of the Dungeon Lady, heralding their victory. "You shall now claim your rewards." The deafening roar of the fire tornado gradually subsided, leaving a trail of desolation and smoldering ruins in its wake. A thick plume of smoke and ash rose to the heavens, casting an eerie shroud that obscured the moon and stars. As the chaos dwindled, a cackling laughter pierced the silence. Thorian turned to find its source, Forlorn stood there, exuberant. "Yes, yes. That is why you are our king," he exclaimed with booming enthusiasm. Hearing Forlorn's proclamation, the rest of the army responded with a unified roar. Their fervor escalated with each shout of "Our king," celebrating their triumph. Witnessing this scene, Thorian swelled with pride. He let out a chuckle, which soon erupted into hearty laughter. In that moment, he cast aside the rigid demeanor of a lord, reveling in the glory of the moment. Tristan, POV. While Thorian and his monstrous army reveled in their victory, Tristan and his platoon of soldiers lingered in the background, observing cautiously. They had already witnessed the formidable power of these creatures during their battle with the Blue Wolf Guardian, but the sight of their overwhelming might against the Colossus left Tristan utterly aghast. "You did well to heed their demands," Oswald said, patting Tristan's shoulder, his face etched with fear. "These beings aren't mere monsters, they're devils incarnate." Taking a deep breath, Tristan shook his head. "Yet these devils saved us from the Guardians. Without them, we'd have been crushed fighting those giants." "There's nothing to stop them from turning on us next," Oswald replied, his voice trembling. "And among us, there's no one who can halt their assault." A heavy silence fell upon the group, a testament to the truth in Oswald's words. No one dared to speak against this harsh reality. Tristan, with a solemn expression, prayed softly, "May the gods protect us and deliver us from our enemies." He then fixed his gaze on Thorian's army, his eyes filled with determination. "If our destruction is the gods' will, we're powerless to change it. But the manner of our end? That's yet to be decided. Until that time, our only path is to grow stronger." Rising from the rubble, Tristan turned to his own soldiers. "Let's return. We have witnessed all we need to." Thorian, POV. The tumultuous cheers and roars gradually subsided, making way for the ethereal voice of the Dungeon Lady to echo once more. "Congratulations, the 4 Guardians of Locksley have been successfully defeated. Your rewards, based on ranking and contribution, will be distributed shortly." As her voice faded, a notification materialized in front of Thorian. "Congratulations, you were the second fastest to defeat all 4 Guardians in the kingdom. All citizens of Locksley and adjacent territories will receive a triple experience boost for 1 week. Experience and coin rewards based on contribution will be distributed shortly. Level up. Level up. Level up. Level up." Even while the notifications continued pouring in, Thorian could not bring himself to be happy. Instead, he was deeply disturbed. "Second?" he murmured under his breath, his eyebrows frowning. "How is that possible? Last time, even the Imperial army at the capital had to wait until the suns rose before they could slay the Guardians? So who could be faster than us?" While Thorian was deeply troubled, Forlorn laughed heartily. "See, the gods have indeed rewarded our efforts." He glanced at Thorian with a smug grin. "It seems we are the favored ones in the eyes of the gods." Even though Thorian was not in the mood, he was not one to bring it down for everyone. As such, he simply smiled and shook his head at Forloon's comment. Turning his attention to Aqua, Thorian beckoned him over and then addressed his entire army. We shall now begin distributing the rewards we have earned. As the available items are limited, they will be allocated according to our established hierarchy. As Thorian announced the allocation of rewards, the cheers of the monsters gradually quieted. Sensing the shift in mood, Thorian quickly added, however, in fairness to everyone who joined us on this quest today, each of you will receive 500 arcane coins. His gaze then shifted to his unit leaders, accompanied by a knowing smile. Remember, those choosing the items will bear the cost, so make your selections wisely. Forloon, seizing the moment for a light-hearted comment, said with a chuckle, we better find plenty of items then, right, my lord? Thorian, joining in the laughter, replied, indeed, I hope so, for all your sakes. He then nodded at Aqua, signaling the commencement of the distribution. Aqua approached, dragging a bundle of various clothing items tied together. As he untied the knot, an array of items was revealed. He passed each one to Thorian, the first being an electric blue blade. Thunderstrike blade. Rarity yellow storm. Class requirement warrior. Advancement requirement first advancement. Level requirement 10. Effect attack speed plus 20%. Special effects 25% chance to unleash a chain lightning strike on hit, dealing bonus electric damage to up to 3 additional enemies. Description: crafted in the heart of a thunderstorm, this blade pulses with raw electric energy. Its vibrant electric blue hue flickers with contained lightning, primed to be unleashed against foes. The Thunderstrike blade embodies the ferocity and unpredictability of a tempest, ideal for those who wield the power of the storm. Heh, this is quite the find, Thorian chuckled, examining the blade. A lightning blade of yellow storm quality. Anyone who desires it may claim it. Forloon shrugged off Thorian's glance. I'm content with my own sword, he said, indicating that the Thunderstrike blade wasn't for him. The unit leaders, whose classes didn't align with the blade's requirements, also showed no interest. It was then that a goblin champion, a squad leader, stepped forward. I would like to accept this blade, my lord, he said with a respectful bow. Thorian, recognizing the goblin from their previous skirmish, raised an eyebrow in recognition. Your strength is notable. What's your name? Harks, my lord, the goblin champion replied, honored by Thorian's recognition. This blade isn't cheap, Harks, Thorian chuckled. Are you sure about the expense? Coins are merely a tool, my lord, Harks responded. Strengthening myself is my priority. Understanding the goblin's resolve, Thorian handed him the electric blade. Use it wisely. Thorian then proceeded to distribute the remaining items Aqua had brought. Among them were electrical armor, blueprints, and the skill Lightning Discharge. Lightning Discharge. Class requirement Magus. Advancement requirement first advancement. Level requirement 1. Use enables the Lightning Discharge skill, transforming the user into a conduit for lightning energy. When activated, it discharges a potent electrical blast in all directions, causing significant area damage and paralyzing enemies with its intense force. As the only member of Forloon's company capable of wielding this skill, Thorian claimed it for himself, mentally acknowledging Ventus. Don't hold it against me, Ventus. You got the lightning arrow, this one's mine. Aqua unveiled the final item, an azure orb, from the now empty bundle. It seems to be a lightning-related orb, similar to mine, he remarked. Thorian, examining the orb, agreed. He then turned to his army and announced, I'm sorry, everyone, but I'll be keeping this one as well. Shouts of support erupted from the crowd. You're our lord, no need to apologize, one voice rang out. Yeah, take all you want, king, another added. Amused by their enthusiasm, Thorian's attention was drawn to the remnants of the Colossus. What was once a formidable adversary was now a cracked and scorched terrain, in the center of which lay a gleaming chest. Let's see what other rewards await us, Thorian declared, striding towards the smoldering wasteland. Ignoring the residual heat and flames around the chest, he pressed on. Upon opening the massive chest, a burst of multicolored light spilled out, dazzling Thorian's eyes. The array of colors indicated the rarity and diversity of the contents. A prismatic chest? How incredibly fortunate! Thorian thought, his excitement palpable. The light from the prismatic chest dimmed, revealing a trove of items. Thorian began pulling them out, starting with the largest, a striking set of armor tinged with red and blue hues. The light from the prismatic chest dimmed, revealing a trove of items. Thorian began pulling them out, starting with the largest, a striking set of armor tinged with red and blue hues. Frostfire armor. Rarity purple cloud. Class requirement warrior. Advancement requirement first advancement. Level requirement 15. Effect increases fire and ice resistance by 25%. Special effect absorbs 10% of incoming fire and ice magic, healing the wearer. Description: the Frostfire armor, a remarkable blend of extremes, is forged in a volcano's heart and infused with glacial essence. It offers unmatched defense against both extreme heat and intense cold. Thorian displayed the armor for all to see. "Who desires this magnificent piece?" he asked. Forlun, unable to contain his enthusiasm, declared, "That one's mine. Just when I needed new armor, fortune smiles upon me." "Then it is yours, General Forlun," Thorian affirmed with pride. He then retrieved the next item, a skill scroll. Ice Cage. Class requirement Magus. Advancement requirement first advancement. Level requirement 1. Use activates the Ice Cage skill. This skill creates a prison of sharp ice spikes, immobilizing and continuously damaging trapped enemies. It also slows down nearby foes, offering strategic control of the battlefield with its Arctic chill. Thorian offered the scroll to Aqua, the blue kobold. After examining it, Aqua smiled broadly. "Very much so, my king," he gratefully accepted. Thorian methodically continued the distribution process. He began with weapons, presenting a fire battle hammer and a frost axe, which were promptly claimed by 2 warrior squad leaders. Then, he moved on to blueprints and recipes, offering them to those skilled in blacksmithing and alchemy or to those desiring the products for personal use. The final items left were 2 orbs, one imbued with fire and the other with ice. Raising the orbs, Thorian apologized to his army, "I must take these for myself." He then tucked the orbs into his robe pocket, marking the end of the distribution. Personal resources. Arcane coins 11,756. Mystic marks 150. Reflecting on the distribution, he thought, "I've claimed quite a few items, so 10,000 arcane coins should be allocated for army compensation. We really need to establish a contribution system for such scenarios." Lost in his thoughts, Thorian was startled back to reality by Ventus's voice. "You guys have really outdone yourselves," Ventus remarked cheerfully, arriving with Zogarth and the rest of the company. Aqua, with a hint of pride, responded, "It's all thanks to our king's intelligence and wisdom that we managed to defeat the Guardian." "This Guardian?" No, that's not what I mean," Ventus shook his head. "I mean you guys have killed 3 Guardians so fast. How did you reach the northern gate before us?" Ventus's words caused a ripple of confusion through Thorian's army. Everyone seemed perplexed by the mention of 3 Guardians. Thorian, sensing something amiss, stepped forward to confront Ventus. "What do you mean by that?" Thorian asked, a hint of concern in his voice. "We have only killed 2 Guardians." "What do you mean by that?" Thorian asked, a hint of concern in his voice. "We have only killed 2 Guardians." Ventus's brows furrowed in puzzlement. "But, how? Weren't you the ones who killed it?" "I was certain it was you," he said, referencing the announcement they had all heard. Zogarth stepped forward, his expression grave. "Something unforeseen has occurred," he said solemnly. "We must return to the northern gate immediately to ascertain the situation." Thorian nodded in agreement, then turned to Forlun. "We must move quickly." With that, the newly united forces made haste towards the northern gate. Upon arrival, they were greeted by a scene of destruction. The gate lay in ruins, the remnants of battle strewn about, yet notably absent were the telltale signs of magical combat. Aqua surveyed the scene thoughtfully. The Guardian Slayer must fight in an unusual manner, she mused. Could it have been mere warriors? That remains to be seen, Thorian replied, then addressed his troops. Search the area thoroughly. Report anything of significance. As the army combed through the battlefield, Thorian's examination was interrupted by the sudden appearance of Alacritas. My lord, announced the assassin with a tone of significance, we have uncovered something that may intrigue you. Thorian gave a curt nod. Lead on. He followed Alacritas, and they soon arrived at a spot encircled by a group of assassins. Clear the way, Alacritas commanded, and the assassins obediently stepped aside, revealing their find to Thorian. Before him lay an enormous, color-drained feather, wedged between the gnarled roots of the earth. Thorian's gaze lingered on its pallid hue. The manifestation of decay, he thought, realizing its fragility without needing to touch it. No, this is more, the essence of death itself. With a heavy heart, Thorian turned to his companion. We must leave at once. Lingering here could prove harmful to those less resistant to the deathly aura. He then addressed Alacritas with clear authority. Inform the generals to rally the troops. We return to Wolvendale. As you command, my lord, Alacritas said, bowing slightly before vanishing with the other assassins. Thorian, left to his thoughts, gazed towards the city. A closer vigilance is required within these walls, he concluded. Thus, he led his army back to Wolvendale. The journey was marked by an eerie calm, no creature dared cross their formidable path. Approaching home, Thorian resolved to master his newly acquired skill and, with a decisive motion, tore the parchment in half. Lightning discharge has been learned. Lightning discharge. Description: you transform into a conduit for lightning energy. When activated, it discharges a potent electrical blast in all directions, causing significant area damage and paralyzing enemies with intense force. Proficiency 0%. As it had been a long time since he had checked his status, Thorian decided to display it. Display panel. Ding. Race Flame Kobold. Level 25 30ths, EXP, 2390/9500. Class Elemental Magus. Level 22 40ths, EXP, 543/10,000. Lifespan 40 years. Cultivation Realm, Chi Gathering 5th Stage, 1.2%. Stats. Strength 111. Agility 123. Constitution 102. Mana 104. Chi 100. Free points 20. Thorian allowed himself a brief, smirking contemplation. Nearing my second evolution, he mused. I'm curious what special variants might be offered as my choices. But he quickly dismissed these fanciful thoughts, redirecting his focus to immediate priorities. First, I must assess the development of my skills. With purpose, he summoned the display window, bringing up the details of the 3 skills that were his primary concern. Fire Pillar. Description: you summon a towering pillar of roaring flames from the ground at a target location. This causes scorching and burning damage to all enemies in its proximity. Proficiency 34.3%. Wind Tornado. Description: you summon a swirling vortex of violent winds, forming a small tornado at a chosen location. The tornado pulls in nearby enemies, dealing continuous wind damage and potentially launching smaller foes into the air, disrupting their actions. Proficiency 34.3%. Minor Elemental Affinity. Description: you possess a rare affinity for all elements, marking you as a unique existence. All elemental skills that you invoke are more potent and effective than usual. Proficiency 21.3%. Thorian studied the skill metrics, noting the steady progress of the first 2, but the elemental affinity proved more challenging. It might take over a week to advance this, he pondered, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. Lost in these calculations, he barely noticed their arrival at Wolvendale's outer walls. As the gates swung open, Zogarth approached him with a question. "Forgive my forwardness, my lord, but have we discerned who slew the last guardian?" Zogarth inquired. Thorian took a moment to gather his thoughts. "We've detected death energy at the site. It suggests a necromancer, or a similar class, might be involved." "A necromancer, my lord?" Zogarth's brow furrowed. "Does such a class truly exist?" "It's a rare specialization," Thorian clarified. "There are various unique classes, many wielding death magic. But this is mere speculation." Zogarth nodded, impressed. "Your wisdom is truly vast, my lord." Thorian dismissed the praise with a shake of his head. "It's not wisdom, just knowledge I acquired." He then issued a command. "Tonight, ease your efforts. The integration of the goblins should lessen the guard's burden." As Zogarth set to work, Thorian turned to his final task before entering the village. He sought out Alacritas, the silver assassin. "Alacritas," he called, and the assassin appeared, bowing. "I have a task for you." "Anything you command, my lord," Alacritas replied. "Starting tomorrow, I want you and your team to scrutinize Loxley's activities and report back." "This is after your dungeon duties, of course," Thorian instructed. Alacritas nodded in understanding, ready to carry out Thorian's orders. Thorian watched as Alacritas faded into the shadows, then made his way into the village. There was one last stop he had to make before retiring for the night. Approaching the blacksmith's workshop, he noted the still-lit forge and the smoke curling from the chimney. Who could be working at such a late hour, he wondered, a smile tugging at his lips. Inside, he found a young kobold engrossed in his work, rhythmically hammering a sword blade, then cooling it in water. The kobold was so focused that he didn't notice Thorian's presence. Thorian, respecting the craftsman's dedication, chose not to interrupt. He simply observed in silence, admiring the kobold's skill and dedication. After an hour, the kobold paused, wiping sweat from his brow, and finally noticed Thorian. Startled, he stammered, "My lord? Were you waiting to use the forge?" "I apologize for any inconvenience." Thorian chuckled, shaking his head. "No, I was simply admiring your work. How are you progressing with your blacksmithing class and skill?" The young blacksmith's eyes widened, a mix of embarrassment and pride evident in his gaze. "I'm honored, my lord," he murmured. "I've reached level 11, and my blacksmithing skill is at 73% proficiency." Thorian's response was enthusiastic. "Impressive progress. Your talent and hard work are clearly evident." Flustered by the praise, the blacksmith stuttered, "I'm unworthy of such commendation, my lord." "Nonsense," Thorian countered, stepping closer. "Tell me your name." The blacksmith hesitated, then confessed, "I have not been given a name, my lord." Realizing the oversight, Thorian expressed his regret. "Then henceforth, you shall be known as Faber, the old word for iron dot." The newly named Faber was overwhelmed, nearly bowing deeply in gratitude. "To receive a name from you, my lord, is an immense honor." "Stand with pride, Faber," Thorian encouraged, gently lifting the blacksmith's chin. "And now, I have something to share with you." Thorian reached into his pocket and withdrew the elemental orbs, presenting them to Faber. "Do you recognize these?" he asked. Faber, awestruck by their beauty, shook his head. "No, my lord, but they are magnificent." "These are elemental orbs," Thorian revealed. "They're used to forge elemental weaponry. I want you to craft a weapon with them." Faber was hesitant, overwhelmed by the responsibility. "But, my lord, these are exceedingly precious. I lack the expertise for such a task." Thorian offered an encouraging smile. "You're right, but that will change. As you advance your skills and class, you will become a magic blacksmith. The knowledge you need will come naturally." Faber's eyes widened with amazement. "Really?" Yes, Thorian affirmed. That's why you must continue to hone your skills, to reach that level as swiftly as possible. With a determined gulp, Faber nodded. I will do my utmost not to let you down, my lord. Thorian patted Faber's shoulder warmly. I have faith in you. For now, continue with your work. We will meet again soon. Leaving Faber to his newfound purpose, Thorian exited the workshop, heading home. The day had been eventful, and the morrow held further promise. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Nalia's POV. The city was awash with chaos, the screeches of goblins, the thunderous roars of chuxes, and the desperate screams of men and women seeking refuge among the ruins. In the midst of this tumultuous backdrop, Nalia and her two trusted lieutenants, Ragnar and Soren, navigated the debris-laden streets. That kobold's power was otherworldly, Soren remarked, slicing through the heavy silence. And his horde of monsters? Formidable adversaries, without a doubt. Formidable? Ragnar retorted dismissively. Please. I'd snap that kobold's neck before he could even flicker a spell my way. His gaze then shifted to Nalia, his tone tinged with frustration. So why the hell didn't we engage when they were here? A surprise attack during their skirmish with the Guardian could have meant the end of their lord. Soren shook his head, a mix of disbelief and exasperation in his voice. You fail to grasp the gravity of our situation. Kill their lord, then what? You think we'd stand a chance fleeing from a legion like that? He turned to Nalia, a hint of respect in his eyes. Well, perhaps she could evade them, but we'd be dead men walking. Ragnar scoffed, his words laced with scorn. Your cowardice never ceases to amaze. If you're afraid, just admit it. Don't lump me in with your fears. Nalia, witnessing the rising tension between her subordinates, interjected with a calm authority. Our mission was never to confront that monster army head-on. Engaging them without fully understanding their capabilities would be reckless at best. Soren cast a smug glance at Ragnar. See? Told you. Ragnar merely grumbled in response, his pride bruised. Nalia, with a hint of triumph in her smile, raised her hand, drawing attention to the ring on her index finger. It pulsed with a dark, ominous aura akin to the shadow of death itself. Besides, we've already secured our victory, she declared. The Guardian now answers to us. Tristan, POV. As Tristan's forces navigated the city's ruins, an unsettling silence engulfed them. The spectacle of Thorian and his monstrous army's formidable might had instilled a palpable sense of dread. Eyes wide with shock, soldiers trembled at the mere thought of the havoc wreaked by the beasts. General Henry, observing the fear-ridden faces, decided to intervene. With a sly wink at Tristan, he paused, turning to address the troops. I've noticed an unusual quiet among you, a typically boisterous crew, he began, his voice tinged with humor. Perhaps I should thank those monsters for achieving what I couldn't in years. Tristan, taken aback by the general's levity in such grim circumstances, watched as a few soldiers responded with tentative chuckles. To slice through such tension with humor, the mark of a seasoned leader, he mused. Why the long faces? General Henry continued, his laughter echoing amidst the rubble. You should be celebrating. The Guardians we were destined to confront have been vanquished, with barely a scratch on our side. His words, a blatant spin on their grim reality, drew laughter from the ranks, momentarily easing their anxiety. And as for those monsters, Henry added with confidence, fear not. They've merely received their divine powers before us. But rest assured, we will soon rise to their level. General Henry surveyed his troops, his eyes glinting with resolve. A broad smile spread across his face as he spoke, his tone imbued with hope. Instead of fear, embrace anticipation. What we've witnessed is a preview of our own potential. Imagine wielding the elements, mastering the sword, summoning firestorms that could touch the heavens. His voice soared with enthusiasm, then softened as he inhaled deeply. I certainly aspire to that. Seizing the moment, Tristan stepped forward, bolstering Henry's message. General Henry speaks truth. Our path is clear, to vanquish monsters, to gain strength, to ascend in power. Soon, we will overtake those beasts unnoticed until it's too late. His words ignited a fire within the soldiers. Cheers and roars erupted, the air now electric with newfound energy and determination. As the sounds of celebration faded, Tristan concluded, "Let us return to our mission. Today, we rid this city of its monster scourge." Riding alongside General Henry, Tristan couldn't hide his admiration. "Sir Henry, your ability to transform morale is truly remarkable. I've never witnessed such leadership." Henry replied with a knowing smirk, "I spoke only the truth." He then gestured to an elder soldier, Robert, to approach. "Seeing your ascension to power, Robert, has rekindled a flame in these weary bones." Robert, humbled, shook his head. "Sir Henry, I can't accept such honor." General Henry's laughter rang out as he regarded Robert's formality. "Relax, Robert. There's no need for such rigid manners among us old-timers. Speak as you would with an old friend, and drop the sir." Robert paused, then acquiesced with a respectful nod. "All right, Henry it is then." As Robert was about to depart, Tristan beckoned him to stay. "Sir Robert, a moment, please. There's something I need to ask you." Curious, Robert reined his horse beside the prince. "Yes, your grace?" Tristan, with a hint of urgency, delved into his query. "Earlier, when confronting the Monster King, you asked him a question. Did you recognize him?" Robert scratched his head, a hint of uncertainty in his voice. "Well, I'm not entirely sure, but he did remind me of the creature that captured me in the forest, just before the apocalypse." "Captive?" Tristan's interest piqued. "It was an odd encounter," Robert admitted. "We found them in the forest, and just when it seemed he would kill me and little Rue, he suddenly changed his mind. He demanded axes from the city, holding Rue as a guarantee. After I complied, we were held in a cave until nightfall." Tristan pondered this. He likely wanted to avoid early detection. "Go on." Nodding, Robert continued, "As night fell, he escorted us to the city gates. That's when he hinted about the plaza. I believe he knew the statues would manifest there." Tristan's gaze was contemplative as he pondered the nature of the monster. This creature exhibits a cunning and awareness uncommon even among humans. And his prior knowledge of the statues. "Do you truly think the Monster King is the same white-furred being you encountered?" Robert chuckled, albeit with a hint of resignation. "I know that it sounds insane. But other than the fur, they do look very similar. More importantly, their presence and aura are exactly similar. That white-furred creature had that same dignity and kingly presence." Tristan stroked his chin, deep in thought. "If your hunch is correct, it suggests these monsters might possess shape-shifting abilities, or perhaps this is a more advanced form. Intriguing. If we can indeed communicate with this king, it could alter our approach, especially if he's not inclined towards senseless violence." Robert, however, cautioned, "Your graces, these are merely my thoughts. They could be wrong." Tristan responded with a light chuckle. "And I, too, am merely pondering possibilities." After a brief pause, Tristan locked eyes with Robert. "Sir Robert, it may be premature, but I have a request. Once we reclaim the city, I'd like you to serve as bodyguard to my brother, James." Robert bowed slightly. "It would be my honor, your grace. But, may I ask if my grandson could accompany us? Our home is destroyed, and I fear for his safety." "Absolutely," Tristan replied warmly. "James is quite fond of him. His frail health makes it challenging to find true companions." Robert's expression lit up with gratitude. "Thank you, my lord. Your kindness is beyond words." As Tristan turned his gaze forward, he announced, "We've arrived at our destination." As Tristan and his entourage approached the city hall, the grandeur of the 4 towering statues in the plaza was a sight to behold. Their destination, however, lay beyond this impressive display. Upon arrival, Tristan issued his command to the assembled forces: secure the perimeter, ensure no one, man or monster, breaches this area. Immediately, Your Grace, came the unified response from the knights. Inside the city hall, Tristan led his group to the reception area. There, amidst a sea of parchments and tomes, sat the familiar elderly receptionist. His usual indifferent gaze now sparkled with a hint of curiosity. Tristan stepped forward and cleared his throat, capturing the old man's attention. "We have completed the Guardian quest," he declared. The receptionist looked up, a rare gleam of interest in his eyes. "Indeed? That is quite unexpected," he said, rifling through his papers to find the relevant document. His aged hands moved with surprising agility as he marked the quest as complete. As he did so, a subtle change permeated the room. The air shimmered faintly, and a sense of transformation hung unspoken among them. Then, without warning, the ground shook violently, throwing Tristan and others off balance. General Henry, regaining his footing amidst the tremors, exclaimed in frustration, "What on earth is happening?" As the quaking subsided, Oswald beckoned them urgently. "Everyone, over here." Tristan, following Oswald's lead to the window, was struck dumb by the spectacle unfolding before him. The city, once marred by destruction, was transforming. The debris of collapsed buildings dissolved into sparkling light, absorbed by the city walls. Before their eyes, the walls regenerated, stronger and more majestic than before, shimmering with an ethereal glow. "The fortress system has been activated," the receptionist casually remarked, eyes still on his book. "Step outside for a clearer view." With a nod to the receptionist, Tristan led the group outside, their astonishment only deepening. Robert voiced the confusion they all felt. "What is happening?" They stood, transfixed, as the once familiar plaza underwent a dramatic change. The 4 statues that had adorned it were now replaced by 4 distinct buildings, each proudly bearing its own banner. As the twin sons of Wolvendale began their ascent, Thorian stirred to life, greeting a new day. Dressing himself, he paused, his nose wrinkling in distaste. "They're starting to smell," he muttered, eyeing his clothes critically. Determined not to carry the stench of decay throughout the day, he flung open the window and commenced a meticulous cleaning of his robe using orbs of water. The robust fabric resisted damage, easily withstanding the gentle onslaught of the water balls. He allowed the robe a moment to air dry before donning it once more and proceeding to the living room. There, sprawled in peaceful slumber, lay the dire Wolf King, Harold. "Harold, time to rise," Thorian coaxed, gently nudging the immense creature. Harold's response was a yawn, more akin to a formidable howl, before his gaze settled on Thorian. "Morning already?" Harold observed, his eyes registering the bright sunlight streaming through the window. "I haven't slept this soundly in ages." "There's nothing quite like rest after a day's toil." Thorian smiled, a sense of satisfaction warming him. "It's good to hear, but a long day awaits us," he said, heading for the door with Harold trailing. "What's the agenda today?" Harold inquired, now fully alert. Thorian glanced back, a spark of determination in his eyes. "No day with me is ever idle. Today, we take on the 4th floor of the Verdant Labyrinth." Harold's grin widened in anticipation. "Exciting indeed. With the dungeons we're set to conquer, I might just evolve today." "Lucky indeed," Thorian chuckled, his eyes glinting with amusement. "My own evolution is on the horizon for tomorrow." With their paths diverging for the day, Harold retreated to the outskirts of the village to refine his mana control. Thorian, meanwhile, set his sights on the cultivation center. Arriving at the center's main building, Thorian exhaled a breath of relief. "Fortunate no one's here," he thought. "The stench of my own cultivation residue is enough, I don't need to endure anyone else's." As he stepped inside, the 2 hall masters emerged from their inner chamber, their faces lighting up in recognition. "Ah, the village lord graces us with his presence," greeted Jing-Su, the Yin master, with a hint of formality. "Your arrival was much anticipated." Li Jia, nodding in agreement, added, to forge a village of diverse beings and command such a multitude of species, truly remarkable. I've been eager to meet the man behind such a feat. Thorian cut to the chase. I'm here to assess my chi affinity, he declared, motioning towards the inner chamber, and to procure a fitting movement skill. Let's proceed step by step, Jingsu suggested, approaching Thorian. First, we'll examine your affinity. As the elder in purple robes laid his hand on Thorian's back, a rush of chi surged through Thorian's veins, swirling towards his dantian. You've already embarked on your cultivation journey, observed Jingsu, removing his hand. And you're channeling dark flame chi, no less. Astounding. Dark flame chi? Li Jia interjected, his composure slipping momentarily. Are you certain? Would I be mistaken? Jingsu countered, casting a knowing glance at Li Jia, who found himself at a loss for words. Turning his attention back to Thorian, Jingsu pondered. Your situation is indeed intriguing, village lord. Given your potent flame chi, the yang path seems a natural fit. Yet, the unique nature of your dark flame chi suggests a remarkable yin affinity as well. Thorian arched an eyebrow, intrigued. What implications does that have for me? It means the choice is yours, Jingsu replied with a casual shrug. Which path will you tread? Yin or yang? After a moment's contemplation, Thorian chuckled softly. What if I chose both? Jingsu's brow furrowed in confusion, while Li Jia erupted into laughter. Our lord is truly audacious. Why limit himself to one path when he can master both? Jingsu paused, stroking his beard thoughtfully. It's true, you have the freedom to choose both paths. But are you prepared for the slower progression that comes with such a choice? A slower pace may ensure a more stable journey, Thorian countered confidently. If my affinity permits this path, it would be wasteful not to explore it. Then we shall support your decision, Jingsu conceded, turning towards the inner chamber. Come, let's proceed to the skill selection. The trio ventured into the inner room, where Thorian invested in 4 skills, each costing 500 arcane coins: Silken Step Drift, Blazing Wind Charge, Whispering Willow Strike, and Crashing Thunder Punch. Thorian was eager to test his new skills, but he prioritized his cultivation. Settling into one of the rooms, he commenced his meditation. Familiar with the chi paths of his new body, he found the process less demanding than before. The hours slipped by effortlessly, and before long, he opened his eyes, the session complete. Display panel. Ding. Race Flame Kobold. Level 25 30ths, EXP, 2390/9500. Class Elemental Magus. Level 22 40ths, EXP, 543/10,000. Lifespan 40 years. Cultivation Realm, Chi Gathering 5th Stage, 45.9%. Stats. Strength 111. Agility 123. Constitution 102. Mana 104. Chi 100. Free points 20. As expected, it's going to take longer and longer to pass through stages now. Good thing I started early. Thorian diligently cleared away the remnants of his meditation before departing the cultivation hall. His next stop was the village hall, where he met with Melina for a briefing on the latest advancements of his fighters. Remarkable progress had been made. The Kobloid fighters and the yet-to-evolve goblins had now transformed into full-fledged kobolds and hobgoblins, respectively. The evolution of the hobgoblins was particularly noteworthy, as their class abilities seemed to influence their evolutionary paths. Priest goblins became shaman apprentices, warriors turned into battle-ward grunts, assassins evolved into veilblade novices, and magi ascended to spellweave acolytes. This evolution endowed them with specialized and potent skills, further honing their capabilities in their respective roles. The village's blacksmiths and alchemists had also made significant strides. After several days of intensive training, they were now adept at equipping the army with essential gear, ranging from weapons to mana and healing pills. While the craftsmanship of these items couldn't yet match the quality of dungeon-acquired gear, their abundance was a key asset. Concluding his discussion with Melina, Thorian ascended to the upper level for a council meeting. Firstly, I extend a warm welcome to our new council members, Elder Omn, Elder Jarv, and Elder Ur, he greeted, receiving a unified bow of gratitude in response. Thorian then outlined the purpose of the meeting. Today's agenda is brief. We've focused heavily on expansion recently, but now it's time to consolidate our gains. The battle against the Guardians last night was a valuable experience in unity and trust building. However, nothing can replace the time spent together in fortifying our bonds. I propose a temporary halt to our expansion endeavors. Are there any objections? He surveyed the room, particularly the three elders, awaiting their response to his strategic shift towards consolidation. My lord, but wouldn't that stop our growth? Forlun responded. The more people we have, the more buildings we can make, and these buildings give us so much power. I must concur with Forlun, my lord, Vigil chimed in, his tone earnest. The capacity to enhance our buildings and halls is a treasure not to be squandered. True, extensive expansion offers substantial benefits, Thorian mused thoughtfully. Yet, reckless enlargement without consolidation could lead to our internal collapse. We must ensure we remain a unified entity, rather than a disjointed collection of self-serving factions. You demonstrate profound wisdom, my lord, Elder Omn interjected with a nod of respect. At present, our tribe is still within our control. If a few dissenters arise, we can swiftly address them. However, with unchecked expansion, such malcontents could easily blend in, spreading their dissent unnoticed. A contemplative silence followed the elder's words. Then Zogarth, with a reluctant click of his tongue, admitted, I dislike siding with the goblin, but I find myself in agreement. His gaze shifted to Thorian. Your plan for consolidation seems ideal, my lord. It will allow us time to fortify ourselves, making any future expansion more manageable. Thorian nodded. A week of consolidation should suffice. After that, we can resume expanding our forces, albeit more cautiously. With no further objections, Thorian steered the meeting forward. Now, let's discuss today's agenda. We'll continue our dungeon diving in the usual rotation, but we'll also allocate time for our fighters to cultivate their skills and train under their guild masters. His eyes met those of the two generals. I trust you to handle the details of this arrangement. Is that all, King? Ventus interjected, a hint of mischief in his voice. Surely, there's room for some excitement. Thorian let out a sigh, but his lips curled into a smile. Not every day needs to be filled with thrill, Ventus. But today, we shall indulge. After completing our tasks, our main parties will take on the fourth layer of the verdant labyrinth. As the meeting adjourned, the members dispersed, leaving Thorian alone in the lingering silence. He inhaled deeply, steeling himself for the challenges ahead. Descending the stairs, Thorian methodically accepted his daily quests, a routine that anchored his mornings. His steps then led him to the Magus Guild, where he added another quest to his list before emerging into the daylight. The guildmaster's voice halted his departure. My lord, aren't you training in mana infusion today? Thorian paused, his thoughts momentarily adrift. Indeed, I will, he replied, shaking his head as if to clear it. But first, there are pressing matters I must attend to, lest I exhaust myself prematurely. Fizzlegrin, the guildmaster, chuckled knowingly. Very well, my lord. I shall not keep you from your duties. With a nod of acknowledgement, Thorian stepped outside, setting his sights on the alchemy lab. The village, now fully awake, buzzed with activity around him, a stark contrast to the quietude of his morning. The alchemy lab stood unassumingly amidst the village bustle, its plain wooden structure and singular room betraying no hint of the wonders within. Its only telltale sign of life was the constant plume of smoke from its chimney. Approaching the lab, Thorian was greeted by a goblin alchemist, who bowed respectfully. My lord, your presence honors us, the goblin said. I'm here for a brief visit and to discuss today's focus, Thorian announced. Of course, my lord. Allow me to show you around, the goblin offered, gesturing for Thorian to lead the way. Inside the lab, Thorian observed rows of tables where goblins and kobolds, deeply engrossed in their craft, pulverized ingredients, blended pastes, and tended to mixtures simmering over the fire. The air was thick with the scent of arcane alchemy, and the hum of diligent work filled the room. As expected, they are all working on pills. My lord, as you can observe, everyone here is devoted to crafting mana and healing pills for our fighters, the goblin guide gestured expansively. A sly grin then crept onto his face. Though, admittedly, some are more proficient than others. Another goblin, flashing a mischievous grin, piped up. Indeed, my lord. My success rate stands at a remarkable 15%, a level my colleagues fondly refer to as eminently inconsistent. Laughter rippled through the group at this shared jest. Thorian, amused, joined in. Well, I must commend your unique proficiency. Achieving such a level of eminent expertise is no small feat. Surveying the room again, Thorian noted the diligent work of the goblins and kobolds. His eyes then drifted to the far end, where a solitary figure busied himself with potion flasks. Curiosity piqued, Thorian inquired about the lone alchemist. And who is that? The self-proclaimed expert chuckled. Oh, that's just the stink mixer. The kobold there has an odd fascination with those green potions, the guide added, lightly dismissive. We've told him they're unpleasant and unwanted, but he persists. Thorian arched an eyebrow, his interest further kindled by their words. An outlier among his peers, then. I'd like to speak with him, Thorian declared, striding towards the kobold. The surrounding alchemists watched, perplexed but silent. Approaching the potion mixer, Thorian prepared his inquiry. Potion mixer, may I have a moment of your time? The kobold turned, initially indifferent, but his demeanor transformed upon recognizing Thorian. My lord. What brings you to my humble corner? Intrigued by the unorthodox approach of the potion maker, Thorian smiled warmly. I'm curious about your choice to pursue potions over pills, considering your colleagues' preferences. The kobold responded with a blend of humility and confidence. My lord, I simply find a deeper connection with liquids. Thorian's eyes twinkled with amusement. A preference for liquids, eh? That's as good a reason as any. Regaining his composure, Thorian delved deeper. So, tell me about your potion-making journey. What discoveries have you made? My knowledge may be modest, the kobold began, but I've made some advances I find quite significant. Do go on, Thorian encouraged, his interest piqued. The art of potion-making, my lord, is a delicate balance of knowledge and intuition, the kobold started, gesturing towards the simple setup around him. For this detoxification potion, the process is straightforward but requires patience and temperature control. He picked up a flask filled with a clear liquid, holding it up to the light. We start with distilled moonwell water. To this, I add crushed leaves of the silverthorn plant. He demonstrated, sprinkling a fine green powder into the flask. Silverthorn is potent in cleansing toxins from the body, but in its raw form, causes quite a pesky rash. The kobold then moved to the fireplace, where several flasks were gently simmering over the flames. Heat is crucial, he explained. Too little, and the ingredients won't infuse properly, too much, and you risk destroying their delicate properties. This potion must simmer just below boiling for precisely 1 hour, otherwise you keep the rash instead of the detoxification properties. The kobold then scratched the back of his neck, revealing a red spot behind his fur. He then carefully stirred the mixture with a long, slender rod. Constant stirring ensures even distribution of heat and prevents any sediment from settling at the bottom. The potion maker sighed, his voice tinged with resignation. The only issue is the potion's odor and flavor are rather unpleasant. Thorian couldn't suppress a chuckle. Concerned about the taste and smell, are we? Fear not. We warriors are undeterred by such trifles, as long as the potion serves its purpose. Grateful, the potion maker dipped his head in acknowledgement. "Thank you, my lord, for your understanding." As their conversation neared its end, Thorian posed one final question. "What's your success rate with this potion?" After a brief pause, the potion maker replied, "I believe 1 in 4 potions are potent enough to be of use to you, my lord. It has gotten better with time." Thorian's eyes gleamed with a mix of amusement and respect. He laughed heartily, not in mockery but in genuine appreciation. Turning to address the other alchemists, he called out, "Hear that? A 25% success rate. What would you call that? Consistently expert?" His jest drew laughter from some, particularly the kobolds, while the boastful goblin and the guide managed only a strained chuckle. Brushing aside the mirth, Thorian continued, "As it stands, I'm in need of these detoxification potions for an imminent expedition, not healing or mana pills. We have plenty of those." He then placed a reassuring hand on the potion maker's shoulder. "Tell me, youngling, what's your name?" The potion maker introduced himself with a hint of pride. "I am known as Hammer, a name bestowed upon me by the elven maiden." "Pleased to meet you, Hammer," Thorian responded with a warm smile. "Today, I'd like you to impart your potion-making skills to your peers. Can you manage that?" Hammer chuckled confidently. "Absolutely, my lord." Thorian nodded approvingly and patted Hammer's shoulder. "Good. I'll need 20 detoxification potions by nightfall. I trust you'll meet the expectation." With those words, Thorian departed the alchemy lab, his mind already shifting to the other tasks awaiting him. First on his agenda were the dungeons. Joined by his team, Thorian efficiently navigated the familiar challenges. His prior experiences, coupled with improved equipment and strength, rendered the dungeons less daunting. The verdant labyrinth, even up to its 3rd level, felt almost leisurely, and the only real test in the thunderous citadel was its labyrinth, a puzzle he had long since mastered. Thus, in a mere 5 hours, Thorian completed his dungeon runs and returned to the village, ready for the next part of his day. Thorian's next endeavor led him to the Magus Guild to complete his remaining quests. His adept mana control made short work of the initial task, allowing him to swiftly transition to mana infusion training. Immersed in a state of deep concentration, the Lord efficiently channeled mana into the drained stones, one after another. Time blurred around him, and 2 hours slipped by unnoticed. By the session's end, he had successfully infused 19% of all stones, edging tantalizingly close to reaching expert proficiency. Mindful of his physical and mental well-being, Thorian chose to conclude his mana infusion for the day. He collected 150 mystic marks for his completed guild quests and exited the guild's grounds. Outside, dusk had given way to night. The sky, now a tapestry of stars, was gracefully illuminated by the 2 moons in their celestial dance. The moons, suspended in harmony, cast a serene glow over the village and the encompassing forest. Thorian paused, allowing himself a fleeting moment to be captivated by the night's allure. Yet, this moment of tranquility was brief. The most significant and demanding task of his day still awaited him. Thorian strode into the alchemist's lab, his presence commanding the immediate attention of those within. "I trust that you have all completed my quota for the day," he declared with an air of expectation. Hammer, the chief alchemist, responded without hesitation, gesturing towards a neatly arranged stack of potions on a nearby table. "Of course, my lord," he said, his voice tinged with pride. Thorian's gaze fell upon the potions, inspecting one closely. Its contents, a light green liquid interspersed with dark green clumps, appeared far from appetizing. Yet, there was an undeniable aura of potency about it, not that he could not smell it seeping through the cork. Satisfied, Thorian nodded in approval. "Excellent. I'll take one for myself. I will have the rest of the party members come and claim theirs," he instructed, placing the potion securely in his possession. "As you wish, my lord," Hammer replied, bowing slightly. With the potions secured, Thorian departed for the village hall, where he was to rendezvous with Forlune and Zogarth. Upon his arrival, he posed a direct question, "Are the 4 teams ready?" Forlorn, brimming with anticipation for the battle ahead, flashed a confident grin. "More ready than ever," he declared. "We're all waiting for your orders," Zogarth added, his tone serious and unwavering. "Good," Thorian responded, his nod conveying both approval and command. "Then have everyone go to the alchemist lab. The detoxification potions are waiting for them." "The detoxification potions? What does that even mean?" Forlorn queried, his eyebrow arching in curiosity. "It cleanses toxins. The guardian of the 4th floor uses a poison cloud," Thorian explained, his voice laced with the gravity of the situation. "These potions are a precautionary measure, in case of emergency." "Understood, my lord," Zogarth responded, his voice solemn, his nod full of respect. "I'll make sure everyone is equipped with the potions you've generously provided." Forlorn, ever the brash warrior, shrugged nonchalantly. "Sure, I'll go too. But I doubt they're necessary. This body of mine can resist any poison you can imagine." Thorian allowed himself a small smirk at Forlorn's boastful remark, yet he chose not to engage. Instead, he waited patiently as the 2 figures left the village hall, their silhouettes melting into the darkness of the night. "Well, this will indeed be a chance for you to learn more about this world, and about your own limits," Thorian mused silently. With Forlorn and Zogarth now out of sight, Thorian's attention turned to his status window. After a day filled with combat, he anticipated some minor updates, curious to see the fruits of his labor and the toll of his battles. Display panel. Ding. Race Flame Kobold. Level 26 30ths, EXP, 9756/12000. Class Elemental Magus. Level 23 40ths, EXP, 6402/14000. Lifespan 40 years. Cultivation Realm, Chi Gathering 5th Stage, 45.9%. Stats. Strength 113. Agility 124. Constitution 103. Mana 104. Chi 100. Free points 25. As Thorian contemplated his nearing 2nd evolution, a rare smile played upon his lips. "I am getting close to that 2nd evolution," he thought, his mind alive with anticipation. The rewards of the human quest had been bountiful, and he was eager to see what rare variant would be offered to him next. For a fleeting moment, his heart fluttered with excitement, a sensation so uncommon for him, yet entirely fitting given the circumstances. Glancing over his status panel, he noted that it remained largely unchanged since his last check. The free points he had accrued were indeed tempting to use, but given his already formidable stats, he felt no urgency. It was wiser to reserve them for unforeseen emergencies. Reflecting on his current abilities, Thorian couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. "My stats have grown exceptionally. I possess the strength and constitution of a warrior, the agility of an assassin, and the mana pool of a magus. And with my newly acquired movement martial techniques, I can confidently say I have no significant weaknesses." However, despite these formidable skills, Thorian had yet to test his 2 new martial skills in battle. None of his encounters that day had posed a sufficient challenge to necessitate their use. Making his way out of the village hall, Thorian stepped into the quiet of the night. The twin moons hung low in the sky, casting a surreal glow over the village inhabited by the kobolds and goblins. Their soft murmurs and the distant howls blended into the background as he approached an empty lot beyond the altar, encircled by the sea of tree trunks. The air was cool against his skin, carrying the faint scent of pine and earth. Thorian closed his eyes, inhaling deeply. The world seemed to hush in anticipation. He felt the pulse of the village, the soft tread of nocturnal creatures, and the twin moon's gentle gaze upon him. He started with the Eam path. Thorian, his solid frame belying the fluid grace about to unfold, initiated the silken step drift. His movements echoed the rhythm of the night, like flowing water, each step carrying him effortlessly across the ground. The soft rustle of his clothing was the only sound, merging with the night's whispers. As he weaved his intricate dance, Thorian's mind delved deeper into his movements, each one a testament to adaptability and finesse. He imagined himself as part of the night, moving with a tranquility that belied the precision and strength behind each gesture. Transitioning into the Een fist technique, his arms moved with a deceptive softness, akin to willow branches swaying in a gentle breeze. Yet, each strike was deliberate, a whisper of power targeting key pressure points. The air around his fists hummed, each tap resonating with the quiet strength of a master, in harmony with the night's serene energy. Pausing, Thorian let out a soft chuckle. "Well, that does it for the Een path," he murmured to himself, feeling the chi within him dance and swirl. He allowed it to settle, flowing back to his dantian, leaving a trail of calm in its wake. Now for the yang path. His demeanor shifted, energy igniting like a newly kindled flame. Each step was a burst of energy, propelling him forward with raw power. He transformed into a living tempest, the air around him crackling with dynamic force. Finally, Thorian unleashed the yang fist technique. Each punch was an explosive display of power, echoing the raw ferocity of a storm. The impacts resonated like thunder, and each strike let out a small shockwave, primed to destroy anything it touched. After rigorously testing his new skills, Thorian pondered deeply, his fingers idly stroking his furry chin. The dark flame palm still surpasses these new fist techniques in strength, he mused. But the real challenge lies in seamlessly transitioning from the movement skill to the dark flame palm. That will require dedicated training. His contemplation was interrupted by a voice. "King, we are now ready." Thorian's gaze shifted to his two generals, who stood with their main teams, poised for departure. They were well equipped, each member adorned with a pouch for their items, signifying their readiness for the journey ahead. "Good, let's not delay," Thorian replied, striding towards his generals. "Summon your dire wolves, we move now." "Right away, my king," the kobolds responded in chorus. The main teams were a familiar and formidable assembly, the original 4 kobold magi, Vigil, Forloon's seasoned warrior team, and even Vivax and Lapis. The ranks included goblins too, such as the 3 elders, Omn, Jarvis, and Ur, alongside some of the goblin champions. In total, excluding Thorian and the 2 generals, there were 17 members, each recognized as the strongest individuals currently in Wolvendale. Thorian reached out telepathically to Harold. "Harold, it's time we move." Harold's response came swiftly, tinged with his usual impatience. "Finally, I was beginning to think you had lost your edge, considering how dull these past 2 days have been." A chuckle escaped Thorian at Harold's remark. "Only you would find a full day's work boring." "Anyway, meet me at the outer gate," he replied, ready to embark on their next endeavor. Severing the telepathic link, Thorian led his assembled teams out of the village. They quickly found themselves under the night sky, where the king of the dire wolves awaited their arrival. Mounting his formidable steed, Thorian took the lead, guiding the raid group towards the verdant labyrinth. Their familiarity with the dungeon's terrain, coupled with Thorian's unerring sense of direction, made their nocturnal journey surprisingly swift and uneventful. In mere minutes, they arrived at their destination, a colossal hollowed tree that stood as a silent sentinel at the labyrinth's entrance. The tree, both foreboding and inviting, marked the beginning of their next formidable challenge. Thorian halted his mount, turning to address his assembled warriors. "Before we enter, listen carefully," he began, his voice resonating with authority. "Our initial progression toward the Golden Grotto should proceed as usual. The real challenge lies beyond. The Gilded Spiketail is merely a sub-guardian of the 4th floor. Our true adversary is a treant, an entity both living and dead, intelligent yet instinct-driven. It exhales toxic fumes capable of incapacitating even the mightiest warrior." He paused, allowing his words to sink in, then continued, "Our optimal strategy is to engage it from a distance with magic. If that proves infeasible, our fallback plan is direct combat. Enter the fray, hold your breath as long as you can, and strive to end the battle before your lungs give out." Finally, Thorian produced the green potion he had earlier secured. If all else fails, resort to this. It's vile, it will induce vomiting for a prolonged period, but it could very well save your life. With this solemn warning, Thorian prepared to lead his team into the depths of the verdant labyrinth, each member acutely aware of the dangers that lay ahead. The team swiftly gathered, with Thorian handpicking Vigil, Aqua, Ventus, and Kadar as his allies. The others formed their groups with equal efficiency. Thorian, assuming a commanding presence, addressed the crowd. Once any team completes their run, exit the dungeon immediately. There's no need to linger over the spoils. We'll distribute those later. Zogarth, with a nod of respect, replied, "As you wish, King." Confident his instructions were clear, Thorian signaled his team to advance. Together, they stepped into the verdant depths of the labyrinth's fourth floor. The initial segments of the dungeon, much like the floors below, offered familiar challenges. Armored beetles, thorn stalkers, and the formidable fungi bear fell swiftly to their coordinated assault. The myriad of traps, from sprouting spikes to quicksand pits, were mere nuisances to their practiced expertise. Their journey led them to the gilded sanctuary of the armored gilded spiketail. Thorian, wasting no time, unleashed a devastating combination of fire pillar and tornado. The behemoth writhed as it was consumed by the inferno. Ventus, wearing a mischievous grin, chimed in. "Save some fun for me." With a flourish, he cast Tornado, wrenching the charred creature skyward. Burnt fragments and flesh rained down, caught in the whirlwind's grasp. "Time for the grand finale," Ventus declared, his voice tinged with excitement. He conjured a massive fireball, its size dwarfing him, its intense heat palpable even to Thorian. The air crackled with anticipation as Ventus readied his fiery spectacle. Aqua, meanwhile, grunted and swiftly conjured a water shield, enveloping himself and Vigil within its protective embrace to fend off the intense heat. Unmindful of his companion's situation, Ventus hurled the gargantuan fireball into the heart of the swirling tornado. The result was a visual marvel, akin to Thorian's earlier display. Flames danced wildly, lashing every corner of the grotto and striking its ceiling with unyielding vigor. As the inferno gradually subsided, all that remained of the gilded spiked tail was a shimmering trail of colorful dust. "So, how was that, King?" Ventus asked, swelling with pride. "I'm as strong as you now, right?" Thorian, with a roll of his eyes and a light tap on Ventus's shoulder, responded, "Impressive skills, indeed. But, you might be rushing a bit, don't you think?" Without further ado, Thorian mounted his dire wolf, Herald, and leaped into the scorched grotto. "Let's move. We can't afford to dawdle." Ventus, grinning, quickly followed. Kadar sighed, "I didn't even get a chance to act." Vigil, with a chuckle, clapped him on the back. "That's just how it goes sometimes. Aqua and I didn't do much either, but our time will come." With that, the trio followed their king into the grotto, riding their steeds. The path led them to a cave unlike any they had encountered on the previous floors. Narrow and tall, it allowed passage only in single file, forbidding side-by-side travel. As minutes ticked by and the dire wolves navigated the muddy, damp cavern, Thorian detected a distinct, unfamiliar scent in the air. "We're nearing our goal," Thorian declared with a note of urgency. "As soon as we exit this cave, hold your breath. This will be a race against time, and I trust you all know your roles well enough to act without explicit instructions." "We're seasoned warriors, not novices," Ventus retorted with a click of his tongue. "If you still need to guide us after all our battles, we'd be a disgrace to kobolds everywhere." Vigil, unable to suppress a chuckle, added, "Don't worry, King. We're all keenly aware of what we must do." "Well, I have my doubts," Aqua interjected, giving Ventus a pointed look. "Just stick to the plan and don't go rogue, all right?" "I could say the same to you," retorted Ventus, punctuating his words with a casual yawn. While Thorian observed their familiar banter, he remained focused on the path ahead. Light gradually infiltrated the darkness of the tunnel, signaling their approach to the end. "We've reached the cave's exit," announced Herald, his deep voice cutting through the chatter and drawing everyone's attention. They all took deep, preparatory breaths. Exiting the cave, they were immediately immersed in an otherworldly landscape. Black tree roots snaked across the ground, and a purple haze hung thick in the air. A roar-like rustle from deep within the chamber heralded the commencement of their battle. The roots sprang to life, moving with lethal speed to ensnare and impale the intruders. The dire wolves, led by Harold, nimbly evaded the onslaught. Meanwhile, Thorian's gaze swept across the terrain, assessing their ominous surroundings. Surveying the scene, Thorian's keen eyes soon fixated on a shadowed alcove high above the battlefield. This rugged, natural platform, nestled high in the cavern, offered a strategic vantage point. To reach it, one would have to navigate a perilous path along the cavern's wall. He clapped his hands sharply to capture his team's attention, then pointed decisively at the alcove. The unspoken understanding among them was immediate. The dire wolf sprang into action, deftly maneuvering through the labyrinth of roots, using them as stepping stones to gain elevation. They ascended the cavern's muddy walls with agile leaps, finally landing on the alcove. Upon reaching this higher altitude, Thorian exhaled, relieved to find the air less toxic. "Vigil, Aqua, Ventus, stay here and cover us. The roots won't reach this high," he commanded. Then, turning to Kadar, "You and I will confront the treant. We must shatter its core, or it will continue to spawn these roots." "Understood," Kadar responded, his face set in determination. Wasting no time, Thorian signaled Harold, who leapt back into the fray. Kadar, atop his own dire wolf, followed suit. They charged, Harold's paws shimmering with mana, disintegrating any root that dared to obstruct their path. With remarkable speed, they closed in on the treant guardian, the wind's force nearly wrenching Thorian from his mount. But Thorian held firm. Powered by Harold's extraordinary velocity, they rapidly traversed the remaining distance, confronting the towering treant's formidable presence. In the heart of the cavern towered the treant, a formidable fusion of arboreal might and monstrous dread. Its dark, gnarled bark was inscribed with luminescent runes, and from its base, aggressive roots reached out like serpentine tendrils. Branch-like appendages, armed with wooden spikes, swayed with a sinister intent. The treant's visage, a nightmarish blend of wood and malice, bore glowing green eyes set in hollow sockets and a maw lined with splintered, jagged teeth. Exuding an aura of decay, the treant's very presence seemed to wither the surrounding flora and permeate the air with a noxious haze. Despite its colossal stature, it moved with an unnerving swiftness, capable of crushing its foes with a terrifyingly raw force, a true manifestation of nature's vengeful side. But Thorian's gaze was locked on one specific aspect, the red glow deep within the treant's hollow eyes, the core. He knew that destroying this core was the only way to vanquish the guardian. Kadar, riding a dire wolf considerably slower than Harold, finally reached Thorian's side, aided by Aqua's water magic, which cleared his path of ensnaring roots. The kobold warrior was cloaked in a red aura, bracing for the imminent confrontation. Thorian, through a silent, telepathic command, instructed Harold, "We must breach its defenses and target the eyes. Avoid any spore clouds, they're infectious." "We shall proceed as so," Harold, the dire wolf king, responded. With this, Thorian and Kadar surged forward. Thorian, leading the charge, aimed directly at the treant's menacing face. However, the creature rapidly conjured an impenetrable wall of intertwined roots, blocking their advance. In response, Harold underwent a fierce transformation. His form enlarged, his features grew more menacing, and red streaks blazed across his hide, mirroring the intensity in his eyes. Harold, channeling green mana into his claws, began tearing through the roots, shredding dozens with each swipe. But their number was overwhelming, and for every root destroyed, another swiftly regenerated in its place. In the midst of the fierce battle, as Harold fiercely tore through the entangling roots, blossoms began to sprout ominously on the surrounding tendrils. "Retreat!" Thorian commanded sharply. Without hesitation, Harold obeyed, swiftly withdrawing. The moment they pulled back, the flowers burst open, releasing a dense cloud of spores into the air where they had just been. Thorian had no time for relief, the situation demanded constant vigilance. He scanned the area, quickly locating Kadar, who was embroiled in a fierce struggle against a relentless onslaught of roots. Catching the warrior's attention with a sharp clap, Thorian gestured for him to fall back. Kadar, understanding immediately, cut through the roots with lethal precision, his blade glowing with an intense aura. Once they had put some distance between themselves and the treant, Thorian commenced his spellcasting. Winds began to swirl violently around the treant, converging into a vortex of purple energy, the formation of a massive tornado. Then, with a silent incantation, Fire Pillar, Thorian unleashed his next spell. Flames roared upwards, engulfing the treant's colossal form. It writhed in agony as its roots turned to ash, only to regenerate and burn again. The treant's screams echoed through the cavern, a testament to the relentless cycle of destruction and rebirth. From his vantage point, Ventus added his support. Summoning his own tornado, he amplified the conflagration, searing the treant with even fiercer flames. The combined force of their attacks created a spectacle of fire and wind, a relentless assault on the formidable guardian of the cavern. Amidst the chaos of the battle, the yellow kobold, Ventus, prepared his next formidable spell. With a surge of crackling lightning and a thunderous roar, he conjured a powerful lightning arrow. Seizing this pivotal moment, Thorian signaled Kadar to brace for their crucial assault. As Ventus's lightning arrow zipped through the chamber, creating a path of destruction, Thorian and Kadar followed in its electrifying wake. The lightning spell, accompanied by a resounding explosion, tore through the treant's weakened root barrier, already battered by the dual fire tornadoes. Thorian and Kadar seized the opportunity, charging through the breach toward the treant's luminous eyes. Kadar, his body wreathed in a fierce aura, leapt from his dire wolf, sword at the ready. Thorian, harnessing his yin chi, executed his silken step drift. With a swift, graceful leap, he departed Harold's back, reaching the treant's hollow eyes in an instant. Transforming his chi, Thorian unleashed his dark flame palm, delivering rapid, incisive strikes. Together, Thorian and Kadar carved a path through the treant's visage, shattering its eyes. In the midst of their onslaught, Harold charged forward, his claws brimming with concentrated mana. With a decisive swipe, he tore through the exposed red core. Boom! The treant emitted a final, anguished cry as its roots withered and crumbled to ashes. Its massive form collapsed, disintegrating into dust and settling lifelessly upon the cavern floor. "Congratulations, adventurers," the ethereal lady announced. "You have vanquished the guardian of the fourth layer, the corrupted treant. You've shown strength, courage, and exceptional teamwork. The treasure of this layer is yours to claim. Level up. Level up. Notification: Dungeon Layer completion. You have successfully cleared the fourth layer of the Verdant Labyrinth. As you are the first to clear this layer of the Verdant Labyrinth, your rewards are doubled. Rewards: Arcane Coins 6,000. Reward Recalibration. Hearing the dungeon lady's familiar voice, Thorian's smile spread across his face. The oppressive purple haze that had once clouded the air had dissipated, revealing the dungeon's exit portal, now wide open. However, before venturing towards the portal, Thorian paused, his gaze lingering on the scattering ashes of the vanquished boss. As the colorful dust settled, a treasure chest emerged from the remnants. Atop their dire wolves, Aqua, Vigil, and Ventus, who had been observing from a perched alcove, now hastened to Thorian's side. Vigil, with a hint of dejection in his voice, sighed, "It seems that this time it was me who didn't have to do much." "That's a good thing, isn't it?" Ventus chimed in, his voice carrying the infectious enthusiasm of youth, his face brightened by a childish grin. While Thorian was absorbed in their exchange, Harold's voice intruded upon his thoughts. "It seems that I have reached the required experience to evolve. I am seeing two possible paths in front of me." Intrigued, Thorian inquired, "What are these two possible evolutions?" After a brief pause, Harold replied, "The two evolutions are Direwolf Lord and Alpha Storm Direwolf." Thorian rubbed his chin thoughtfully, considering the options. The Lord class would grant you an immediate surge in power, though its potential for growth is limited. The storm path, while initially weaker, offers access to elemental spells and could eventually evolve into something far more formidable, the Storm Direwolf Lord. Concluding his deliberation, Thorian affirmed, "The choice is yours to make." Harold's response was resolute. "The choice is already made." Opting for a fleeting increase in strength over the promise of lasting glory would be folly. Thorian simply nodded, his smile undimmed. He dismounted Harold, stepping back to give him space. As he did, Harold's form began to shimmer with an ethereal light, heralding the onset of his transformation. The air around him crackled with palpable energy, the elements themselves seeming to yield to his command. His direwolf physique, once imposing in its simplicity, now expanded, becoming more regal and formidable. His fur, previously a monochrome gray, now bore streaks of silver and azure, reminiscent of a storm-laden sky. His eyes transformed from a piercing yellow to a vibrant electric blue, exuding a sense of power and wisdom. With the transformation complete, Harold unleashed a thunderous howl, a sound imbued with the very essence of the storm, resonating with his newfound strength and majesty. Sheltering himself from the swirling winds, Thorian chuckled, admiration evident in his voice. "Harold, you've truly surpassed me now." As the gale subsided, Harold turned towards Thorian, a smile playing on his lupin features. "Only for today, Thorian. I'll relish this moment before your evolution outshines me tomorrow." Ventus, eyes wide with surprise, piped up, "You're evolving tomorrow, King? That's amazing. I'm still a ways off from my own evolution." Vigil, ever respectful, bowed gracefully. "Congratulations, my lord. Witnessing your continuous growth is a privilege." Thorian waved off the accolades. "Let's hold off on celebrations until tomorrow. Right now, we should focus on collecting our rewards." He glanced at Aqua. "Let's retrieve what we've earned and move on." Aqua nodded in agreement. "As you command, my king." Approaching the treasure chest, he lifted the lid, releasing a cascade of golden light. Thorian observed, "A golden chest. This promises valuable rewards." Once Aqua had secured the contents in a makeshift pouch, the group stepped through the portal, leaving the verdant maze of the dungeon behind. Emerging into the hollowed tree, Ventus noted their solitude. "Looks like we're the first to return." Kadar, ever confident, responded with a smirk. "Naturally. Who else could match our pace with our lord leading us?" Thorian, slightly bemused by the warrior's unabashed admiration, shook his head. "Enough with the flattery. Let's review our gains and plan our next steps." Aqua, responding to Thorian's directive with a smile, carefully placed the makeshift pouch on the ground. He opened it, revealing its contents, a collection of skill scrolls, various recipes, a wooden rapier, and a mysterious brown orb. Thorian, intrigued by the assortment of items, approached the spread. "Let's begin with the skill scrolls," he suggested, reaching for the parchment rolls. Nature's Blessing Skill Scroll. Class Requirement Priest. Advancement Requirement First Advancement. Level Requirement 1. Use bestows the passive skill Nature's Blessing. This skill allows the wielder to harness the nurturing essence of nature, revitalizing themselves and their allies. Nature's Blessing gradually restores health over time and provides a protective aura that enhances resistance to elemental damage. The skill also allows for accelerated natural healing, promoting swift recovery from injuries. Wood Entrapment Skill Scroll. Class Requirement Magus. Advancement Requirement First Advancement. Level Requirement 1. Use bestows the active skill Wood Entrapment. This skill enables the wielder to invoke the ancient spirits of the forest, causing roots and vines to erupt from the ground. Wood Entrapment immobilizes enemies, ensnaring them in a thicket of unyielding roots. The skill also weakens the defenses of trapped foes, making them more susceptible to physical attacks, while slowly draining their vitality over time. Thorian, carefully examining the skill scrolls, selected one and handed it to Vigil. "This is Nature's Blessing," he said, recognizing its affinity with Vigil's skills. He then turned his attention to the remaining scroll. And this one seems suited for me, given my proficiency with wood magic. Ventus, observing the distribution, nodded in agreement. That's fair, he remarked. I got a good skill scroll last time, so I have no complaints. With the scrolls distributed, Thorian shifted his focus to the recipes. He began to scrutinize their descriptions, curious about the alchemical secrets they might hold. Clear mist antidote recipe. Skill requirements alchemy 2. Material 2 luminescent leaves, 1 echo mushroom, a handful of cave nettle. Description: this antidote is designed to counteract the corrupted Trent's purple haze. The luminescent leaves, imbued with the Trent's own power, are key to neutralizing the haze's toxic effects. When combined with the echo mushroom's clarifying properties and the purifying essence of cave nettle, the resulting mixture swiftly detoxifies the body and clears the mind. It's effective during or after exposure, but should be used judiciously, as excessive use may cause mild dizziness and temporary blurring of vision. Sporeguard elixir recipe. Skill requirements alchemy 2. Material 3 bark shards, for moss clumps, 1 vial of corrupted sap. Description: crafted specifically to defend against the corrupted Trent's spore cloud, this elixir leverages the Trent's own bark shards and corrupted sap, which possess inherent resistance to the spore's effects. Moss clumps, known for their purifying qualities, enhance this resistance, creating an internal shield against the spores. Consumption of this elixir provides immediate relief and aids in the recovery from any spore-induced ailments. Overuse, however, might lead to temporary numbness in the extremities and a slight heaviness in the limbs. Thorian perused the recipes with a discerning eye. These require an advanced level in alchemy, he noted, absorbing the detailed instructions. As he read, a sudden sense of unease washed over him. His gaze drifted towards the hollowed tree, concern etching his features. I hope everyone is safe, he thought, a hint of worry clouding his mind. Pushing aside these troubling thoughts, Thorian redirected his attention to the wooden rapier. It was an exquisite piece, crafted from entwined dark roots that pulsed with a deep, red magical glow. The rapier, with its intricate design and evident power, seemed to hum with an energy all its own, waiting to be wielded. Root-bound rapier. Rarity Yellow Storm. Class requirement warrior or assassin. Advancement requirement first advancement. Level requirement 15. Effect agility plus 15%. Special effect 20% chance to inflict root bind on hit, immobilizing the target for 2 seconds and dealing continuous nature damage. Description: forged from the dark, entangled roots of the corrupted treant, this rapier thrums with sinister, magical intensity. Its surface is a deep, shadowy hue, intertwined with glowing red veins that pulse as if alive. The root-bound rapier is imbued with the Trent's malevolent spirit, allowing its wielder to harness the Trent's power of entrapment and decay. Perfect for those who blend stealth with the dark arts of nature, this rapier is not only a weapon but a conduit of the corrupted forest's wrath. A percentage increase in agility? That is amazing. As Thorian examined the rapier, he noted its remarkable attribute, a significant boost to agility. Despite the temptation, he realized that he wasn't the most suitable wielder for such a weapon. Turning to Kadar, he extended the rapier towards him. This should be yours, he declared. Kadar accepted the weapon with grace. His eyes widened in astonishment as he read its properties. A sense of deep gratitude washed over him, and he bowed respectfully towards Thorian. My lord, I am profoundly thankful for this gift. With the majority of the treasures now allocated, Thorian's attention shifted to the last item, the brown orb. Medium Earth Orb. Purity Medium. Description: this orb embodies a concentration of earth ether, capturing the essence of the terrestrial forces. It is a core component in the crafting of various mid-tier earth-based equipment, especially favored in the creation of durable armors and weapons suited for earth-aligned warriors and earth magi. The potency and effectiveness of the final equipment significantly depend on the blueprint used and the craftsmanship of the artisan. Ah, it's a dud. Thorian exhaled softly, his gaze shifting between Ventus and Aqua, who had yet to receive any rewards. You two should decide who gets this orb. If it's not useful, you're free to sell it. Aqua, examining the orb Thorian handed to him, looked up with a hint of puzzlement. My lord, this orb seems ideally suited for you. You're our group's sole practitioner of earth magic. Ventus interjected with a tinge of impatience, if you're not interested, just say so. I'll take it off your hands. Thorian clarified, its purity isn't sufficient for my needs, and I have no use for more arcane coins by selling it. As Thorian elaborated, Ventus swiftly snatched the orb from Aqua, a glint of opportunism in his eyes. Perfect, it's mine now. This will fetch a good price. Aqua, caught off guard by Ventus's abrupt action, sighed resignedly. It's fine. I didn't really need it. Watching their exchange with a roll of his eyes, Thorian's attention was soon drawn to the hollowed tree. Just then, the air shimmered, heralding the opening of a portal. Looks like the others are finally back, Ventus observed. As he spoke, a figure emerged from the portal, a goblin champion. Thorian stepped forward to greet him, but the scene quickly shifted. The goblin champion's spear clattered to the ground, followed by his own weary collapse to his knees. Thorian watched as the goblin champion slumped to his knees, prompting him and his team to rush to the fallen warrior's aid. Concern etched his features as he examined the goblin. What happened to you? He asked, noting the champion's skin, which had turned from its usual green to a deep purple, and his unusually pale face. Coughing weakly, the goblin champion managed to respond, I'm sorry, my lord. I messed up. Don't worry, my friend, Thorian reassured him, swiftly retrieving a potion flask from the goblin's pocket. He gently helped the champion drink, despite his initial resistance and coughing at the potion's foul taste. Gradually, the goblin consumed the entire concoction. As the goblin settled, Thorian inquired, What's your name, champion? And what happened to your team? Jarfin, my lord, the goblin introduced himself, glancing towards the portal. They'll be coming through soon. No sooner had Jarfin spoken than two figures emerged from the portal. Kryman, the kobold warrior, stumbled out, his dire wolf at his side. Aqua, quick to react, supported Kryman, preventing him from collapsing. Still have your potion? Aqua asked, eyeing Kryman's weakened state. Kryman nodded, attempting to reach into his pocket but failing due to his depleted strength. Aqua assisted, retrieving the potion and helping him drink. However, amidst this, Kryman's dire wolf collapsed to the ground. Thorian sprang into action upon seeing the dire wolf's plight. Wordlessly, he retrieved his own potion and carefully administered it to the ailing animal. As the dire wolf lapped up the last drops, Jarfin, the goblin champion, began to vomit violently, his face turning as white as a sheet. Vigil, alarmed, approached Thorian. What's happening, my lord? Thorian calmly explained while attending to the dire wolf, it's a side effect of the potion. Given its low quality and level, this reaction is expected. Kryman and his dire wolf soon started to show similar symptoms. Thorian, however, remained undisturbed, understanding that this temporary discomfort was a necessary trade-off for their survival. Just then, two new figures emerged from the portal, Ifrit and her dire wolf, Boris. Thorian moved to assist them, but Ventus was already by Ifrit's side. You too? Ventus inquired, receiving a pained chuckle from Ifrit. Just help me with this vile potion, she grumbled. Without a word, Ventus fetched the potion from Ifrit's pocket and assisted her in drinking it, his expression filled with concern. Once she finished, Ifrit coughed and turned to Ventus. Boris needs help too. I don't have a potion for him. Leave it to me, Ventus replied with a grin, pulling out his own potion to aid Boris. As relief washed over Ifrit, her expression suddenly turned to one of pain. Forlorn, that idiot, she muttered under her breath. Thorian's sharp ears caught Ifrit's murmur, and his eyes widened in shock. He quickly turned back to the portal, just in time to see three figures emerge, Elder Omn, a dire wolf, and Forlorn, his general. Vigil, assist the elder, Thorian commanded, rushing to Forlorn's side. He caught the muscular kobold as he stumbled, but Forlun soon collapsed to his knees, vomiting a white, mold-infested substance. Observing the white mold amidst the mucus, Thorian's mind raced with concern. Spore cloud? His heart sank as he noted Forlun's condition. His skin was a sickly purple, and half of his face was a ghastly ashen white. Without hesitation, Thorian retrieved a detoxification potion from Forlun's pocket and urged him to drink. Despite Forlun consuming the potion, Thorian's worry didn't subside. "You were hit by the spore cloud, weren't you?" he asked, though Forlun was too weak to respond, continuously vomiting the white substance, now mixed with blood. "The potion will save your life," Thorian said, though he knew his words barely registered to the suffering kobold. "But it's not a complete cure. You need a full antidote." Forlun, barely conscious, pointed feebly towards the dire wolf behind Thorian, managing to utter, "Save her." Thorian turned to Kryman, who looked on in fear for his former boss's well-being. "Give her your potion," he instructed, showing his resolve to save both his general and the dire wolf. Thorian's gaze shifted from the kobold warrior and his dire wolf to the fallen figure of Forlun. The general's breaths were labored, rattling with mucus in his weakened state. Moving swiftly, Thorian slid Forlun away from the sickening pool of his own vomit, positioning him carefully on his side. It was a small mercy. Forlun's heaving continued, but his airways were now clear. Resting on a nearby rock, Thorian's brow was furrowed with guilt and regret. "I should have remembered more," he mused to himself. "If only I hadn't forgotten about the spore cloud, I could have better prepared my men." His mind was a whirlwind of what-ifs, replaying alternate scenarios where he had acted differently. But he shook his head, dispelling these useless thoughts. There was no benefit in dwelling on the past. He needed to focus on finding a solution to the crisis at hand. "The alchemy level required for the antidote is 2, Thorian pondered silently. "In an ideal world, one of our alchemists might reach it by tomorrow, but that leaves Forlun incapacitated until then." As he brooded, Vigil approached and sat beside him. "My lord, you mustn't blame yourself," he said softly. "Even with the best preparations, unforeseen events occur. Such is the nature of life." Thorian remained silent for a moment, absorbing Vigil's words. "Forlun will be bedridden for a day at least, until the antidote is ready. Someone must stay with him until then." Vigil offered himself for the task. "I can stay by his side, my lord." But Thorian shook his head firmly. "That's not an option, Vigil. You're a unit leader, your men need you." After a moment of contemplation, Vigil suggested an alternative. "What about assigning a young shaman apprentice to him? I know one with priestly skills. He may not be able to cure Forlun, but he can offer temporary relief." Thorian considered this, then nodded in agreement. "Very well. Let's proceed with that plan." Relief washed over Thorian as the plan solidified. His gaze wandered, landing unexpectedly on the hollowed tree and the still open portal. "The rewards haven't been claimed yet," he murmured, rising to his feet. His eyes found Jarfin, the goblin champion, who had ceased vomiting. Jarfin's skin had regained its healthy green hue, though his face retained a tinge of pallor. "Jarfin," Thorian called, "take some pouches and head back into the dungeon. The rewards are still there." Jarfin, initially startled, glanced towards the portal and nodded. "As you command, my lord." Watching Jarfin's swift departure towards the portal, Thorian reflected silently. Celebration is premature, but securing those rewards is crucial. As Jarfin disappeared into the portal, another portal materialized beside it. Out of this new gateway, 5 figures emerged, some mounted on dire wolves, exuding vitality and triumph. "Congratulations to all of you," Zogarth, the High Orc, praised his team heartily. "A splendid performance." Thorian, observing that none of Zogarth's team appeared afflicted by the poison, exhaled in relief. "Well done, Zogarth. You've led your team to a remarkable victory." Zogarth turned to Thorian, a grin spreading across his face. "Your praise is unnecessary, my lord. I simply fulfilled my duty." His gaze then swept across the scene, the vomit-strewn ground and the ailing forlorn. His expression turned to one of confusion. What transpired here? With a rueful smile, Thorian replied to Zogarth, that's a story for another time. Forlorn's team encountered a poisonous hazard. He watched Zogarth's gaze shift to the ailing forlorn, followed by a heavy sigh of understanding. May I see the spoils of your venture? Thorian requested, approaching Zogarth. There's something specific I need to verify. Instantly obliging, Zogarth beckoned to one of his team members, Saxum, present our findings to the Lord. Saxum approached with a rough-hewn pouch, spreading its contents before Thorian. Behold, my king. Thorian surveyed the array, skill scrolls, various weapons, and an intricate thorned wooden armor. Yet, the items he sought were not among them. With a shake of his head, he addressed Zogarth, distribute these amongst your team. Well done once again. Zogarth, momentarily uncertain, nodded and turned to his team. Let's follow the Lord's orders. As Zogarth's team busied themselves with the rewards, Thorian settled back on the rock beside Forlorn, his gaze locked on the persisting portal. After several tense minutes, Jarfin emerged, laden with pouches brimming with items, a spear in one hand and a coat in the other. He hurried to Thorian, laying out the bounty. My lord, these are the rewards. Item after item clattered out from the pouches. It wasn't until the contents of the last pouch were revealed that Thorian's expression changed noticeably. Among the contents were 6 pieces of tree bark and a vial filled with a red, thick liquid. His eyes widened in recognition. As Thorian peered at the vial of shimmering liquid and the rough-hewn tree barks, a smile crept across his face. Excellent work, these ingredients will be the salvation of Forlorn, he declared. Jarfin, the goblin champion, arched an eyebrow in skepticism. Will they indeed, my lord? Their conversation drew the attention of Ventus, who hastened to Thorian's side. Examining the items with a critical eye, he scoffed, to me, these seem like nothing more than some blood and a handful of barks. They are far more than they seem, Thorian responded, his voice imbued with a quiet certainty. These are the key components for the antidote that Forlorn desperately needs. He then produced a crinkled piece of paper from his pocket, revealing an intricate recipe. The final ingredient, clumps of moss, can be found within the forest, should we search diligently. Vigil, curious, requested a glimpse of the recipe. As he studied the scrawled instructions, his brow furrowed in concern. My lord, given the scarcity of these materials, the alchemists will have but a single opportunity for success. Misfortune may yet lead them to failure. Acknowledging Vigil's caution, Thorian nodded solemnly. You speak truthfully. Hence, we must venture into the dungeon again on the morrow, securing as much of these ingredients as possible for our alchemists. A heavy silence enveloped the group, the gravity of their task weighing heavily upon each of them. Thorian, however, remained focused on the hollowed tree before him. I do hold hope that the last team will return with additional vials of corrupted sap, he mused, a hint of optimism in his tone. His words pierced the somber mood, instilling a renewed sense of hope among his comrades. The stark reality that even one of their own generals lay incapacitated, a victim of the dungeon's treachery, served as a grim reminder. In this perilous world, strength and confidence offered no immunity against the ever-present shadow of mortality. The critical moment arrived swiftly. The final portal shimmered open, and through its blinding white glare, the battered figures of the warriors staggered forth. As they emerged fully, 3 of them, Elder Ur, Lapis, and Vivax, collapsed, their bodies racked with violent retching. Nearby, 3 dire wolves lay prostrate, their fur tinged with an ominous shade of purple. Thorian, his gaze unwavering, turned to Zogarth, his remaining general. Zogarth, distribute potions to those in need from your team's reserves. Immediately, my lord, Zogarth responded with a nod, signaling his team to hasten to the aid of the afflicted dire wolves. Elder Omn, having regained some strength, moved to comfort Elder Ur, while Aqua and Vigil tended to Lapis and Vivax with gentle care. Meanwhile, Thorian approached the group's leader, the formidable goblin champion. Although unfamiliar with his name, Thorian recognized him as the mightiest of his kind, renowned for his ability to imbue his aura with crackling yellow electricity, a talent that had posed a formidable challenge to Thorian in the goblin lair. Exemplary leadership, Thorian praised the sword-bearing champion. You've steered your team through harrowing trials without the loss of a single life. For this, you have my deepest gratitude. The goblin champion, meeting Thorian's gaze, responded with a dismissive tone. You praise me too much, my lord. His eyes scanned the surroundings. It appears we're the last to return. My apologies for the delay. Thorian, his eyes briefly shifting to the prone figure of Forlun, offered a thoughtful reply. A late arrival does not always signify failure. Often, it is the cautious and steady approach that prevails. Hanging on to those words for a brief moment, Thorian fixed his gaze upon the goblin champion. I haven't had the opportunity to become acquainted with you. What's your name? He inquired. Zarjan, my lord, replied the champion with a respectful bow. Since our last battle, serving under your command has been a great honor. Acknowledging Zarjan, Thorian stepped aside. Well, Zarjan, I won't keep you long. As soon as your comrades have recuperated, distribute the rewards before our departure. Thorian returned to his seat, his interest piqued by the last group. All eyes were riveted on them, eager to discover whether the spoils included the coveted items. The group, having consumed detoxification potions and expelled the toxins from their bodies, commenced the allocation of their loot. Elder Ur was the first to receive some ornamental accessories. Skill scrolls were then handed to those with the aptitude for them. When the last pouch was opened, Thorian's eyes widened in anticipation. Excellent. Fortune favors us today. The pouch revealed 2 vials of corrupted sap and 3 pieces of treant bark. Zogarth was the first to react, approaching Zarjan. The gods are indeed on our side, he exclaimed, leaving Zarjan momentarily puzzled. Noticing the champion's confusion, the high orc chuckled and elaborated, it appears I owe you an explanation. Forlun has been poisoned, and these ingredients are essential for crafting his antidote. Zarjan, looking at Forlun's battered form, suddenly understood. Then we must do everything in our power to save him. Please, take these ingredients, they serve us no purpose. Thank you, Zarjan. Your allegiance shines brightly today. Zarjan's generosity earned him Zogarth's rare praise. His words, unexpected from one typically indifferent towards goblins, resonated amidst the gathered crowd, a fitting tribute given the circumstances. With the crisis seemingly averted, Thorian stood up. We should proceed. Forlun requires a comfortable resting place and proper care. Thus, the raiding party mounted their direwolf steeds, those without them keeping pace on foot. With their formidable abilities, the difference in travel speed was negligible. Thorian led the way, seizing this tranquil moment to check something that had been on his mind but had thus far eluded his attention. Display Herald Panel. Raystorm Alpha Direwolf. Level 150th, EXP, 143/25,000. Lifespan 70 years. Stats. Strength 115. Agility 164. Constitution 123. Mana 56. Skills. Feral Leadership, passive. Tempest Agility, passive. Electrified Fur, active. Gale Force Hell, active. Whirlwind Guard, active. Storm's Fury, active. Wind Leap, active. Dire Rend, active. Bestial State, active. Mana Manipulation, active. There are quite a few more skills. And it seems that Hell of the Lord had been replaced by Gale Force Hell. Thorian marveled at the remarkable enhancement in Herald's stats, a leap so substantial that even his own impressive figures, renowned across the region, paled in comparison. Herald's newfound prowess now surpassed all but a few, such as the notorious Goblin King or the formidable High Orc Warlord. You've truly evolved into a formidable force, Thorian remarked with a chuckle, teasing Herald. Your progress is astounding. Harold dismissed the praise with a scoff. My aim is to become the strongest in the entire world. If your ambitions don't stretch that far, beware. The day may come when you find yourself beneath me, rather than astride. The thought of Harold, with his immense stature, riding atop him brought a mix of amusement and unease to Thorian. Fear not, my ambitions are as vast as the horizons I gaze upon. Good, Harold retorted sharply. Only such aspirations are worthy of me. Observing his direwolf's lofty declarations, Thorian playfully scratched at Harold's neck. A truly insatiable wolf, aren't you? Harold responded with a playful growl, choosing not to verbalize his thoughts. Yet, through their soul link, Thorian sensed Harold's hidden pleasure in the affectionate gesture, prompting him to continue with a knowing chuckle. Time seemed to fly as the raiding party swiftly approached the village's outer wall. The late hour made Thorian skeptical about finding anyone in the alchemy lab, but he was determined to check it out regardless. Once he had ensured Forlun was comfortably settled in his bed, under the watchful eye of the priest Vigil had recommended, Thorian made his way to the lab. To his surprise, he noticed smoke still billowing from the chimney, an unusual sight for such a late time. In all my time in the southern lands, it was rare to see such dedication beyond regular working hours, Thorian mused, his past life briefly flickering through his mind as he entered the lab. These fleeting memories of a life once lived briefly crossed his mind as he entered the lab. Inside, he found Hammer, the kobold, deeply engrossed in potion making. Respecting the meticulous nature of the work, Thorian quietly observed, waiting for an appropriate moment to make his presence known. Finally, as Hammer completed his task, Thorian spoke up. Hammer, to still find you laboring at this hour is truly remarkable. Your dedication is commendable. Hammer, turning with a chuckle, dismissed the praise. My lord, this isn't about discipline or work ethic, he explained. It's more like the whims of the child within me. Since childhood, I've been fascinated by the mysteries of nature, so being here, experimenting and concocting, is like living a dream. Thorian's smile broadened at Hammer's genuine enthusiasm. Shifting the conversation to a more pressing matter, he inquired, how proficient are you now in your alchemy skill? After a brief glance at his panel, Hammer replied with evident pride, I've reached 85% proficiency, my lord. With a bit of luck, I should be able to advance to alchemy 2 by tomorrow noon. Impressed, Thorian promptly pulled out an antidote recipe and some ingredients from his pockets. Take these, he urged. Learn this recipe and start working on it as soon as possible. Hammer's eyes widened as he examined the recipe, then met Thorian's gaze with a mixture of awe and gratitude. To be entrusted with such a task is a great honor, my lord. The honor is mine, Thorian responded earnestly. I will supply more ingredients tomorrow. If even one of your attempts is successful, name your reward. Whatever it is, it's yours. Waking up from a deep slumber, Thorian greeted the new day with a sense of anticipation. His conversation with Hammer the previous night had sparked a hopeful curiosity about the alchemist's progress. However, before seeking an update from Hammer, Thorian had another, equally important meeting to attend to. Mindful of his previous oversight, Thorian had taken the precaution of washing his clothes before retiring to bed, leaving them out to dry overnight. Although slightly damp in the morning chill, this was a minor inconvenience easily remedied by his magical prowess. Standing a meter away, he deftly conjured a small fireball, its gentle warmth drying and warming his robe in mere minutes. As he passed through the living room, Thorian noticed Harold, still engulfed in sleep. Seeing no need to disturb his partner's rest, he allowed Harold a few more hours of tranquility while he attended to his own matters. Stepping out of the house, Thorian set off towards the altar, veering off into a secluded spot en route. After a few moments of waiting in this hidden enclave, a figure materialized beside him. Alacritas, Thorian greeted, turning to face the silver-clad assassin. Your report has been eagerly awaited. What news do you bring from Loxley? Without delay, Alacritas commenced his briefing. My lord, Loxley's state is surprisingly stable, he began. Though the city bears the scars of ruin, its people have sought sanctuary within the inner walled sector, fortifying their defenses effectively. Notably, the outer walls appear more robust than on our previous visit. Internally, Thorian nodded. The fortress system at work, no doubt, he thought. A logical development, but reassuring nonetheless. Thorian's gaze lingered thoughtfully on Alacritas as he inquired, "You mentioned the walls being repaired. Did you spot any significant watchtowers, akin to those we have here?" Alacritas, momentarily puzzled, replied with a hint of uncertainty, "My lord, I observed no such structures. Apart from the usual unmanned guard posts, there was nothing particularly remarkable." Thorian silently digested this information. So, they haven't fully mastered the system, he deduced. This should simplify our infiltration. He motioned for Alacritas to proceed. "Anything else of note?" Alacritas responded with a respectful bow, "Indeed, my lord." In the outer plaza, there were several major constructions. Among them, a building reminiscent of our village hall, the various guilds, and a new establishment they refer to as the shop. "The shop, you say?" Thorian's interest was piqued, his smile reflecting his intrigue. "Yes, my lord. It appears to be a place where humans acquire provisions," Alacritas elaborated. "The knights oversee its operations, and it has significantly stabilized their food supply. Previously, they relied heavily on a merchant named Jasmine for sustenance. Though still dependent on her, the shop has reduced this reliance." Thorian's thoughts drifted to Jasmine, envisioning her with her warm, caramel-hued skin. "It's been some time since our paths crossed," he mused. Nodding in understanding, Thorian then queried, "And the outer city? Have they managed to rid it of the monsters?" Alacritas waited attentively, ready to continue his detailed report. "No, my lord, they have not," Alacritas replied, shaking his head. "Monsters still ravage that area. Yet, the humans have begun a counteroffensive, gradually reclaiming parts of the city." Thorian absorbed this update, then posed another question. "And the lord of these people? What are his actions?" Alacritas's voice carried a tinge of respect. "His behavior is erratic yet impressive, my lord. Since our arrival in Loxley, he has been relentlessly battling monsters. According to what I've overheard, this has been his routine since before our visit. He seems on the verge of a class advancement. Judging by his and the military's current pace, they might rid the city of monsters within 3 to 4 days." Thorian's lips curved into a smile at this news. "As expected of you, William. But beware, for among your ranks lurk demons not so easily vanquished by mere leveling up." The fleeting image of a woman in green disrupted his thoughts, wiping the smile from his face. His tone cooled as he turned to Alacritas, "What of the whore, that so-called green lady?" Alacritas hesitated briefly before responding, I regret to inform you, my lord, that we have neither seen nor heard anything regarding her." Thorian's brow furrowed in response. Peculiar. Given her demonstrated power, she could have easily dominated the city, particularly during the night's struggle with the monsters. Alacritas nodded, his expression mirroring Thorian's confusion. "Indeed, her actions are puzzling. It's possible her objectives are directed elsewhere." Thorian, lost in contemplation, echoed softly, "Elsewhere." His mind raced with possibilities. She could be outside the city, seeking something to bolster her schemes. Or perhaps I've misjudged her intentions. She might prefer a more covert approach. Realizing he was spiraling into a web of theories, Thorian cleared his throat and dismissed Alacritas with praise. "Your report has been invaluable, Alacritas. Continue your surveillance today and update me tomorrow." "As you command, my lord," Alacritas replied, bowing before vanishing in a swift blur. Left to his thoughts, Thorian pondered the situation in Loxley. The city's condition, as reported by Alacritas, aligned largely with his expectations, though slightly worse, likely influenced by the enigmatic lady in green. Her motives and obscure strategies were a puzzle to him. Someone capable of conquering the Soul Reaver quest should possess immense power, enough to dominate in these early stages of the apocalypse. Yet her restraint only deepened the mystery. Shaking off these musings, Thorian resolved not to dwell on the unknown. With limited information at his disposal, any conclusion would be speculative at best. The task of uncovering more fell to his assassins in Loxley. His focus must remain on enhancing his and his village's power, ensuring they stood unassailable against any threat. With this resolve, Thorian made his way to the village hall, almost mechanically. Upon his arrival, Melina greeted him with a smile, gesturing towards a stack of parchments on her desk. "Your quests are prepared, my lord," she said. "Would you like to review and accept them?" "Yes, Melina," Thorian replied with a subdued smile. "And a cup of tea would be welcome." Melina, perceptive of Thorian's unusual demeanor, simply nodded, "Right away, my lord." She efficiently stamped the quests and retreated to the back room. Returning shortly, she carried a tray with a cup of tea and an assortment of sweets. "Would you like some sweets with your tea, my lord?" Thorian offered a wry smile, then shook his head. "Just the tea, thank you. I have somewhere I need to be." Understanding his haste, Melina handed him the cup, and Thorian promptly exited the hall. He was bound for a place he hadn't visited in some days, a visit he deemed necessary now. Approaching the Assassin's Guild, Thorian entered a nearby house. He moved past the deserted living room and into the bedroom, where he found Nox, his oldest ally in this new world, in a state as harrowing as when he last saw him. Nox lay before him, his body grotesquely torn apart and charred, sustained only by the mystical power of Whisperwind. Thorian observed the blood flowing rhythmically with Nox's heartbeat, visible through the shadowy links connecting his severed arteries. The sight was a constant, painful reminder of the fragility and cruelty of their reality. With a heavy sigh, Thorian settled onto the ground, taking a slow sip from his tea, his thoughts as dark and complex as the scene before him. Thorian gazed at the broken form of Nox, his voice tinged with sorrow. "You know, Nox, you've been absent from so much. Lying there, even your subordinates have surpassed you in level," he said, a pained chuckle escaping him before being stifled by a sip of tea. "We've been through countless adventures without you. Ventus, Forlune, Aqua, and the rest of us have faced formidable foes beyond your imagination. Just recently, we vanquished a giant lightning wolf, followed by a creature that wielded both ice and fire." As Thorian recounted their recent exploits, his smile was tinged with melancholy. He narrated every victory and setback to the unconscious Nox, pausing for a sip of tea after each tale. "So, as I've said, you've missed quite a lot," Thorian's voice softened, nearly breaking. "But don't worry, I made you a promise when we first met. I vowed that if you followed me, you'd achieve power beyond your wildest dreams. That dream isn't over yet, there's still so much to do, so many places to explore. A whole world awaits us. So, I promise you again, you will see that world by my side. And I never break my promises." Finishing his tea, Thorian's demeanor shifted dramatically. His voice turned icy, his eyes ablaze with vengeful resolve. "As for the one who did this to you, she will experience the same excruciating agony. And in this world, there is no one who can save her from what's coming." Thorian, his heart still laden with emotion, stepped out from Nox's abode, his tea long finished. The pre-dawn stillness hung in the air as he made his way to the cultivation hall. At this early hour, the rooms lay vacant, their usual occupants not yet stirred. Selecting his familiar room, Thorian prepared for his ritual. He placed his emberstrike cane and robe by the door, then sat cross-legged in the room's heart. Drawing a deep, steadying breath, Thorian embarked on his cultivation practice. Constrained by his current rank, he couldn't begin to chip away at a new meridian, nor was reaching the next gate in the Vermilion Bird a feasible goal. Thus, he focused on the fundamental task of gathering chi. He diligently filled his dantian with colorless chi, then skillfully channeled a portion into the ashen ember gate. This transformed it into dark flame chi, altering its properties. Thorian was careful, however, to retain a base of colorless chi at his dantian's core, essential for utilizing basic yin and yang martial skills. A realization dawned upon him: I must master these skills using dark flame chi, to avoid this intricate, repetitive process. The challenge lay in adapting martial techniques to accommodate a chi not inherently aligned with them. Thorian knew this required a deep understanding of how chi interacted with his muscles, bones, and internal pathways. Only through such insight could he reshape the martial techniques to harmonize with his unique chi. As Thorian delved deeper into his practice, time seemed to dissolve around him. He harnessed ether from the air, funneling it into his dantian. The ether line nexus and the enhanced cultivation hall amplified the ether's concentration significantly, surpassing what could be achieved outside the village confines. Those 2.5 hours of focused cultivation brought forth results that far exceeded ordinary expectations. As his cultivation session drew to a close, Thorian released a lengthy exhale, a visible manifestation of his inner impurities mingled with potent energy. He methodically dispelled the residual effects of his cultivation, a routine yet crucial part of his practice. Checking his progress, Thorian commanded, "Display cultivation realm." The response was prompt. Cultivation realm, chi gathering 5th stage, 92.3%. Thorian contemplated the reading. Progress is slower than before, but that's the nature of cultivation, he thought. It's a gradual, challenging journey. That is precisely why an early start offers such a significant advantage. With his progress assessed and the room returned to its pristine state, Thorian stretched, his neck cracking softly. The somber mood that had earlier weighed upon him had given way to a stoic calm. In silence, he made his way to the village hall. Upon entering the meeting chamber on the 2nd floor, Thorian found his council of trustees already assembled, save for Forlun. "Greetings, my king," Zogarth, alongside the gathered kobolds and goblins, greeted him respectfully. "Everyone is present." "Let's begin," Thorian stated, taking his place at the head of the table. The empty seat to his right stood as a poignant reminder of Forlun's absence, prompting a brief, reflective sigh from Thorian. Turning to address the council, he said, "As you may already know, our primary objective today is to clear the 4th layer of the verdant labyrinth. We need to mobilize as many parties as possible, but safety is paramount. Our fighters are each as valuable as 100 normal soldiers. We cannot afford to lose any of them." The weight of leadership and the importance of the task at hand were evident in his voice. The chamber fell into a contemplative silence following Thorian's directive. It was Zogarth who broke the quiet. "My king, currently, our 4 parties are likely the only ones capable of reliably clearing the 4th floor without significant casualties. Yet, given time to train in other dungeons and level up, we could form 3 or 4 more capable parties." Thorian pondered this, stroking his chin. "And who would make up these parties?" he inquired. Zogarth glanced at the goblin elders before responding. "The goblin champions, for one. They've only recently reached the level needed for class advancement, but some of them haven't met other criteria for their desired progression. I expect they'll fulfill these requirements today and advance accordingly." Thorian nodded, indicating for him to continue. "Additionally," Zogarth said with evident pride, "some high orcs under my command are more than capable for the 4th layer. They just need support from skilled magi and priests to effectively confront the treant. Also, our latest group of dual-element first advancement magi have amassed enough coins for essential skills. Their only shortfall is in coordinating these skills in combat without endangering their comrades." Thorian absorbed this information, recognizing the strategic value of such preparations. The formation of these new parties would not only bolster their strength, but also ensure a safer, more efficient path through the labyrinthine challenges of the verdant labyrinth. Thorian distilled the problem to its essence. Team synergy is the key, he deduced. "We'll reorganize the teams designated for the 4th layer immediately. They should run through the standard dungeons, honing their strongest spells in real battle scenarios. By the time they face the real challenge, they'll have developed a sense of teamwork." Zogarth acknowledged with a respectful bow. As always, your wisdom guides us well, my lord. I will implement your directive immediately. With that matter settled, Thorian shifted focus to his own team. Now, let's discuss our party structure. With Harold's evolution, hoarding our strongest magi would be a gross mismanagement of resources. Aqua, wearing a light smile, concurred. I had the same thought, my king. Our last mission's quick success made that clear. A brief smile flickered on Thorian's face, but his demeanor quickly turned serious. Aqua, Ventus, you will join Forloon's team. Your elemental mastery is more compatible than you realize. Don't let minor squabbles hinder your potential. Ventus, who had been only half listening, protested at first. Stuck with this goody two-shoes again? Really? But a stern glance from Thorian was enough to quell his objections. Okay, no more complaints. He mumbled, his voice trailing off. Pushing the topic forward, Thorian continued. Considering you both are magi, Forloon's party would be very unbalanced as is. As such, Ifrit will be joining mine. Thorian's gaze shifted to Elder Omn. I trust there are no objections to this arrangement, he inquired with an air of authority. Absolutely none, my lord, Elder Omn replied, shaking his head in a gesture of agreement. In fact, I am grateful for the thoughtful discretion you have shown towards our team. Very well, Thorian said, rising to his feet with a sense of finality. The rest will be managed in time and with practice. Complete your dungeon runs and reconvene here at noon. His voice carried the weight of command, yet held an undertone of confidence in their abilities. Immediately, my lord, came the unified response from Zogarth and the other council members. Thorian exited the meeting room without delay, his thoughts already on the next task. As he stepped out of the village hall, he encountered a familiar, weathered figure entering. It was an aged goblin, his hands telling stories of hard labor and time's passage. Hewer? Thorian called out, recognizing the old goblin. I didn't expect to see you here. My lord, I was actually seeking you out, Hewer replied, scratching his head in a mix of nervousness and respect. I wanted to update you on the progress of the project you entrusted to me. Thorian's mind raced to the bathtub project he had assigned to the old woodworker. A flicker of anticipation crossed his heart. At last, a solution to that unbearable stench. Spotting a nearby table, Thorian pulled out a chair and gestured for Hewer to sit. Please, let's sit and discuss your work. I understand you've dedicated much effort to this task. Hewer, taken aback by the unexpected invitation but not wishing to disrespect Thorian, hesitantly took a seat. Thank you, my lord, he stuttered, a mix of gratitude and awe evident in his voice. As Thorian settled into his seat opposite the aged goblin, he motioned for Hewer to begin. Tell me about your progress, he encouraged. Hewer nodded, clearing his throat before speaking. We've yet to reach our ultimate goal of crafting a bathtub for each fighter in the village. However, we've successfully completed 20 tubs, he said, his voice gaining an enthusiastic edge. Now that the woodworkers have mastered the process, our pace has significantly improved. These initial 20 were the most challenging, but our efficiency will only increase from here. 20 is a commendable achievement, Thorian responded with a hearty laugh. That's enough to equip almost every room in the hall twice. As long as each fighter promptly cleans their tub after use and returns it to the hall, we should effectively resolve the residue issue. He then turned to Hewer, smiling broadly. Please distribute these bathtubs to the 2 oldest elders in the cultivation hall and ensure they understand how to use them. Your hard work will undoubtedly be appreciated. Hewer bowed deeply, even while seated. It's an honor to serve you, my lord. The honor is mine, Hewer, Thorian said, placing a reassuring hand on the old goblin's shoulder. And rest assured, I haven't forgotten my promise to you. Once this project is complete, I will reward you with a home that is second to none in our village. Rising from his seat, Thorian expressed regret for the brevity of their meeting. I apologize for cutting our conversation short, but numerous responsibilities await me. Hewer, understanding, shook his head. There's no need for apologies, my lord. I fully grasp the magnitude of your duties. I wish you success in all your endeavors. With a nod and a smile, Thorian departed. His path led him, as usual, to the verdant labyrinth. This time, accompanied only by his partner, he swiftly conquered the 3 layers. His mastery over the elements, combined with Harold's formidable strength, rendered the labyrinth's monsters trivial. The duo spent more time navigating between areas than engaging in combat. Their next target was the thunderous citadel. Familiar with its first layer, Thorian effortlessly navigated through its monsters, traps, and mazes to confront the Lightning Prince. The Guardian battle unfolded like the others. Thorian unleashed a barrage of spells while Harold charged with lightning-fast and devastating attacks. In under a minute, they defeated the Guardian, and the Dungeon Lady announced their victory and rewards. Exiting the dungeon with their loot, Thorian pondered the feasibility of the Citadel's second layer. He felt confident about clearing it with Harold and the team, yet the hidden boss posed a significant unknown risk. In his previous life, not having been based in Sherwood Forest, he lacked any knowledge about the hidden guardians of the Thunderous Citadel. No rumors or insights had ever reached him. Thorian brushed aside these thoughts for the moment. His immediate focus was the 4th layer of the Verdant Labyrinth, a challenge that demanded his full attention. Thorian rendezvoused with the expedition teams as planned. His previous discussion with Hammer had been fruitful. The alchemist had concocted a fresh batch of detoxification potions, vital for the fighters' upcoming challenges. Fully equipped and ready, they mounted their dire wolves and hastened back to the Verdant Labyrinth, urgency in their stride. The fighters, seasoned by their prior venture into the labyrinth's 4th floor, required little guidance from Thorian. He, understanding the value of independence in battle, refrained from burdening them with excessive instructions. Micromanagement, he knew, would only foster reliance on his direction rather than their own instincts. Thorian, along with Kadar, Ifrit, and Vigil, navigated the dungeon with remarkable speed, swiftly arriving at the cave beyond the Golden Grotto. Ifrit, with a light chuckle, remarked, "My lord, clearing dungeons with you is a wholly unique experience. Yesterday, it took us over 30 minutes to reach this point. Today, we've done it in a mere 10. Thorian, acknowledging the compliment with a smile, responded, "I'm merely fortunate to have gained an advancement, particularly adept at swift dungeon clearing." Vigil shook his head, amused. "Ifrit, comparing yourself to our lord is futile. In this forest, you're already among the strongest. It's the world beyond." His words hung in the air, sparking a contemplative silence. Ifrit's voice softened, a hint of curiosity lacing her words. "Beyond this forest, I wonder. Are there beings even stronger, more formidable than what we know here?" "I'm sure there are," Thorian said, his thoughts momentarily drifting to the notification he had received after defeating the Guardians. The world is vast, filled with untold dangers and hidden mysteries. Ifrit's eyes sparkled with anticipation. "That excites me. To battle against stronger foes, and to grow stronger myself, what more could I ask for?" Thorian replied, "You don't even need to leave this forest for greater challenges. We still have the 2nd layer of the Thunderous Citadel and Arundel's Sanctuary to conquer." Mention of Arundel's Sanctuary drew a solemn look from Vigil. "My lord, are we preparing to take on that challenge soon? The deadline is drawing near." "Yes, it is," Thorian said, his voice, tinged with frustration, directed not at Vigil, but at the pressing situation. "What level are you at now?" "I'm level 26 in my race and 24 in my class," Vigil answered. "I believe I can level up both by the end of this floor." Understanding dawned on Thorian. To restore Nox, we need both the tear from the sanctuary and the ultimate skill from your second advancement. But given your current level, tackling that dungeon now would be too risky, without guaranteeing the outcome we need. Vigil's expression clouded with concern. "But at the rate we're progressing," he paused, hesitating. "Will I be able to advance in time?" Thorian, deep in thought, stroked his chin, contemplating their predicament. Our progress is slow, yet, by normal standards, it's incredibly fast. It's just that our objective is extraordinarily challenging. A sudden realization struck him. The abyss. How could I have overlooked it? His thoughts raced, piecing together a potential solution. But, is it accessible yet? The abyss should become available once the fortress system is fully operational. Breaking the silence, Thorian spoke confidently, I believe I've figured out a way to address our issue. However, we may need to bide our time for a few days. While Ifrit looked puzzled, Vigil exhaled a relieved sigh. If you believe it's the right course, my lord, my concerns are alleviated. Observing the unwavering trust in Vigil's eyes, Thorian felt a fleeting surge of emotion, prompting a moment of introspection. The trust he was afforded felt alien, yet deeply moving, stirring memories of a life once lived. This feeling is so strange. Before he could linger on the thought, Harold's deep, resonant voice brought them back to the present. Not to disrupt, but we've arrived at our destination. Looking back at the front, Thorian could see the light at the end of the tunnel. He could also taste the faint rusty touch of the poison in the air. Let us finish it quickly. Clenching his ancient, rune-etched staff, Thorian urged Harold with a sense of urgency. At his command, an electric aura burst to life, crackling ferociously along Harold's formidable form. The Alpha Storm Direwolf, a creature of mythic speed and power, responded instantly. With a ground-shaking leap, he charged into the chamber, his velocity so intense that Thorian nearly lost his grip. Hold on tight. I will not be stopping, Harold's voice echoed in Thorian's mind. True to his word, Harold's pace was relentless, a blur that would leave the most skilled assassins awestruck. He navigated the labyrinth of routes with supernatural agility, each leap spanning impossible distances. In mere moments, they stood before the Trent's massive, twisted form. With a silent roar, Harold summoned a tempest, a maelstrom of cutting winds that tore through the Trent's defenses. His body, now a beacon of pulsating green mana, transformed into a devastating force of nature. Like a meteor hurtling from the heavens, he descended upon the Trent's hollow visage, the mana coalescing into a vortex of razor-sharp winds that spiraled violently around them. The impact was cataclysmic. Wood and roots disintegrated in the wake of the tempestuous assault, the Trent's face crumbling under the relentless fury of Harold's skill. Its red core, a pulsating heart of ancient power, was now exposed, shimmering ominously in the chaos. Channeling his mana into his paw, Harold became an avatar of destruction. He lunged towards the core, shattering the remnants of the treant beneath him with a deafening sonic boom. In a singular, fluid motion, his claws struck with precision and ferocity, reducing the core to a cloud of crimson dust. The battle unfolded with such blistering speed that Thorian struggled to process it. His entire being was consumed with the effort to remain astride Harold, matching the rhythm of his ferocious attacks. The dungeon lady's announcements and the level-up notifications blurred into a distant hum, barely registering in his mind as he grappled with the aftermath of the swift encounter. Amidst the whirlwind of action, Thorian's first reaction was an uncontrollable laugh. The overwhelming victory, courtesy of his partner's prowess in defeating the guardian of the fourth floor, was a spectacle of perfection in speed, execution, and power. Was our participation even necessary? Ifrit quipped, her gaze oscillating between the scene of devastation and her companions. I've pondered that very question twice by now, Kadar chimed in with a resigned sigh. Regaining composure, Thorian stifled his laughter and addressed his team. Let's collect our rewards and depart. His eyes lingered on Harold's formidable figure. With this triumph, we're ready for the second layer of the citadel. The group efficiently collected their spoils. After exiting the dungeon, they rendezvoused with the other teams, who had emerged with minimal injuries, having learned from yesterday's ordeal to prioritize safety and strategic planning. Upon reviewing the loot, Thorian noted with satisfaction the acquisition of 4 vials of corrupted sap and 16 treant barks. Returning to the village, Thorian made a beeline for the alchemy lab. The familiar hum of activity greeted him, with Hammer engrossed in his work by the fireplace. This time, a red liquid simmered in the flasks, a deviation from the usual blue and green concoctions Thorian had seen in the past days. Hammer, Thorian announced himself, capturing the alchemist's attention. You've made advancements, haven't you? Hammer turned with a smile of assurance. Of course, my lord. I wouldn't dare commit to a promise I couldn't fulfill. Handing over the pouch filled with ingredients, Thorian entrusted Hammer with a hopeful sentiment. I hope fortune favors your endeavors. Hammer accepted the pouch with a nod of confidence. Worry not, my lord. I shall not let you down. With a reassuring smile, Thorian departed from the lab. He recognized that his presence would only impose unnecessary pressure on Hammer. Trusting in his subject's abilities was often the best course of action in such situations. With a heart brimming with a mix of emotions, Thorian set his sights on the Magus Guild. He had accumulated a significant number of arcane coins, enough to invest in a variety of first advancement skills. As he neared the guild, Thorian paused to check his own status. Despite having disregarded the flurry of notifications earlier, he was aware of having leveled up a few times during their recent exploits. Display panel. Ding. Race Flame Kobold. Level 29 30th, EXP, 3486/18000. Class Elemental Magus. Level 25 40th, EXP, 15345/20000. Lifespan 40 years. Cultivation Realm, Chi Gathering 5th Stage, 92.3%. Stats. Strength 117. Agility 128. Constitution 107. Mana 105. Chi 100. Free points 35. As Thorian gazed through his window panel, a faint smile tugged at his lips. The scrolling numbers and intricate metrics whispered of an extraordinary potency surging within. Each figure echoed the might rippling through his sinews with every practiced strike, the resilience of bones akin to tempered steel, and an unfathomable reservoir of mana dwelling deep within. With an almost reverent awareness, he sensed the pulsating flow of power coursing through his veins, synchronizing with every beat of his heart. His attention drifted from the digital display to the village around him, the buildings standing as silent sentinels, sheltering countless lives within their walls. Amidst this panorama, a fleeting notion crept into Thorian's mind, a thought born not of malevolence, but of unshakable certainty. I could effortlessly dismantle them with my bare hands. Yet, there was no nefarious allure lurking in Thorian's spirit, rather, it was an unshakable confidence in his abilities that granted him an unusual serenity. Returning his focus to the status window, he resolved to assess the advancements in his two most frequently honed skills. Fire Pillar Skill. Description: you summon a towering pillar of roaring flames from the ground at a target location. This causes scorching and burning damage to all enemies in its proximity. Proficiency 54.5%. Wind Tornado Skill. Description: you summon a swirling vortex of violent winds, forming a small tornado at a chosen location. The tornado pulls in nearby enemies, dealing continuous wind damage and potentially launching smaller foes into the air, disrupting their actions. Proficiency 54.5%. Seems I'm making good headway in mastering these skills, Thorian mused, recognizing the accelerated pace of progress since his last assessment. Must be the effect of Jack of all trades. Luckily, I unlocked that passive early on. With an upbeat expression, Thorian strolled onto the guild's grounds. Kobold and Goblin Magi diligently honed their mana manipulation and infusion skills, while the guild master provided guidance from the sidelines. Spotting Thorian, Fizzlegrin concluded his discussion with the gathered Magi before approaching the village lord with a warm smile. My lord, it's a pleasure to see you. How may I assist? Could you fetch the scrolls for all the skills I haven't yet acquired? Thorian settled into a chair near the main desk. And bring along any available quests while you're at it. Right away, my lord. Fizzlegrin nodded, rummaging through parchments beneath his desk. He produced half a dozen scrolls and presented them to Thorian. Here are the scrolls. How many would you like to procure? Before replying, Thorian opted to assess his current resources. Personal resources. Arcane coins, 21,365. Mystic marks, 300. As Thorian beheld the amassed wealth, a satisfied smile graced his lips. Glancing back at Fizzlegrin, he replied succinctly, all of them. A pleased grin adorned the guildmaster's face. Very well, pleasure doing business with you, my lord, Fizzlegrin said, rubbing his hands together before swiftly finalizing the transactions. He then made his way to the bulletin board to procure Thorian's daily magus quests. Seizing the moment while Fizzlegrin was occupied, Thorian delved into the collection of elemental skills now in his possession. Greater Water Ball Skill Scroll. Class Requirement Magus. Advancement Requirement First Advancement. Level Requirement 1. Use this scroll imparts the knowledge of the Greater Water Ball skill. When activated, the caster summons a massive orb of swirling, turbulent water, which can be hurled at enemies. Upon impact, the water ball explodes, causing significant water damage and soaking enemies, potentially slowing their movements. Water Prison Skill Scroll. Class Requirement Magus. Advancement Requirement First Advancement. Level Requirement 1. Use grants the caster the ability to use Water Prison. This advanced skill conjures a sphere of water around a targeted enemy, trapping them inside. The water prison restricts movement and breathing, causing continuous water damage over time. The skill requires concentration to maintain. Earth Wall Skill Scroll. Class Requirement Magus. Advancement Requirement First Advancement. Level Requirement 1. Use teaches the Earth Wall skill. When invoked, the earth trembles as the caster raises a formidable wall of rock and soil from the ground. This barrier can be used for defense, blocking enemy attacks or creating a temporary shield for allies. The wall crumbles over time or when subjected to heavy damage. Earth Spike Skill Scroll. Class Requirement Magus. Advancement Requirement First Advancement. Level Requirement 1. Use unlocks the skill Earth Spikes. This potent ability allows the mage to summon sharp, jagged spikes of rock from the ground at a targeted area. The spikes impale enemies, causing significant earth damage and potentially immobilizing them momentarily. The spikes retract into the ground shortly after emerging. Greater Fireball Skill Scroll. Class Requirement Magus. Advancement Requirement First Advancement. Level Requirement 1. Use teaches the active skill Greater Fireball, which allows the user to conjure a large fireball and hurl to a swarm of enemies, burning them all with its flames. Wind Blast Skill Scroll. Class Requirement Magus. Advancement Requirement First Advancement. Level Requirement 1. Use bestows the active skill Wind Blast. This skill permits the wielder to channel the raw force of the gales, creating a concentrated blast of wind aimed at their opponents. The wind blast not only inflicts great cutting damage, but also has a high chance to knock back and disorient enemies, disrupting their formations. Ripping through the parchments, Thorian received a flurry of notifications, each signaling the acquisition of a new skill. After absorbing the last of the knowledge, he glanced back at the guildmaster. Your quests have been officially registered, my lord, Fizzlegrin announced with a smile. Acknowledging the update, Thorian rose from his chair. Thank you for your service, Guildmaster. I'll see you later today. Departing from the Magus Guild's grounds, Thorian made his way back to the alchemist's lab. As he stepped inside, an unusual scene greeted him. Instead of the usual dispersed activity across various stations, all the alchemists were clustered around a single workstation. Approaching to investigate, Thorian cleared his throat to announce his presence. Startled, the kobolds and goblins swiftly pivoted, hurriedly parting to make way for their lord. At the heart of the commotion stood Hammer, his focus fixed on a vial containing a light purple liquid. He concentrated intently, scrutinizing his creation. Observing the peculiar behavior of the gathered alchemists, Hammer pivoted to find Thorian watching him intently. How did it go? Thorian inquired. Any success? Well, I'm not entirely certain, Hammer responded with a wry expression, scrutinizing the potion in his hand. Ideally, the hue should be a tad deeper. Considering this as a potion of average quality might be generous. The effect is present, but it falls slightly short of a superior brew. Thorian approached Hammer, his curiosity evident with a raised eyebrow and a slightly agape mouth. Sensing his lord's presence, Hammer lowered his head, an apologetic look on his face. I am sorry, my lord. I should have done bet. Interrupting Hammer mid-apology, Thorian placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Your work is truly commendable, Hammer. You've done a great service for Forlun and for me. A momentary silence lingered before Hammer released a deep sigh. I hope I haven't fallen short in my efforts. Handing the potion to Thorian, Hammer received a nod of gratitude from the Lord before he rushed out of the lab. Aware of the ongoing suffering in Forlun, Thorian couldn't afford to waste a single moment. Hurrying to Forlun's residence, Thorian dashed into the Moon Kobold's chamber. There, he found the priest diligently casting spell after spell, trying desperately to stave off the worsening condition. Each of General Forlun's breaths was labored, exuding a white miasma. His pores seeped blood, his complexion even more deeply purple than the day before. My lord, I'm doing all I can, but the poison is spreading too rapidly, the priest exclaimed, his voice tinged with despair. At this rate, the general may not see the sunset. Without uttering a word, Thorian approached Forlun's side. He carefully administered the light purple antidote, coaxing the Moon Kobold to swallow it despite the latter's resistance. Though Forlun struggled, Thorian ensured not a drop of the precious potion was wasted, persistently aiding him until the vial was emptied. Was that the antidote, my lord? The priest inquired hesitantly. Yes, it was, Thorian affirmed, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Forlun. Despite the continued pallor and evident effects of the poison on Forlun's body, Thorian remained composed, knowing well that the efficacy of such potions demanded time. Seemingly unfazed, he seated himself beside Forlun, patiently awaiting signs of recovery. For nearly an hour, Thorian and the priest maintained their vigil, steadfastly observing the Moon Kobold's condition. Even as the antidote began its work, the priest utilized his class skills and racial abilities, striving to heal and alleviate Forlun's suffering. As time progressed, Forlun's complexion gradually shifted back toward normalcy. The deep purple hue that had dominated his body receded, leaving behind a faint tint. His once labored breaths, shrouded in a misty haze, cleared. Apart from sporadic bouts of expelling white mucus, signs of Forlun's recovery became increasingly apparent. While Thorian continued to keep a vigilant watch, Forlun's eyes fluttered open, accompanied by subdued moans of discomfort. Attempting to rise, Forlun was hindered by pain and exhaustion. Don't strain yourself, you need rest, Thorian gently guided Forlun back onto the bed. Focus solely on recuperating for now. I showed you something pitiful, didn't I? Forlun managed a wry chuckle, his expression a blend of emotions. I was so confident in my abilities, yet now I'm confined to this bed. Thorian let out a contemplative sigh. You misunderstand, Forlun. There's no shame in seeking support when you're at your lowest. He fixed his gaze on the general. We're not solitary figures, but an interconnected army, a united village, a cohesive unit. When one of us falters, the rest rally to their aid. That's the essence of unity, selflessly assisting others, knowing they'd do the same for you. Forlun struggled to reply, words escaping him. Eventually, he sighed softly, murmuring, "Thank you, my king." With an encouraging smile, Thorian patted Forlun's shoulder. Rest well. There's a challenge awaiting you once you're back on your feet. A spark ignited in Forlun's eyes at Thorian's words, and a grin emerged. Then I'll work hard to leave this bed as swiftly as I can. Chuckling warmly, Thorian rose. With his task of ensuring Forlun's recovery and the antidote's efficacy confirmed, he knew his responsibilities as a lord still beckoned. With a nod to Forlun, Thorian departed, leaving the general to his recuperation. Having concluded his tasks with Forlun, Thorian retraced his steps back to the Magus Guild. Engrossed in his routine, he diligently infused the depleted mana stones, a process that demanded his unwavering focus. After about 3 hours of intense concentration, the mental strain began to weigh heavily upon him. Exhaling deeply, Thorian surveyed the table, to find it adorned with an array of revitalized mana stones. The fellow magi glanced at him, exchanging hushed whispers among themselves, their eyes wide in astonishment at the spectacle they had just witnessed. "My lord, should I mark your quests as completed now?" Fizzlegrin chuckled, breaking the silence that enveloped the room. "Yes, please do," Thorian replied as he rose from his seat, stretching his fatigued muscles. Remaining stationary for hours had left him feeling stiff and sore. As they made their way towards the guildmaster's desk, a sudden idea flashed through Thorian's mind. "Fizzlegrin, I've been meaning to inquire about my progress towards advancing my rank in the guild." Pausing momentarily to assess, the guildmaster performed some mental calculations before responding, "You're more than halfway to the next rank, my lord. At your current pace, I believe you could attain it by tomorrow. Following that, you'll need to undergo a ranking exam." At the mention of the exam, a smile graced Thorian's lips. "Will there be rewards for successfully passing the exam and achieving a higher rank?" "There will indeed be rewards," the guildmaster replied with a mischievous grin. "However, I'm afraid I can't divulge their nature." "My apologies, my lord." "That's quite all right," Thorian dismissed Fizzlegrin's secrecy with a casual shake of his head. He harbored no qualms about the guildmaster's reticence, already having a sense of the rewards that awaited him. "This will greatly aid me in meeting the prerequisites for advancing my class," Thorian mused quietly to himself. At that moment, Fizzlegrin efficiently stamped Thorian's completed quests, enabling him to claim his well-earned rewards. With nothing else holding him in the guild, Thorian swiftly departed from its premises. The twin suns had begun their descent toward the western horizon, indicating the deepening afternoon. Thorian's initial destination was Forloon's dwelling. However, upon nearing the residence, he spotted Forloon emerging from the front door, accompanied by the priest. "It appears I've arrived at an opportune moment," Thorian remarked, announcing his presence. "Indeed, you have, my king," Forloon replied with a hearty laugh, his voice now robust once more. "Saves us the trouble of seeking each other out." Observing Forloon's regained strength, Thorian couldn't help but chuckle. "Since you're back in fighting form, gather our usual team. We're poised to take on the challenge of the second layer of the citadel." Forloon arched an eyebrow in surprise at the unexpected proclamation before breaking into a boisterous laugh. "Excellent. That's a fitting challenge to shake off any rust that's accumulated." With those words, Thorian took his leave, heading first to the village hall to await the rest of the team. Once assembled, they briskly made their way toward the cave, concealing the entrance to the citadel. "Choose the difficulty layer you wish to enter." "Difficulty layer I recommended for a party of 10 at peak first advancement. Layer 2 recommended for a party of 10 at second advancement. Layer 3 recommended for a party of 10 at peak second advancement." Upon recognizing the familiar notification, Thorian decisively opted for the second layer. Instantly, the party teleported to the now well-known location, a floating metallic island adjacent to the bridge. The initial segment of the dungeon mirrored its predecessor, albeit with more formidable adversaries. The Azure Hounds displayed swifter agility, the Sentinels boasted increased resilience, and the elemental creature exuded a fiercer demeanor. Nonetheless, such enhancements mattered little to Thorian and his companions, who had already mastered strategies to counter these adversaries. As they stepped into the maze, Thorian drew in a deep breath. This marked the true commencement of the challenge. "Everyone, I trust you're acquainted with what lies ahead," he addressed the group. "Certainly, my lord. We're well versed in the layout," Vigil replied. Thorian nodded approvingly. "Excellent. Then, as before, we'll part ways here." "Oh, is this the same as last time, King?" Ventus interjected, a playful grin on his face. "You went in alone when we first tackled the previous layer." Is there some secret challenge you're aiming for? Yes, indeed, Thorian replied, a smile gracing his lips. But only one person can partake. Interested in taking on the challenge yourself? Chuckling, Ventus responded. Well, I would be lying if I said I wasn't. But since only one person can do it, I will let you have the honor, King. Smiling at Ventus's playful demeanor, Thorian replied, You're quite the character. He patted Ventus on the shoulder. Take care, and remember, the guardian of this layer poses a formidable challenge. I'll wrap up my task swiftly and lend support as soon as I can. We won't require any help, Harold interjected with unshakable confidence. With me here, no battle is too daunting. Thorian acknowledged Harold's assurance with a knowing smile. He had witnessed the raw power of the Alpha Storm direwolf firsthand and recognized the legitimacy behind Harold's bold claim. You're absolutely right. I have nothing to fret about, Thorian concurred, then leaped off Harold's back. Well then, I'll see you all soon. Take care, my king, Aqua approached Thorian, offering his well wishes. And may fortune favor you. Thorian reciprocated with a reassuring smile and a gentle pat on Aqua's shoulder, understanding conveyed without the need for words as their eyes met. With that, the group split up. Thorian veered left while the remainder of the team proceeded in the opposite direction. Guided by practiced steps, Thorian navigated the maze until he reached a concealed compartment housing a pedestal. Placing his hand on the imprint, a notification materialized before him. Congratulations! You have discovered the room of the hidden boss, the undead mage Sahar. Do you wish to enter? Yes, I wish. With a simple command, Thorian materialized once more in the dimly illuminated chamber. Navigating the labyrinthine shelves of the expansive library, he finally reached the desk where Sahar was fervently writing on a parchment. Ah, it appears I have a visitor, the undead mage remarked, turning around to reveal his skeletal visage. Long time no see, Transcendent, Thorian greeted him with a warm smile. Long time no see? Sahar echoed, momentarily puzzled, before realization dawned upon him. Ah, I comprehend. You must have encountered another version of me in a different layer of this dimensional structure. He chuckled softly before continuing, regrettably, whatever conversation we might have had escapes my memory. The entity you met before and the current version of me are distinct entities. Different entities? Thorian inquired, raising an eyebrow. Having experienced a decade of the apocalypse, he possessed a faint understanding of what the undead mage might be alluding to. The guardians of the dungeons stood as a clear example. Each time someone entered a dungeon, they were tasked with vanquishing its guardian to clear it. These guardians were either immortal, capable of resurrection, or distinct entities spawned from the same source. Encountering a being within a dungeon that wasn't immediately hostile was an exceptionally rare occurrence for Thorian. Thus, he sought to glean as much information as possible from this unexpected encounter. Taking a moment to contemplate, Sahar composed his response to Thorian's inquiry. The current me and the one you previously encountered are both entities that originated from the same original being. We've inherited all his abilities, memories, and power. In essence, you could consider us to be him. Is such a technique possible? Thorian questioned, his eyebrow arching in curiosity. Creating perfect replicas of someone as potent as you, the being responsible must be immensely powerful. Sahar chuckled at Thorian's probing. You're quite inquisitive, aren't you? Unfortunately, I cannot divulge much about that being. I can only assert that their power is beyond imagination. The gods. Thorian muttered, a swirl of emotions coloring his tone. You could label them as such, Sahar replied with a gentle smile. Rising from his chair, he unveiled a concealed stairway. Glancing back at Thorian, he continued, as you've experienced this before, I need not repeat the explanation. The challenge will resemble the previous layer, but with a more potent and cunning adversary. Accompanying Sahar, Thorian queried further, and the rewards will be akin to the previous level? They'll be superior, the undead mage affirmed, smiling as he led Thorian down the stairs toward the arena. Once they arrived, Sahar turned to Thorian. Best of luck to you. I'll meet you after the match. With a mere flick of his bony fingers, Sahar teleported to the stands. Simultaneously, a deafening roar echoed through the space. A colossal bolt of lightning struck the arena's center, revealing a figure that swiftly materialized. The being appeared humanoid, draped in a lengthy cape that trailed down to its ankles. In its right hand, it wielded a long katana occasionally charged with crackling lightning. Its visage was grotesque and decomposed, with one eye socket hollow and empty. It was a ghoul. Thorian's demeanor shifted instantly as he locked eyes with his ghoul adversary, his expression hardening into intense focus. He then invoked two skills he hadn't exercised ever since he had received them. Predator Gaze. Elemental Sight. His pupils underwent a metamorphosis, dilating to reveal streaks of blood vessels traversing his sclera. Mana surged into his eyes, casting them in a shimmering silver hue. Through this enhanced vision, Thorian beheld the ghoul with an unprecedented clarity, as if it stood mere inches away. He discerned the vague, pulsating currents of mana coursing within its form, a swirling, amorphous cascade of light blue energy. Suddenly, a sharp azure glow manifested and expanded from the ghoul's chest. It's coming. Anticipating the impending strike, Thorian swiftly deployed two defensive skills in unison, Molten Shield and Druidic Dome. The half-dome of Resilient would materialize around him just as the ghoul's katana cleaved through, shattering it into splinters. The momentum of the attack persisted seamlessly, colliding against Thorian's Molten Shield. The impact staggered him, forcing Thorian to yield ground as he glanced down to witness his fractured shield. Resigned to the relentless assault, he conjured his next gambit. As the ghoul materialized once more before him, Thorian extended his palm. Wind Blast. Swiftly, the ambient powers of the wind coalesced upon his outstretched hand, swirling into a concentrated vortex of gale-force might. With precision, he directed the unleashed fury towards the exposed torso of the ghoul. The resulting shockwave propelled Thorian skyward, spinning uncontrollably before wresting command over his own trajectory. As Thorian steadied himself midair, his Emberstrike cane held aloft, he wasted no time in invoking his next incantation. Wind Tornado. A tempest brewed at the very spot where the ghoul had landed, the air swirling into a frenzied maelstrom. Each revolution gathered momentum, making it arduous for the ghoul, its chest ravaged by the point-blank impact of Thorian's earlier skill, to rise. Wounds crisscrossed its torso, the lacerations deep and jagged from the razor-edged gusts. Struggling to its feet, the ghoul faced the unleashed might of the wind tornado, swiftly consumed by the violent vortex. Fire Pillar. Without hesitation, Thorian unleashed his subsequent spell, shrouding the wind tornado in the searing inferno of his fire pillar. The conflagration roared, its intensity engulfing the tornado and soaring to the apex of the stadium. The flames wrought devastation, transforming the arena's surface into scorched glass and crystalline remnants, painting a quarter of the battleground in fiery chaos. Surveying the cataclysmic spectacle, a faint smile touched Thorian's lips, relief cascading with an exhaled breath. Yet, amidst his brief respite, an instinctual foreboding surged through him, a primal fear that heralded imminent danger. A deafening roar reverberated, and amidst the fiery hues of red and orange, a bolt of azure lightning erupted. In an infinitesimal fraction of time, the ghoul materialized directly before Thorian, its sword poised in a swift horizontal arc, aimed to sever Thorian's head from his body. There was no time for any defensive measure, escape was already impossible. The speed by which the ghoul moved left Thorian almost no choice but one. Flare burst. In an instant, Thorian's form was engulfed in a searing conflagration. Flames erupted from every inch of his being, surging with a velocity that matched the ghoul's lightning swiftness. The resulting explosion blanketed the surrounding area in a scorching eruption. Boom! The intense heat, a product of the Emberstrike cane's specialized skill, left Thorian battered and singed. Yet, despite his searing injuries, his focus remained resolute. Swiftly locating the ghoul amidst the aftermath of the blast, its form tumbling from the explosion's force, Thorian channeled his next skill. Water prison. A voluminous sphere of water materialized instantaneously, ensnaring the ghoul within its aqueous confines, restricting its movements and stifling its breath. Employing dual casting, Thorian summoned yet another spell, Earth Spikes. The ground surrounding the ghoul quaked and shifted, birthing colossal spikes as unyielding as forged metal. These protrusions impaled Thorian's adversary, effectively immobilizing it. Aware that the spikes would fade in mere moments, Thorian comprehended that this was no time for respite. Channeling his chi and activating his movement technique, he gracefully stepped forward, his movements seemingly languid yet purposeful. In an instant, Thorian vanished, reappearing directly before the ghoul. With a swift transition, Thorian shifted his chi from a neutral state to the ominous dark flames. Dark Flame Palm. Instantly, his hands, adorned with crimson fur, became shrouded in vibrant purple flames. Yet, before he delivered the strike, Thorian layered another skill atop, one he had long neglected. Combustion Touch. From the center of his palm, vivid orange flames emerged, merging and colliding with the existing purple inferno. As Thorian's strike landed upon the defenseless and immobilized ghoul's head, a vortex of clashing purple and orange flames engulfed it, roaring and battling for supremacy. As the fiery tempest gradually subsided, Thorian remained unwavering, his gaze fixed upon the ghoul's form. Only when he witnessed the aftermath of his assault, the headless body of the ghoul faltering to the ground, did Thorian release a heavy sigh, his shoulders drooping with exhaustion. Marvelous. Sahar materialized next to Thorian, applauding gleefully. Truly an enthralling demonstration of skill. You have left me thoroughly impressed. Disregarding the undead mage's praise, Thorian lowered himself to the ground, panting heavily. Save your false compliments. To someone like you, this might as well be child's play in a sandbox. No, I'm genuinely impressed, Sahar countered, tilting his head in confusion before shaking it. Honestly, I hadn't envisioned that someone yet to reach the second advancement could defeat that ghoul. I was fully prepared to intervene when it employed Flash Step. Thorian arched an eyebrow at Sahar's words. Why extend such kindness? I am an intruder, someone you seek to eliminate. Sahar chuckled softly. Reasons are often elusive, my friend. Yet, there's a certain allure to one who treads the arduous path of the elemental magus. It's a journey filled with trials and endurance. He then directed his gaze towards the staircases ahead. Shall we go up and claim your rewards? I'm certain you'd find them appealing. The promise of newfound power drew a nod from Thorian as he rose, taking in a deep breath. As they strode toward the staircase, Thorian glanced back to where the ghoul's body had been, only to find it vanished, dematerialized by the mysterious forces governing the dungeons. You were truly formidable, Thorian whispered inwardly. This recent confrontation shattered a lingering delusion that had insidiously crept into Thorian's thoughts, a belief that perhaps he had already achieved enough strength. The urgency he'd experienced after overcoming the Green Lady's cohorts had reignited. He acknowledged he was far from being strong enough, and the path before him stretched dauntingly long. What's the matter? Sahar inquired, noticing Thorian's contemplative demeanor. Some introspection? Turning back, Thorian shook his head before offering a smile. Something of the sort. The two resumed their journey back to the dimly lit library. After a brief search through his cluttered desk, Sahar retrieved what he sought. Ah, here they are. He turned to present Thorian with his rewards, 4 parchments. Thorian arched an eyebrow in curiosity. Skill scrolls? Yes, precisely, confirmed Sahar. They're not skill crystals, because I specifically want you to master them. He pressed the skill scrolls against Thorian's chest. Not your subordinates or subjects, but you alone. Do you understand? Thorian's eyes widened in surprise. You're aware of my subjects? The implications of the undead mage's knowledge overwhelmed Thorian, stirring a whirlwind of thoughts and conjectures. How extensive is his reach? Does he possess omniscience within this dungeon? That's a capability surpassing even the Guardian. In response, Sahar simply smiled, offering the rewards to Thorian. As Thorian accepted them, Sahar peered deeply into his eyes. I eagerly anticipate our next encounter. Although the me you meet then will hold no memory of this meeting, I'm certain he'll relish your company. After all, he is me. Despite Sahar's skeletal visage, Thorian discerned a spectrum of emotions within him, the joy of conversing after endless solitary days, the poignancy of parting, and the bittersweet hope for a future meeting by a being unable to truly consider himself. Goodbye, then. With those parting words, Sahar snapped his fingers, and Thorian found himself instantly teleported out of the Grand Library. Akin to what had happened in the previous layer, Thorian materialized amidst the Great Plains, a realm where the climactic battle against the final boss raged on. However, unlike his team engrossed in combat, Thorian's focus lay not on the fray but on the treasures that were within his grasp. Swiftly tearing through the parchments, he was inundated with a cascade of notifications. New skill unlocked, Fire Manipulation I. New skill unlocked, Water Manipulation I. New skill unlocked, Wind Manipulation I. New skill unlocked, Earth Manipulation I. Fire Manipulation I. Description: Fire manipulation grants the wielder great control over flames, enabling the manipulation of fire in limitless ways. This ability transcends boundaries, allowing for the creation of diverse fire-based abilities, limited only by the user's creativity, mana reserves, and mastery. Within this form, the user can conjure freeform abilities akin to those found in initiate-level skills, harnessing the potent forces of fire at their command. Proficiency 0%. Water Manipulation I. Description: Water manipulation bestows upon its wielder the extraordinary ability to govern and shape the fluidity of water in versatile and boundless ways. This power enables the manipulation of water in its liquid form, granting the user the capacity to create an array of aqueous-based abilities. With mastery over this element, the user can manifest initiate-level skills through the manipulation of water, harnessing its immense potential limited solely by their imagination, mana reserves, and proficiency. Proficiency 0%. Wind Manipulation I. Description: Wind manipulation empowers the possessor with mastery over the ethereal force of air, enabling the control and direction of gusts, drafts, and whirlwinds in expansive and creative manners. This ability allows for the manipulation of air currents with finesse, granting the user the capacity to fashion a diverse range of wind-based abilities akin to those found in initiate-level skills. Bound solely by the wielder's inventiveness, mana reserves, and expertise, this elemental gift offers limitless possibilities. Proficiency 0%. Earth Manipulation I. Description: Earth manipulation grants its wielder unparalleled control over the fundamentality of solid matter, allowing for the manipulation and reshaping of earth and stone in diverse and boundless ways. This power enables the creation of formidable abilities rooted in the manipulation of terrain and geological formations, akin to those within the scope of initiate-level skills. The user's creativity, mana reserves, and mastery govern the extent of this elemental prowess, enabling them to sculpt and wield the power of earth at will. Proficiency 0%. Looking at the array of new skills at his disposal, Thorian smiled in contentment. Eager to try them out, he imagined the skill he wanted to conjure in his mind, and a miniature fireball, no bigger than a pebble, appeared on his finger. With a flick of his finger, the fireball disappeared, and instead a trail of water appeared in the trajectory of his finger. He then opened his palm, and a ball of whirling wind materialized, before he allowed it to disappear in a puff. Then, with a step of his foot, the earth parted and danced around him. Thorian's teeth clenched in exhilaration at the early onset of these extraordinary abilities. And this is merely the beginning, he mused, his excitement palpable. I can increase the proficiency of each skill and upgrade their current form to reach even higher strength. While fire manipulation was a familiar skill from his past life, the unrestricted command over all four elements was a revelation even to him. In a sense, he had surpassed his former self in this realm. A deafening crack of thunder shattered Thorian's reverie, instantly followed by a seismic shockwave. His gaze snapped to the origin of the sound, revealing a billowing cloud of dust where the guardian once stood. From the haze, the imposing figure of Harold emerged, walking proudly after his decisive victory. Level up! Level up! Congratulations, adventurers, the dungeon lady's ethereal voice echoed throughout the plains, gathering both Magi's attention. You have vanquished the guardian of the second layer, the Lightning King. You've shown strength, courage, and exceptional teamwork. The treasure of this layer is yours to claim. However, those words were but a white noise to Thorian, who was instead focused on the notification that appeared in front of him. Level requirement achieved for evolution. Available evolution choices. Fire Kobold Champion. Elemental Kobold. Elemental Lord Kobold, Special Variant. Examining his options, the path ahead became unequivocally clear to Thorian. A grin spread across his face as he confidently selected the third option. At last, I will claim the fruits of my early labor. Starting evolution. The instant Thorian committed to his evolution, a brilliant white light enveloped him, surging energy emanating from his very core. Sensations coursed through him as his bones, muscles, and tendons underwent a rapid transformation. His entire being underwent a metamorphosis in the blink of an eye. He grew taller, his strength magnified, muscles honed to an explosive potential. Most significantly, an air of majesty enveloped him, as if he held dominion over the entire world. Surveying his surroundings, it took a moment for Thorian to acclimate to his altered perspective. Gradually, he inspected the profound changes that had taken place across his entire physique. His once familiar red fur now boasted interwoven streaks of vibrant orange cascading across his chest and flanks. Examining his hands and feet, the charcoal hue had seamlessly shifted to a radiant, golden yellow. A smoldering crimson engulfed his neck, radiating an intense heat. Towering in stature and bolstered by newfound strength, an inexplicable regal aura emanated from him, an undeniable command over elemental forces. Observing his transformed state, Thorian couldn't help but chuckle softly. I do look rather absurd now. Despite his reservations about his altered appearance, he recognized the immense power this evolution had bestowed upon him. Without delay, he accessed his status window to appraise his newfound skills. Skills. Lord's Fury, Elemental Embodiment, active. Lord's Aegis, Elemental Guard, active. Lord's Boon, Elemental Aura, active. Lord's Boon, Allegiance Empowerment, active. What a grandiose name. Lord's Boon, Thorian remarked with a faint smile as he surveyed his skills. His curiosity piqued, he promptly opted to delve deeper, opening the comprehensive windows to explore the full capabilities of each skill. Lord's Fury, Elemental Embodiment. Description: you transform into an embodiment of an elemental force, granting you access to that element's offensive ability. The specific ability changes with each element, offering a range of attack patterns and allowing you to exploit enemies' elemental weaknesses. Proficiency 0%. Lord's Aegis, Elemental Guard. Description: you compel an element to protect you or your allies, creating a temporary elemental barrier that can absorb damage of its opposite type. The type of elemental shield can be chosen when casting. Proficiency 0%. Lord's Boon, Elemental Aura. Description: you emit an aura of elemental energy that affects those around you. The aura can provide various benefits to allies or detriments to enemies depending on the chosen element. Proficiency 0%. Lord's Boon, Allegiance Empowerment. Description: you share a fraction of your elemental power with those who have pledged their allegiance to you, enhancing their own abilities. This can manifest as increased strength, speed, or heightened elemental magic abilities. The type and extent of enhancement depend on the element you choose to share. Proficiency 0%. Some of these seem rather self-explanatory, but Allegiance Empowerment and Elemental Embodiment remain rather enigmatic, Thorian mused. Empowerment's true effects are challenging to test at the moment. however, I can certainly explore elemental embodiment. Surveying his surroundings, Thorian scanned for suitable targets nearby. After a moment's search, his eyes settled on a sizable rock, standing 5 meters tall and 10 meters wide, an ideal test subject. Bracing himself, Thorian initiated his new skill. Elemental embodiment, flame. A torrent of flames erupted from every inch of his being, and an instinctual understanding led him to the appropriate name for the skill he intended to employ. Fire stream. The flames enveloping him intensified in both mass and heat, transforming him into an embodiment of fire. Extending both hands, he concentrated the fiery energy into a focal point in front of him. Boom! The fire stream surged from Thorian's outstretched hands toward the rock with blinding speed, piercing its target with roaring flames. As the skill gradually dissipated, Thorian observed its aftermath. The flames had seared a path through the grass and soil before reaching the rock, leaving behind a gaping hole in the melted stone. The devastation extended further, the ground beyond the rock now blazed uncontrollably. Determined to continue his experiments, Thorian smiled before activating another skill. Elemental embodiment, water. Just as before, the name of the skill came instinctively to him. Water pillar. A vertical jet of water surged from the ground where the fire had raged, swiftly dousing the flames. The colossal water pillar, immense in size and width, surged forward with relentless force before gradually dispersing into a cascade of droplets. Elemental embodiment, wind. Green mana enveloped Thorian as gusts of wind coalesced around him, eventually forming a small, localized tornado. Greater gale slash. With a swift movement of his staff, Thorian cast his next spell. A vertical wind slash erupted from the tip of his emberstrike cane, drawing in air from the surroundings. The force nearly caused Thorian to lose control of the spell. When he regained his bearings and assessed the aftermath, he witnessed the giant rock cleaved in half, sundered as if by the sharpest blade. Target down, I presume, Thorian chuckled to himself, pleased with the display of his newfound abilities. Eager to explore the final aspect of his skill, Thorian activated it once more. Elemental embodiment, earth. Lifting his staff, he intoned the skill's true name. Stonewhirl assault. 5 jagged rock cones materialized above Thorian, swiftly spinning with tremendous force. With a deft flick of his staff, each cone struck the ground in succession before unleashing a powerful shockwave. The spinning projectiles tore through the earth, leaving behind small craters in their wake. A smile crept across Thorian's face as he contemplated, this would be an incredible skill to overwhelm an enemy. Its spinning motion offers impressive armor-piercing properties. Lost in his thoughts, Thorian was suddenly jolted by a whooshing sound to his right. Swiveling around, he caught sight of Ventus, who regarded him with raised eyebrows and a bewildered expression. King? King? Ventus gazed at Thorian, his expression veiled with disbelief, as the rest of the team materialized in a flash beside him, one after another. Harold, leaping with effortless grace to stand beside Thorian, approached him with an inquisitive arch to his brow. So, you've evolved, Thorian? Indeed, I have, Thorian affirmed, his smile wide as he reached up to pat Harold's snout. The storm dire wolf loomed so imposingly that Thorian had to stretch to make contact with his partner's formidable muzzle. What's with this ludicrous appearance? Harold queried, his huff laden with playful reproach before he nuzzled Thorian's neck with affectionate, tickling licks. It's rather over the top, isn't it? Thorian chuckled, enjoying Harold's endearing attention. He then turned to the assembled team with a playful smile. So, what's your verdict on your king's new look? As ridiculous as everything else you do, my lord, Forloon retorted, punctuating his response with hearty laughter. It befits you perfectly, my king, Vigil interjected, his tone laden with respect. Your transformation must have been remarkable to yield such a change. He glanced at the aftermath of Thorian's testing, acknowledging the undeniable might unleashed. And its powers are nothing short of impressive. Meanwhile, Aqua remained contemplative. My king, I witnessed your display of elemental prowess from a distance. Were those your newly awakened abilities? Their power is truly great. Thorian shook his head. Those weren't separate elemental abilities, they're facets of one single skill. I still possess a couple more in my arsenal. What a wondrous evolution, Zogarth stepped forward, bowing deeply. My lord, the anticipation of witnessing the heights you'll reach fills me with great reverence. It's a true honor to bear witness to the rebirth of Mazahethar. Thorian arched an eyebrow at the mention of the old but familiar name, then gently patted the general's shoulder. Come on now, Zogarth. You know I don't like too much flattery. It's just an evolution, not much different from the rest. Turning to address the rest of the team, he remarked, I see you've already defeated the Guardian. I presume you have already divided the rewards. No, we haven't, Forlun replied, shaking his head. As our king, it would be highly disrespectful for us to distribute the spoils in your absence. Thorian's smile widened at their loyalty. Well then, I shall not make you wait any longer. Let's reap the fruits of our labor. With a sense of purpose, the group hurried to where the Lightning King had fallen. In its place stood a colossal treasure chest. With eager anticipation, Thorian lifted the lid, and a dazzling prismatic light spilled forth. Today just keeps getting better, Thorian mused internally. I suppose the saying is true, good things do come in pairs. Stormcaller Rod. Rarity Purple Cloud. Class Requirement Magus. Advancement Requirement First Advancement. Level Requirement 20. Description: crafted from ancient Tempest Oak, the Stormcaller Rod is imbued with the essence of lightning, making it highly resistant to electric discharges. At its apex rests a crackling blue gem that amplifies the wielder's control over lightning magic. Stat bonuses: mana, plus 25, agility, plus 10. Abilities: increases the potency of lightning-based spells by 20%. Special abilities: Chain Lightning Surge. Once daily, the rod channels the wielder's energy, enabling the casting of a chain lightning spell. This spell connects multiple enemies within a 15-meter radius, dealing moderate lightning damage to the initial target and branching off to nearby foes, hitting up to 10 additional targets with reduced but significant damage. This electrifying surge prioritizes the closest enemies, potentially striking multiple foes in a chain reaction. Observing the staff pulsating with azure runes, Thorian smiled before turning to Ventus and tossing the staff toward him. This one's yours. As Ventus caught the weapon and inspected it, his eyes widened in astonishment. Are you certain, King? This is incredible. I already have my own, Thorian replied with a smile, twirling his Emberstrike cane deftly. Congratulations on your new weapon, Vigil congratulated Ventus warmly. It seems to be immensely powerful. You bet your nose it is. Ventus exclaimed enthusiastically. This is going to double my strength, at least. Chuckling at Ventus's excitement, Thorian shifted his attention back to the treasure chest. Within it lay another item that seemed as formidable as the staff he had handed to Ventus, a ring. Thunderstrike Band. Rarity Purple Cloud. Class Requirement Magus. Advancement Requirement First Advancement. Level Requirement 20. Description: the Thunderstrike Band is a shimmering ring forged from charged storm silver, radiating a faint crackling aura. Encircling the central setting is a pulsating azure gem that harnesses the power of lightning, empowering the wearer's affinity for electric magic. Stat bonuses: mana plus 30. Abilities: increases the potency of lightning-based spells by 15%. Special ability: Surge Amplification. Once a day, the ring channels the wearer's energy, enhancing the next lightning-based spell cast within 5 minutes. This spell surges with amplified power, dealing increased lightning damage to a single target or spreading its electrifying force to adjacent enemies in a 3-meter radius, inflicting moderate damage. Lightning-based spells, huh? Interesting. I should acquire a strong one soon, Thorian mused inwardly before pivoting and displaying the ring. This one's mine. Receiving affirming nods from the team, Thorian slipped the ring onto his index finger. He continued sifting through the remaining items until he uncovered a pair of shoes. Tempest Striders. Rarity Yellow Storm. Class Requirement Warrior or Assassin. Advancement Requirement First Advancement. Level Requirement 10. Description: the Tempest Striders are sleek footwear crafted from supple stormweave fabric, adorned with subtle golden lightning motifs along the edges. These shoes are designed for agility and speed, providing the wearer with increased mobility and comfort while traversing various terrains. Stat bonuses: agility plus 20, strength plus 5. Abilities enhances the wearer's movement speed by 10%. Looking at the description, Thorian turned around to Forlune and Zogarth. This pair of shoes suit the both of you. Decide between yourselves who it suits more and who is more worthy of it. Thorian extended the item to Zogarth, who examined it closely before passing it to Forlune. I believe these fit your style more, given your emphasis on speed. Forlune accepted the shoes, scrutinizing them with a smile. Thank you, Zogarth. I owe you one, he acknowledged with a slight bow. With that matter settled, Thorian swiftly sorted through the remaining equipment. Blades and spears were distributed among the team's warriors, and Thorian presented a priest robe to Vigil. Finally, he perused the skill parchments and recipes. Lightning Dash Skill Scroll. Class Requirement Warrior or Assassin. Advancement Requirement First Advancement. Level Requirement 1. Use unlocks the active skill, Lightning Dash. This skill enables the user to channel lightning energy, swiftly propelling themselves forward in a lightning-infused dash. Upon activation, the user moves at an accelerated speed for a short distance, leaving behind streaks of crackling lightning energy. This rapid movement allows for quick repositioning or evasive maneuvers in combat, granting a temporary burst of agility and speed. Observing the skill scroll, Thorian pivoted and scanned his team until his gaze settled on a particular member. Zarjan, this skill is tailored for you. Thorian handed the skill scroll to the goblin champion, who, upon inspecting it, promptly bowed. Thank you, my lord, for your thoughtfulness. You've earned it, Thorian affirmed with a nod. Returning his attention to the nearly depleted treasure chest, Thorian noticed only one recipe remaining alongside a collection of small, blue pebble-sized stones. Extracting the recipe, he examined it closely. Stormstrike Grenade Recipe. Skill Requirements: Alchemy 2. Material: 2 Pulse Poppies, 1 Sparkstone Shard. Description: this concoction creates the Stormstrike Grenade, a throwable alchemical item infused with the volatile essence of lightning. When activated and thrown, the grenade explodes upon impact, releasing a surge of crackling electrical energy in a 5-meter radius. The burst disorients and temporarily stuns enemies caught within its range, leaving them vulnerable to subsequent attacks. That reminds me. Hammer has advanced in his alchemy skills. He can commence crafting the elixir after some practice. I should entrust him with the recipes and some pulse poppies for experimentation, Thorian thought, mentally planning the next steps. Inspecting the small, blue pebble-sized stones scattered across the treasure chest, Thorian quickly recognized them. Upon examining one closely, the name became clear: Sparkstone Shard. Gathering all the shards into his pocket, Thorian turned to address the team. Well then, our tasks here are complete, gentlemen. It's been a long day. Let's return and rest. The 10-member party, accompanied by the dire wolves, made their way out of the dungeon through the portal, heading back toward the village. Despite the journey, Thorian's mind continued to whirl with thoughts. I wonder what's unfolding in Loxley. Not having direct contact is unsettling, he pondered, exhaling deeply. No use dwelling on it now. Alacritas will provide his report tomorrow, and then I can assess the situation. William Ravenwood, POV. William's sword gleamed with an ethereal blue light as he locked gazes with the formidable hobgoblin before him. The chaos of the battlefield swirled around them, a maelstrom of clashing steel and the bellowing roar of fireballs tearing through the air. Yet, in this tumultuous arena, William's focus remained unyielding, fixed solely on his adversary. With a burst of determination, William lunged toward the hobgoblin, his sword held aloft in a poised strike. The hobgoblin, equally resolute, tightened his grip on his spear and thrust forward, aiming directly at William's solar plexus in a deadly dance of attack and counterattack. But as the spear's tip neared its target, William demonstrated his battle-honed prowess. Shifting his weight with practiced ease, he twisted his body, just so, allowing the spear to merely graze his plated armor. In one fluid motion, William spun, his blade arcing through the air in a lethal horizontal backslash that ended the hobgoblin's defiance in a swift decapitation. Level up. The notification materialized before William, a fleeting herald of his victory. He allowed himself a brief, satisfied smile, wiping away the smear of purple blood that marked his face. Just one more level to go, he murmured, a hint of anticipation in his tone. You seem to be enjoying yourself, my lord. At the sound of the familiar voice, William turned to see an older man approaching. Henry, with his strong, sturdy build, exuded a seasoned warrior's presence. You're not faring too badly yourself, Henry, William remarked, nodding towards the cluster of goblin corpses that lay eviscerated around the general, a testament to his own ferocity in battle. Surveying the battlefield, William noted that their segment of the block was now cleared of the goblin horde. The soldiers, weary yet triumphant, were taking their much-needed respite, gathering their strength after the arduous fight. The air, thick with the remnants of battle, spoke of a hard-won victory, yet also whispered of challenges yet to come. William posed a question to General Henry as he cast a discerning eye over their surroundings. Shall we take a moment to rest before advancing? General Henry, nodding sagely in agreement, responded, I believe it would be prudent, my lord. Settling themselves on the ground, William turned to Henry, his expression brightening with genuine interest. I've noticed you've been at my son's side these past few days. I'm eager to hear of your adventures together. Henry's face lit up with a proud smile. Your son, Tristan, has been a beacon of leadership in these trying times, he began, his voice tinged with admiration. He and Oswald stand out in this new generation. Their integrity and unwavering commitment to the people's welfare are truly commendable. Ah, Oswald, William chuckled fondly. He's the very image of his mother. Lady Seraphine was an extraordinary woman. And thankfully, he inherited little from his father, which is quite a relief, Henry added, his tone carrying a hint of seriousness. William raised his eyebrows in mock surprise, then burst into laughter. You're spot on, Henry. Apart from his hair, Oswald bears little resemblance to Johannes. Sometimes, it makes you question if he's really his son. Henry's eyebrow arched in response, a look of disbelief crossing his face. Surely you jest, my lord. It's inconceivable that Lady Seraphine would have. William's laughter grew louder at Henry's reaction. I'm just joking, Henry. You mustn't take everything I say to heart. My lord, General Henry responded, shaking his head but not able to suppress a small chuckle, you must be mindful of your words, given your station. Regaining his composure, William sighed, let's forget about Johannes. His very memory can sour the sweetest of moments. Now, tell me more about your recent exploits. I want to hear more of your tales. Certainly, my lord, General Henry acquiesced, smoothly shifting the conversation's course. These recent days have been nothing short of remarkable. Despite my advancing years, I find myself rejuvenated, feeling stronger and more vigorous than ever. Even the persistent ache in my back has eased. William responded with a warm pat on Henry's shoulder. I'm heartened to hear that. Now that you mention it, my own shoulder has healed remarkably well. It's been ages since I've been able to wield a sword with such fluidity and grace. Henry mused thoughtfully, this newfound vigor, it's as if it's a boon from the gods themselves. William, his gaze drifting upwards to the twin moons adorning the night sky, reflected aloud, so it seems they give and take in equal measure. They unleash unspeakable horrors upon us, their devout followers, yet in turn, bestow upon us powers beyond our wildest imaginings. Amidst William's contemplative musings, Henry steered the conversation back to his experiences with Tristan. His Grace, Tristan, has also undergone a remarkable transformation. He hasn't shirked his responsibilities, standing shoulder to shoulder with Oswald on the front lines, cutting down foes with unyielding resolve. Truthfully, watching him in battle takes me back to our younger days. It's as though I'm once again fighting alongside you, facing down those barbarian hordes. Then he must be surpassing even us, William chuckled with a hint of pride. Our skirmishes with those barbarians seem almost child's play compared to the challenges he now faces. Henry exhaled thoughtfully, his gaze lifting to the starlit sky, a smile playing on his lips. Indeed, my lord. And his achievements don't end on the battlefield. He's also successfully brokered a deal with Sophia to secure our food supplies and maintain our logistical support. William turned to face Henry, his interest piqued. Ah, I've heard about that. Negotiating her a seat on the council in exchange, was it? The boy is showing remarkable initiative. I regret not being there to witness it firsthand. Henry, with a raised eyebrow, probed, "You're not perturbed that he made such a significant decision without consulting you?" William scoffed, dismissing the notion with a shake of his head. Not in the slightest. That merchant lady stepped up when we needed her most, unlike those self-serving nobles who only joined the cause when it suited them. Had Tristan not offered her the seat, I would have done so myself. At William's words, Henry's face softened into a relieved smile. My lord, you truly have the people's interests at heart. After a pause, Henry's expression turned more reflective. Speaking of Tristan's achievements, you could have witnessed his glory firsthand during the raid against the Guardians at the outer walls. William's expression turned somber. Ah, Henry, you know well why I couldn't join that fight. The giant cat, a beast capable of controlling lightning, was rampaging dangerously close to the inner wall. I had to confront that threat first. If left unchecked, it could have slaughtered all the citizens taking refuge there. Henry nodded, with an understanding look. Indeed, my lord. Your decision to protect the inner city was correct. Without your intervention, we might have returned victorious, only to find tragedy at home. William's gaze hardened, reflecting the weight of his responsibility. It's a leader's duty to anticipate and neutralize the greatest threats, even if it means missing out on the glory of battle. Our people's safety comes first. With a robust laugh, William rose to his feet, invigorated, and stretched his muscles. That's enough rest for now. Let's continue our mission. You can fill me in on the rest as we rid this land of more monsters. Energized by the plan, Henry stood up and turned to address their assembled knights. Attention, he called out, his voice authoritative and commanding. The knights, snapping to alertness, swiftly formed up into an orderly formation. Henry, with a commanding presence, issued his rallying cry, "The monsters rest not, so nor shall we. This very moment, our loved ones might be in peril, awaiting our rescue. We will not fail them. Tonight, we clear the western side of these foul creatures, ensuring they never defile this land again." "Sir, yes sir." The unified response of the knights echoed, their eyes alight with unwavering determination. William, observing the spirited response, turned to Henry with a smile. "You have a gift for inspiring the troops. I could never match your eloquence and speeches." With renewed purpose, the group advanced through the block, decisively engaging any monster they encountered. The frontline warriors, empowered by the blessings of the priests, led the charge. Magi provided crucial long-range support, while agile assassins lurked in the shadows, ready to pounce and shift the balance of any skirmish in their favor. Throughout their advance, Henry kept William informed about recent developments. He recounted Nalia's terrifying organization of the Great Exodus and the heroic deeds of Old Man Robert, the first human to receive a blessed class. He also spoke of the Guardians and the formidable monster king who had once bested him, painting a vivid picture of the ongoing struggle and the resilience of their comrades in arms. As Henry detailed the encounter with the red-furred monster capable of speech, William's interest peaked, his eyebrow arching in intrigue. "A talking monster, you say? Fascinating." "It was indeed an unusual experience, my lord," Henry continued, matching his pace with William's as they led the army. "In all these days of battle, I thought I'd witnessed everything. But a monster that not only converses, but negotiates? It was certainly a first for me. William, deep in thought and stroking his chin, couldn't help but smile slightly. A creature both powerful and civilized, commanding an army of formidable beings. I would very much like to meet and speak with him one day. This revelation left Henry momentarily speechless, his concern evident. My lord. I fear that may not be the wisest course of action. William shrugged nonchalantly, perhaps not, but that's a matter for another time. Our immediate concern is Nalia, the so-called Queen of the Underground. Have there been any sightings of her? Regret shadowing his features, Henry admitted, I'm sorry, my lord, but after her departure, we've lost track of her. We've spotted some of her underlings, and attempted to tail them, but they've proven too elusive. William's usual calm demeanor shifted noticeably at the mention of Nalia. Spitting on the ground in disdain, he mused, what could that witch be plotting? What's her endgame? His tone, laced with frustration and curiosity, reflected his deep concern over the enigmatic figure of Nalia and her unfathomable intentions. Henry solemnly responded, only the gods may have insight into her intentions. Nalia's abilities are indeed enigmatic and formidable. Her capacity to ensnare thousands with her illusions and bestow extraordinary powers defies all logic. William, visibly troubled, bit his thumb in frustration. I'm acutely aware of her dangerous potential. It's precisely why I'm out here, fighting relentlessly. How can I remain idle when such a force exists, capable of bending me to her will at a mere whim? If she desired the throne, it would have been effortlessly hers, with my head likely rolling beside these fallen goblins. As William expressed his concerns, Henry remained silent, acknowledging the grim reality of his lord's words. Lost in thought, William pondered aloud, what could her ultimate goal be? If she hasn't yet struck against me, there must be another motive. Is she seeking legitimacy? Perhaps she intends to rule from the shadows. Amidst this contemplation, a hobgoblin suddenly emerged from a nearby alley, charging towards William. My lord, watch out. Henry reacted swiftly, drawing his sword to protect his lord. Yet, William's response was even quicker. With an agile maneuver, he sidestepped the spear thrust and, in a flash, drove his sword directly through the hobgoblin's heart, showcasing his exceptional combat prowess and readiness for any threat. Level up. As the familiar notification flickered into view, William's lips curled into a knowing smile. The realization dawned upon him, a clear and simple truth amidst the complexity of his worries. Why fret so much? The path ahead is straightforward, continue fighting, continue growing stronger. That's the key to overcoming these uncertainties. With this newfound clarity, William felt a sense of peace. His heart, which had been racing with adrenaline and apprehension, steadied. His nerves, previously on edge, relaxed. He exhaled the breath he had been holding, ready to embrace this simple resolution. But this moment of serenity was short-lived. Another notification abruptly appeared, jarring William from his newfound tranquility. The content of this new alert was so unexpected, so startling, that it shifted his state from calm to one of utter shock. The aspect of war offers you a rare class advancement, Warbringer. Do you accept? As Thorian awoke, he quickly changed his clothes and made his way out. The day before, after conquering the second layer of the Thunderous Citadel, he had retrieved the Thunder's Boon elixir recipe and some pulse poppies from the old storage room. He entrusted these to Hammer for practice, hopeful that Hammer had learned from previous trials before beginning mass production of the elixirs. Before visiting the alchemist's lab, Thorian decided to meet with Alacritas, his usual contact. The Silver Assassin updated him on the progress in clearing Loxley of monsters, noting an accelerated pace thanks to William's advancement in class. What about the lady in green? Thorian inquired abruptly. We haven't found her yet, Alacritas replied, his tone apologetic. But we suspect she's connected to the Strongheart family, one of the noble families ruling over the human city. The Stronghearts? Thorian's eyebrow arched in intrigue. Go on. Thorian was familiar with the Strongheart's tumultuous past. Since the apocalypse's onset, his knowledge of them was limited, primarily knowing them through Oswald, a friend of Tristan. Having only connected with Locksley in his second year post-apocalypse, Thorian's understanding of their internal dynamics before that time was minimal. While conducting espionage within the inner city, we noticed that certain individuals were shadowing us. Given the average level of Locksley's knights and soldiers, these men were clearly not ordinary military. We surmised they were subordinates of the Lady in Green, Alacritas reported. Thorian stroked his chin thoughtfully. How does this implicate the Strongheart family? They only trailed us near the Strongheart mansion, my lord, Alacritas explained, his expression grave. Each time we attempted to infiltrate the mansion, they were there, shadowing our movements. Beyond these instances, they were nowhere to be seen. An astute observation, Thorian acknowledged, falling into deep contemplation. Alacritas's findings suggest a complex situation in Locksley. If the Stronghearts have shifted their loyalty from William to this mysterious lady, she becomes a central figure in the region's power dynamics. Excellent work, Thorian commended, patting Alacritas's shoulder as the latter knelt. But be extremely cautious. Our adversary is formidable and their full strength remains unknown. Avoid infiltrating the mansion further, focus instead on distant observation and information gathering. Understood, my king, Alacritas replied, his voice carrying a note of solemn duty. After the meeting, Alacritas vanished swiftly, leaving Thorian to proceed alone to the alchemist's lab. There, he found Hammer already immersed in his work. You never seem to take a break, Thorian remarked with a hint of humor as he entered. Hammer turned, a smile brightening his face. I'm just eager to work on these elixirs, my lord. He reached for a bottle on a nearby table and presented it to Thorian. You've arrived at a perfect time. This latest batch has been a success. Thorian accepted the vial, examining it closely. Thunder's Boon Elixir. Quality average. Description: this transformative drink could greatly boost one's cultivation. It can be used either to accelerate chi accumulation while mediating or help with the breakthrough to the foundational realm. However, due to its potent nature, it should be used sparingly or risk severe side effects like intense vertigo, vomiting, and chi disruption. An average quality on your first attempt? Thorian looked at Hammer, visibly impressed. That's an exceptional feat for a beginner. Hammer modestly downplayed his achievement. It's just average, my lord. I had hoped to present you with a high-quality elixir, considering the opportunities you've given me. Talented individuals deserve every chance to excel, Thorian responded, shrugging lightly. As a leader, it's my responsibility to identify such talent and provide the necessary resources. I'm deeply grateful for your high regard, my lord, Hammer said, bowing slightly. Thorian offered a smile. I'll leave you to your work then. I plan to use this elixir for my cultivation practice today. After meditating, I'll bring more materials for you. As you command, my lord, Hammer acknowledged. Thorian then departed from the lab and made his way to the cultivation hall. Upon entering his usual room, he noticed a clean wooden tub prepared at the center, ready for his use. Thorian eyed the day with a determined glint. Today, I'll finally rid myself of that loathsome goo, he mused, skillfully manipulating water into the tub. He then uncorked a vial of elixir, downing its contents in one swift gulp. The liquid left a peculiar, static-like taste in his mouth, flavorless yet tingling on his tongue and throat. Seconds later, a surge of immense energy cascaded through his veins, racing towards his dantian. It was a searing torrent, making his muscles feel as though they were tearing under its force. Stabilization is crucial, he thought urgently. Wasting no time, Thorian leaped into the tub, adopting a cross-legged position. His focus sharpened, intent on reining in the relentless energy storming through him. Methodically, he began channeling it into his dantian, transforming it into condensed chi droplets. The effects were immediate. Thorian sensed a significant acceleration in his chi gathering, the ether flooded into him at a pace double, perhaps even triple his usual rate of cultivation. He seamlessly merged the ether, seeping through his pores, with the internal energy flow, both converging in his dantian. With each deep, controlled breath, Thorian steadied his meditation. Gradually, the once overwhelming energy became manageable, no longer straining his muscles. The initial turmoil gave way to a serene, smooth flow, marking the rest of his session with a tranquil ease. For the past several days, Thorian had adhered to a strict regimen, dedicating an hour and a half each day to cultivation, diligently amassing chi in his dantian. He consciously avoided venturing into uncharted territories within his vermilion meridian, aware of his unpreparedness for conquering new gates. As the session drew to a close, Thorian gradually opened his eyes, returning to the tangible world. The first sight that greeted him was a glowing notification floating ethereally before him. Rank up. Intrigued and eager to assess his advancements, Thorian summoned his status window, anticipating the revelations it would bring. Display panel. Ding. Race Elemental Lord Kobold. Level 145, EXP, 6412/22000. Class Elemental Magus. Level 2740, EXP, 983/25000. Lifespan 70 years. Cultivation Realm Chi Gathering 6th Stage, 41.3%. Stats. Strength 132. Agility 146. Constitution 124. Mana 111. Chi 150. Free points 45. Thorian's gaze lingered on his updated statistics, a surge of pride swelling within him. My agility is nearing the 150 mark, he thought. With focused effort, I could elevate it to 200 in just a few levels. However, he was not one to tunnel vision on a single attribute. His jack-of-all-trades skill had taught him the value of maintaining a balanced stat profile. This time, he was determined to strategically distribute his stats, aiming to bring all his main attributes to the 200 threshold simultaneously. His cultivation session complete, Thorian surveyed his surroundings. The once clear water in the pool had turned into a murky, viscous black, tainted with filth. Though still thick, it was far less adhesive than the undiluted goo he had previously contended with. Rising, Thorian carried the bathtub outside the hall. He meticulously cleaned the tub, removing any residual goo, then used his water manipulation skill for a thorough self-cleaning. This newfound ability was a significant upgrade from the painful water balls he used before, which often left bruises. Now, he could effortlessly adjust the pressure and flow of water to his liking. Feeling refreshed and rejuvenated, Thorian donned his robe and set off for the village hall. It was time for his daily meeting with the trustees, a routine that grounded his days with a sense of purpose and direction. Thorian stepped into the village hall, where he found Melina diligently recording the day's quests for a pair of hobgoblins. As she concluded her task and lifted her gaze, her features morphed into an expression of stark surprise. I don't believe we've met before, she said, advancing to scrutinize Thorian's unfamiliar guise. At this, Thorian let out a soft chuckle. Have you already forgotten me, Melina? The sound of Thorian's voice, barely altered despite his evolution, made Melina gasp. My lord, forgive me. Have you undergone your evolution? Indeed, I have, Thorian replied, his eyes glinting with pride as he surveyed his new form. This appearance differs greatly from my previous one, so your confusion is understandable. It's certainly distinctive, Melina conceded. This is my first encounter with such a transformation. I wasn't even aware that an evolution like yours was possible. Our circumstances are indeed unprecedented, Thorian said with a laugh. The notion of monsters acquiring classes was inconceivable until we achieved it. Naturally, the evolutions arising from such a scenario are extraordinary. That makes sense, my lord, Melina agreed, nodding. And there's this peculiar aura about you, reminiscent of a regal creature, akin to a dragon or a phoenix. Comparing me to such exalted beings is far too generous, Thorian said with a dismissive scoff. Those creatures could obliterate this entire kingdom on a whim. Their power is so vast, it makes any comparison to me absurd. Melina's laughter was light, her tone filled with unwavering faith. Yet, I am confident that one day, you too will reach such heights, my lord. Knowing you, you won't rest until you've scaled those peaks. Her words, coming from the beautiful elven maiden, almost coaxed a blush from Thorian, but he swiftly concealed his emotions with a cough. Let's set aside the flattery for now. Are my generals and unit leaders gathered in the room upstairs? Yes, my lord, Melina chuckled, her eyes twinkling. They await your arrival to commence the meeting. With that confirmation, Thorian cast a glance towards the stairway leading to the upper room. Then I shouldn't keep them waiting. After receiving a nod of affirmation from Melina, Thorian ascended the stairs. The meeting room was full, save for one vacant chair. He took his place beside Forlun and whispered, "Yesterday's meeting felt incomplete without you, Forlun." Forlun's smile was one of gratitude. "Your words honor me, my king." Surveying the assembly, Thorian initiated the meeting. "Fortunately, we face no urgent crises today. However, there are topics we must address to steer our village's future in the coming weeks." Clearing his throat, he continued, "But first, I need a summary of yesterday's discussions." "Yes, my lord," Zogarth interjected confidently. "Following our strategy, the 4 additional squads successfully navigated the 4th layer of the verdant labyrinth. Remarkably, they incurred no serious injuries, and those afflicted by the purple cloud were promptly treated with detoxification potions." Elder Ur couldn't hide his satisfaction. "I always said our goblin champions were dependable," he remarked, his voice tinged with pride. Thorian, absorbing the news, nodded in approval. "That's encouraging. Given your first-hand experience in the Thunderous Citadel's 2nd layer, do you think these squads, if combined, could conquer it without suffering any losses?" Zogarth's response was earnest and assured. "I see no reason for failure, my lord. Honestly, the Thunderous Citadel's challenges, formidable as they are, seem less intricate than those of the labyrinth's 4th layer. The Lightning King, while powerful, isn't insurmountable. I'm confident they won't let you down." A smile crept onto Thorian's face. Indeed, the 2nd layer of the Thunderous Citadel isn't overly difficult along the standard path. The real challenge was the hidden boss, but that's no longer a concern. Thorian's declaration carried an air of confidence. "Today, our 4 parties, including the main one, will take on the 2nd layer," he stated. "The leaders will be myself, Forlun, Zogarth, and Elder Omn." Elder Omn expressed his gratitude. "Your trust honors us, my lord. We won't let you down." With the plan in place, Thorian shifted the focus. "Now, let's discuss the progress of your units. I'm particularly interested in their average levels and cultivation ranks." Forlun promptly responded, "Our company's members average level 8 in their first advancement class and 10 in their species class. As for cultivation, they've reached the 3rd stage." Zogarth concurred, "Our units' levels are comparable, my lord." Thorian nodded, then turned his attention to Elder Omn. "And your progress with the goblin champions?" Elder Omn, after exchanging glances with his fellow elders, said, "I've recently advanced to a Wildseer class, now at level 10. My species level is nearing 23, just 17 more levels until evolution. The other elders and champions are on a similar path." Thorian nodded approvingly. "A Wildseer is a commendable class. Continue advancing your levels. I eagerly anticipate your evolution and the new forms it will bring." Elder Omn, smiling, replied, "That day is as eagerly awaited by me, my lord. Your encouragement means a great deal." Thorian's gaze swept over his trusted advisors, pausing on Forlun. "The same expectation extends to all of you." Forlun, the Kobold general, couldn't contain his excitement. "That day is upon us, my king. I'm just 1 level shy of evolving. I'm certain my new form will be formidable." Thorian's eyebrows raised in pleasant surprise, and a smile spread across his face. "I have no doubt about that, Forlun. Thorian lightened the mood with a quip, let's move on from the commendations. Our meeting isn't just for uplifting speeches. He chuckled, then got down to business. Apart from dungeon matters, today's focus is on our village's next phase of upgrades. Aqua, ever curious, leaned in. What are our needs, my king? The village's growth is paramount for us all. We need an abundance of rocks and wood, Thorian said, taking a deep breath. You're all aware of our wood requirements. As for rocks, they're crucial for future upgrades. It's wise to stockpile them now, in these relatively calm times. Vigil's brow creased in thought, then he voiced his concern. Are you referring to the lady in green, my lord? Do you suspect she might strike at us again? Thorian's tone hardened. She's already dealt us a heavy blow. As long as we both inhabit this forest, peaceful coexistence is impossible. Elder Omn, puzzled, interjected, forgive my ignorance, my lord, but I'm unfamiliar with this lady in green. Thorian realized the oversight. Ah, you weren't here for that ordeal. She orchestrated the largest assault on our village, commanding thousands of mind-controlled humans to attempt our annihilation. We did end up killing her whole army as retaliation, though, Forlune added with a hint of anger. But that whore was not in the mix, and it's because of her that Nox is in the state he is in. The mention of Nox cast a somber shadow over the meeting room. A primal ferocity, long suppressed by their evolution and assimilation into civilization, resurfaced among the kobolds. Even Elder Omn, previously unaware of Nox's significance, sensed the deep impact he had on Thorian and his kin. Forlune's voice was a low growl, brimming with barely contained rage. I want to tear her to pieces right now. Thorian's response was calm yet firm. That time will come, he said, rising from his chair. For now, let's adjourn. We must continue to work diligently for the well-being and prosperity of our village. As the meeting adjourned, Thorian and his trustees briskly exited the room. The air was crisp as they approached the village altar, their footsteps echoing softly. Just as they were about to disperse, Melina's voice pierced the tranquility. My lord, may I have a moment of your time, she called out. Thorian, caught off guard, paused and turned. He placed a reassuring hand on Forlune's shoulder. Gentlemen, I'll reconvene with you at noon. Take care, my king, Forlune replied, his grin mischievous, his gaze flitting playfully between Thorian and Melina. And, enjoy. Thorian chuckled, a hint of exasperation in his voice. You fool, he muttered, but there was warmth in his eyes. He then pivoted gracefully and strode towards Melina. What brings you to me today, Melina? Thorian inquired, his eyebrow arching with curiosity. It's rare for you to seek my assistance. It's not help I seek, Melina replied, shaking her head slightly. She turned her gaze towards the bulletin board. There's a new special quest posted, one I believe will capture your interest. At her words, a spark of excitement ignited in Thorian's chest. Indeed? Then let's see what this is about, he said, his voice tinged with anticipation. He approached the bulletin board with purposeful strides. Amidst the array of daily quests, his eyes quickly identified an unfamiliar parchment. With a swift motion, he tore it from the board and unfolded it, his eyes scanning the contents eagerly. Sovereign's Dominion. Description: embark on a prestigious quest designed exclusively for those with the esteemed Lord attribute. This quest challenges you to demonstrate your sovereign prowess by claiming 3 strategic territory altars scattered across the realm. Upon successful completion, you'll unlock a unique boon that enhances your growth and influence as a leader. Quest requirement: possessing a Lord attribute. Quest objectives: identify and locate the 3 territory altars. These altars are hidden within the realm and are guarded by mystical creatures or complex puzzles. Claim each altar by solving the puzzles or defeating the guardians. Each altar will require a unique approach, testing your strategy and combat skills. Secure the altars under your sovereignty or vassal sovereignty to complete the quest. Rewards. Primary reward: Sovereign's Rest bonus. Every house under your direct or vassal sovereignty becomes a source of power. When you or your vassals sleep within these houses, an experience gain boost is activated, lasting for an equal duration as the rest taken. Additional rewards, arcane coins, experience points, and a chance to discover village-enhancing items or recipes. These rewards are specifically geared towards bolstering communal infrastructure and defenses, focusing on the collective good over individual strength. While Thorian perused the quest details, Melina leaned in beside him, her eyes scanning the document. "I noticed a specific requirement," she said thoughtfully. "Do you, by any chance, possess such an attribute, my lord?" "Indeed, I do," Thorian confirmed with a nod, after a thorough read. "My evolution is Elemental Lord Kobold. I presume that qualifies, otherwise this quest wouldn't have surfaced here." He handed the parchment to Melina. "But that's merely my assumption. We'll know for sure once you attempt to register the quest." "I hope for the best, my lord," Melina replied, taking the parchment with a nod of determination. As Melina initiated the registration process, Thorian's mind whirled with excitement, a grin threatening to break across his face. What a remarkable quest. An experience boost every time we sleep in a house, and it scales with tiers? The benefits of this quest could be significant, even years from now. Thorian had always been driven by efficiency and foresight since the onset of the apocalypse. He could have chosen the simpler path of a fire magus, reminiscent of his past life, and progressed rapidly. Yet, he opted for the more challenging journey of an elemental magus, despite its quadruple advancement requirements. This choice was driven by his understanding of the immense potential this class held over time. Even now, he was beginning to reap the rewards of his long-term strategy. The revelation of a quest with scaling benefits throughout the lifetime of his territory, extending even to his vassal states, struck Thorian as a divine boon. He knew that any effort invested in this quest would yield returns far exceeding the initial input. "My lord," Melina's voice gently pulled Thorian from his deep contemplation. He turned to her, just in time, to see the parchment in her hands begin to disintegrate. It was a success. Upon hearing this, Thorian's heart leapt. He swiftly summoned his journal, eager to verify the news with his own eyes, hardly daring to trust the surge of excitement sparked by her words. The potential implications of successfully registering such a quest filled him with a sense of profound anticipation. Show journal. Journal. Purification of Arundel's sanctuary. Sovereign's dominion. Thorian's eyes widened as he confirmed the quest's addition to his journal. "It's indeed listed," he muttered. His attention, however, quickly shifted to another matter. "But the quest chain for Arundel's sanctuary remains unupdated," he observed, looking up at Melina with a querying gaze. Melina's expression mirrored his concern. "Is that so, my lord? Are you planning to embark on that journey soon? I can update the chain for you, if you wish." "Not immediately," Thorian replied, shaking his head. "But an update would be prudent." As Melina nodded in understanding, her eyes momentarily glazed over, a shimmering light dancing in her pupils, a phenomenon Thorian recognized as a unique trait of those in the receptionist's role, interfacing with an unseen system. "Just a moment," Melina murmured. After a brief pause, the light vanished from her eyes, and she looked at Thorian with a smile. "The update is complete. The new quest should now be visible in your journal." Acknowledging her words, Thorian opened his journal again, his anticipation evident in the swift, purposeful motion. The evolving narrative of his quest-filled world continued to unfold before him, each new entry a step into uncharted territories of adventure and strategy. Show journal. Journal. The Ring of Amelia's Grace. Sovereign's Dominion. Deciding to learn more about this new quest, Thorian focused on it to inspect its description. The Ring of Amelia's Grace. Description: as you delve deeper into the mysteries of the lost elven sanctuary of Arundel, you stumble upon the Feywild Thicket, a once enchanting forest now beginning to show signs of a sinister corruption. The once harmonious realm has started to succumb to a creeping darkness, affecting both the land and its inhabitants. Your quest is to uncover the source of this corruption and retrieve the Ring of Amelia's Grace from the increasingly tainted forest. Quest objectives: explore the Feywild Thicket, navigate through the forest, which is showing early signs of corruption. Encounter environmental puzzles that reflect the unsettling changes in the forest's nature. Face the afflicted guardians, confront spirit elves and forest creatures that are beginning to show signs of corruption. These encounters require a mix of combat and understanding the plight of these afflicted beings. Locate the partially corrupted shrine, search for the Shrine of Amelia, which now harbors both purity and emerging darkness, reflecting the forest's current state. Secure the Ring of Amelia's Grace, retrieve the ring, which is in the early stages of corruption, and solve puzzles that are simpler than those in an endgame scenario but still challenging. Rewards: 10,000 arcane coins. 50,000 experience points. Amelia's Echo Cloak. Lesser Gem of Fey Insight. Erendil's Short Bow of the Forest Guardian. Title: Defender of the Feywild. Thorian gazed at the journal, awestruck. Incredible rewards, he whispered, barely containing his excitement. To be offered a title so early in my journey. The other rewards listed were equally enticing. The promise of substantial experience points alone made the endeavor worth pursuing, not to mention the additional items that were sure to be of great value. My lord, I must advise against venturing into the sanctuary prematurely, Melina interjected, her tone laced with concern. The perils within are beyond our current comprehension. I'm aware of the risks, Thorian replied solemnly. I have no intention of entering until our party is sufficiently strengthened, with most members having achieved their second advancement. Melina exhaled a sigh of relief at his words. That is reassuring to hear. Thorian sensed an opportunity to probe for more information, which Melina undoubtedly possessed, but he chose restraint. Her reluctance to divulge details indicated deeper complexities or constraints he was yet to understand. Changing the subject, Melina asked, "Do you plan to conquer more territory altars, my lord?" "Indeed, that is my intention," Thorian confirmed. "However, there are challenges to consider, primarily the leadership of these new territories." As his mind raced with plans and possibilities, Thorian consciously shelved these thoughts for the moment. But such decisions can wait. There are other pressing matters I must attend to first, he concluded, his focus shifting to the immediate tasks at hand, each step forward a calculated move in the grand strategy of his leadership. After registering his new quests with Melina, including the daily ones, Thorian proceeded with his routine morning activities. Harnessing his formidable powers, he guided a group of advanced goblins through the initial 3 layers of the Verdant Labyrinth and the inaugural layer of the Thunderous Citadel. This undertaking was more of a warm-up for him. Later, he reconvened with his primary team to delve into the deeper challenges of the 4th layer of the labyrinth and the 2nd stratum of the Thunderous Citadel. The rigorous exploration of these dungeons yielded ample experience, enabling Thorian to level up both his species and class. Display panel. Ding. Race Elemental Lord Kobold. Level 245, EXP, 3289/24000. Class Elemental Magus. Level 2840, EXP, 1342/27000. Lifespan 70 years. Cultivation Realm Chi Gathering 6th Stage, 41.3%. Stats. Strength 135. Agility 149. Constitution 126. Mana 113. Chi 150. Free points 50. I'm on the cusp of breaching the 150 mark in agility, Thorian pondered internally. Once the abyss is accessible, these statistics will appear even more astounding than they currently are. His cultivation and racial traits synergistically amplified his strength and agility, allowing these attributes to burgeon without Thorian having to allocate many of his free points. In contrast, his mana stat required direct enhancement from the points accrued through class leveling, hence its comparatively slower progression. Now that I've mastered the manipulation of all 4 elements, augmenting my mana directly bolsters my power, Thorian reflected. With that resolution, he invested all his available free points into mana, anticipating the surge in power that would follow. Mana, 113-163. As Thorian allocated his points, a surge of energy erupted from within him. The mana cloud, previously orbiting his heart, grew denser and more expansive. Reaching the 200-point threshold will allow me to condense this cloud into an actual mana heart. It'll be modest in size, but certainly a start, he contemplated, envisioning his progress in the near future. Lost in thought, Thorian's steps unconsciously led him to the Magus Guild, where he planned to spend a significant portion of the afternoon. Upon entering, he was greeted by Fizzlegrin, who awaited his arrival. "Is today the day?" Thorian inquired, alluding to his anticipated guild rank advancement. "Indeed, my lord," the guildmaster responded with a cheerful grin. "Complete your quests, and you'll be eligible for the ranking exam." Without further ado, Thorian made his way to the leftmost room, his mind already on other pressing matters. "Let's not dilly-dally," he declared. Over the next 2 hours, Thorian busied himself infusing depleted stones with mana. Upon completing this task, he felt unusually rejuvenated. His mana pool remained surprisingly ample, and his mental acuity was razor-sharp. A high mana stat certainly sharpens the mind, but this level of clarity is extraordinary, Thorian mused. It's likely that my recent evolution plays a part in this as well. Thorian, seasoned in his experiences, understood that status windows and descriptions only revealed part of the story. His speculation about the influence of his evolution was not unfounded. There were always subtleties and nuances that defied simple explanation. "My lord, witnessing your daily growth and efficiency is truly remarkable," Fizzlegrin's voice pulled Thorian back from his contemplations. "You have ascended to the stature of a master. Your success rate with the stones now exceeds 40%. Thorian responded with humble gratitude, "Thank you, Guildmaster." Yet inwardly, he wasn't overly impressed with his own performance. Even peak-level second advancement magi, not to mention grand magi, nearly always succeed with these stones. It's a basic right for beginners, he thought to himself. Fizzlegrin, hopping down from his chair, energetically suggested, "Now, my lord, let's complete your quests and commence the ranking exam." "I could ask for nothing better," Thorian replied with a chuckle, following the guildmaster's diminutive figure. Fizzlegrin's hopping gait seemed endearing, almost childlike. But Thorian was well aware that beneath this adorable exterior lay formidable power. Any individual who held the title of guildmaster was at a minimum a 4th advancement in their class. This small, lavender-furred being could lay waste to Loxley with a single spell, were it not for divine regulations restraining such might. "All your quests are now marked complete," Fizzlegrin announced, then glanced towards a room beyond his desk. "Shall we begin the test?" "Absolutely, Guildmaster," Thorian agreed promptly. They proceeded into the inner chamber, a vast library where shelves upon shelves lined every wall. Thorian's gaze swept across the room, quickly tallying the hundreds of books and innumerable parchments that filled the space, a testament to the vast repository of knowledge and power that the guild harbored. In the center of the chamber, 4 crystal balls caught Thorian's attention. Their size and hue mirrored the one he had encountered in the mana control chamber. Fizzlegrin explained the task at hand. "The test is straightforward. You are to imbue these crystal balls with your mana. The complexity lies in the requirement to use elemental mana. You may opt to use a single element, or challenge yourself with all 4 for greater rewards." The guildmaster then added with a sigh, "My lord, there's no shame in failure, given the novelty of this task. It's uncommon for anyone to pass this exam on their first attempt without prior experience or training. In fact, magi often fail 5 or 6 times before they successfully advance." As Fizzlegrin offered these words of consolation, Thorian couldn't suppress a chuckle. Fate indeed spins a curious web. Fizzlegrin, puzzled by his remark, furrowed his brow. "I'm not quite sure what you mean, my lord." Thorian casually dismissed his previous comment with a shake of his head. "It's nothing significant," he assured. "Just that yesterday morning, this task would have been an insurmountable challenge for me. Now, it seems like the simplest gift fate could have bestowed. Fizzlegrin watched, perplexed, as Thorian approached the first crystal ball. Placing his hand upon it, Thorian engaged his fire manipulation skill, gently channeling his fire mana into the orb. Gradually, it glowed with a vibrant orange hue, intensifying with each infusion of mana. Sensing the limit of the ball's capacity, Thorian ceased his flow of mana just in time. "My lord, your abilities never cease to amaze." Fizzlegrin marveled, stepping closer. "You've mastered fire manipulation? That's astounding." "It's merely a boon from someone I encountered," Thorian replied with a chuckle, recalling his interaction with Sahar. "And fire isn't the only element I've been gifted with." Without further elaboration, Thorian moved to the next crystal ball, filling it with water mana. He then proceeded to imbue the remaining 2 spheres with wind and earth mana, respectively. Glancing back at Fizzlegrin's astonished expression, Thorian inquired, "Does this conclude the exam?" "Yes, indeed," Fizzlegrin nodded, his excitement palpable. "You've passed spectacularly." As he spoke, a curious glimmer flashed in Fizzlegrin's eyes. Almost simultaneously, a notification materialized before Thorian. The congratulatory message floated before Thorian's eyes. "Congratulations! You have passed the Magus Guild D-Rank exam. As you fulfilled the additional criteria, your rewards have been enhanced. Select from the following 3 rewards. Possible rewards. For basic elements manipulation skill scrolls. Purple cloud staff of an element of your choosing. 30% flat increase in the proficiency of all first advancement skills you currently possess." Upon reviewing the rewards, Thorian's lips curved into a smile. The first 2 options were redundant for him, given his already acquired elemental manipulation skills and his reliance on the Emberstrike cane. Consequently, the last option emerged as the most practical and beneficial choice. After making his selection, another notification confirmed his decision. "Congratulations, the proficiency of all 8 of your first advancement skills has increased by 30%. You seem quite pleased with your reward," Fizzlegrin observed, bringing Thorian back from his contemplation of the newfound enhancement. "I am, indeed," Thorian acknowledged with a nod. "The rewards are quite aligned with my needs." "The timing couldn't have been more impeccable," Thorian remarked. Without further delay, he summoned his status window to examine the enhanced proficiency of his Fire Pillar skill. Fire Pillar. Description: you summon a towering pillar of roaring flames from the ground at a specified location. This causes scorching and burning damage to all enemies within its range. Proficiency 100%. The sight of the proficiency reaching a flawless 100% brought a satisfied smile to Thorian's face. Given his infrequent use of Tornado and Fire Pillar independently, it was a significant achievement to see their proficiency levels equalized. Seizing the moment, Thorian activated his elemental synergy skill. With a focused intent, he mentally combined Tornado and Fire Pillar. A prompt appeared, confirming the successful integration. Skill fusion complete. Skill fusion complete. Lightning skills list. Chain lightning unleashes a bolt of electricity that arcs to multiple targets, with reduced power on each subsequent arc, ideal for damaging groups of enemies. Lightning strike summons a massive lightning bolt onto a single target, dealing high damage. Best used against individual, high-value enemies. Lightning orb creates a mobile orb that emits lightning bolts at nearby enemies, offering sustained area damage. Effective for area control. Thorian pondered deeply as he perused the array of skills before him. Each of these skills holds considerable merit, he mused. The first, potent in dealing area damage, yet his formidable Firestorm combo already served him well against multiple adversaries. The third, undoubtedly effective in the throes of war, seemed excessive for skirmishes or duels. Thus, by a process of elimination, Thorian's choice gravitated towards the second skill. It promised an unparalleled surge in power, a tantalizing prospect he found impossible to resist. Moreover, its versatility shone above the rest, adaptable to a myriad of situations. Congratulations, you have acquired the skill, Lightning Strike. Thorian contemplated the newly gained ability, his mind racing with possibilities. A trial in battle will be the true test of this skill, he thought, his anticipation growing. The skill's resemblance to lightning arrow suggested a comparable level of potency, a thrilling notion. With Lightning Strike now at his command, Thorian's confidence soared. His arsenal of skills, vast and diverse, prepared him for any conceivable challenge. In his heart, he knew there were few situations he couldn't master with the right skill at his disposal. After skillfully melding his abilities, Thorian turned to Fizzlegrin. With my ascension to D rank, what shifts can I expect? He inquired. Fizzlegrin, momentarily lost in thought, jolted back to reality. Ah, that's right, he exclaimed, smacking his forehead. You've now unlocked access to D rank quests. Beyond the daily tasks, you'll find a broader range of quests at your disposal. Leading the way, Thorian gestured towards the outer chamber. Let's examine the available quests on the bulletin board, he suggested. Arriving at the board, Fizzlegrin presented 3 scrolls to Thorian. Here, this quest focuses on elemental mana control, this one on enhancing body mana, and the last involves collecting magical herbs for the alchemists. Once their initial stock depletes, they'll need fresh supplies, he explained. Thorian stroked his chin thoughtfully. So, the Alchemist's Lab collaborates with the Magus Guild? Fascinating. Not solely with us, my lord, Fizzlegrin clarified, shaking his head. They also partner with the Priest Guild, although the materials each guild provides differ. Ah, that makes sense, Thorian nodded in understanding. As Fizzlegrin registered the new quests, Thorian opened his journal, eager to delve into the details of his latest challenges. Show Magus Journal. Magus Journal. Elemental Mana Control Rank D. Bodily Mana Enhancement Rank D. Magical Herb Gathering Rank D. As Thorian perused the quests, he paused, turning to address Fizzlegrin. The final quest is straightforward, but do the others require completion in specific locations, or can I practice as I find suitable? Fizzlegrin responded with a chuckle, you're free to complete them wherever you see fit, my lord, as long as you meet the requirements. Thorian cracked a smile, a sense of relief evident. That simplifies things considerably. Well, I must depart now. There are other matters demanding my attention. May fortune favor you, my lord, Fizzlegrin replied with a nod. Leaving the guild, Thorian paused to take in the scene before him. The twin suns dipped low in the western sky, casting long shadows and bathing the village in the golden hues of late afternoon. Around him, the kobolds and goblins, once disparate tribes, now intermingled freely, embracing this village as their new home. The air was filled with the sounds of their industry and fellowship, the light-hearted banter of adults and the carefree laughter of children playing without heed to race or origin. Observing this harmonious blend of cultures, Thorian felt a warmth spreading through his heart. Time is indeed the greatest architect of culture and unity, he mused silently. Had we pursued our past path of aggressive expansion, these tribes might have remained isolated in their cliques, forever apart. This unity, this coherent community we witness now, would have remained but a fleeting dream. Content with this reflection, Thorian exhaled a deep, satisfied sigh. His gaze then hardened, reminded of the task still awaiting him. With a renewed sense of purpose, he strode towards the village hall where Forlun, his advisor, awaited. The work of leadership never truly ended, but moments like these made it all worthwhile. My king, regarding the rock procurement, I've identified potential quarry sites near the verdant labyrinth, Forlun reported, sipping water handed to him by Melina. However, transporting the rocks poses a challenge due to the limited capacity of manual labor. Thorian, pondering the dilemma, mused aloud. Normally, such an operation would require specialized equipment and sizable carts for transportation. Forlun, setting down his empty cup, inquired, carts? What are those? Thorian explained, consider them large containers mounted on beasts, like dire wolves, for transport. Yet, the lack of proper roads to the excavation sites presents a problem. Cartwheels would continually get stuck. As he spoke, Thorian visualized the logistical hurdles, considering solutions to bridge the gap between the rocky outcrops and their village. Forloon's confusion over Thorian's references was palpable. "These wheels you speak of are foreign to me," he admitted with a sigh. Thorian, understanding the need for a practical demonstration, gestured for Forloon's empty cup. "Hand me your cup, and I'll illustrate." Though puzzled, Forloon complied, watching as Thorian inverted the cup on the table. With a gentle push, the cup rolled smoothly across the surface. "This is akin to a wheel," Thorian explained, guiding the cup with his right hand. "Notice its effortless glide over a flat surface." He then placed his left fist atop the rolling cup, symbolizing a laden cart. "Envision my left hand as a cart, heavily loaded. The wheel still navigates the flat surface with ease." Forloon's eyes brightened with understanding. "So, with wheels, we can transport far more than we can by hand. It's a more efficient method." "Correct," Thorian acknowledged, but then he introduced a complication. He set his left fist directly on the table, obstructing the cup's path. The cup halted against the obstacle. Imagine this fist as a rock or a fallen tree. Such obstructions impede the wheel's movement, necessitating detours. Forloon's brow furrowed. "Wouldn't that slow us down considerably? At that point, it would be better to just carry the rocks by hand since we can jump over the obstacles." "Indeed, obstacles would slow us down," Thorian concurred. He removed his hand, clearing the cup's path. "That's precisely why we need clear roads for the carts. A path free of rocks, logs, grass, and roots is essential. Any of these can trap a wheel." "But the forest is ever-changing, my king," Forloon said, his eyebrows knitting together in concern. "Goblins may sabotage our efforts, trees might topple, mushroom traps could spring up unexpectedly. Such events are common in the forest." "That is a mere maintenance cost," Thorian replied, his voice steady and confident. "Consider this, once we clear the initial path to the site, yes, problems may arise, but they will be isolated incidents along the road. We can manage these as long as we maintain the path regularly. Before a pack of dire wolves is dispatched to transport rocks to the village, we'll send a scouting party to assess the road's condition. Should they encounter any obstacles, they can swiftly resolve them before the dire wolves arrive." As Thorian elaborated, understanding dawned on Forloon's face. "I see your wisdom now, my king. With consistent upkeep of the road, we should encounter no significant troubles. And should monsters attempt an ambush, our men are more than capable of handling them." He paused, a new thought surfacing. "But the carts, how shall we construct them? If such things are unheard of, their creation poses a challenge." Thorian shook his head, a slight smile playing on his lips, his thoughts turning to a certain crafty old goblin. "Do not even worry about that," he said, dismissively. "I have the perfect person for the job." Hewer stepped into the village hall, a look of bewilderment etched across his features. "My lord, I was informed you summoned me," he said, his voice tinged with confusion. Thorian, who had been leisurely sipping tea prepared by Melina, gestured towards an adjacent seat. "Please, Hewer, join me," he invited warmly. As the old goblin took his place, Thorian set down his teacup, his attention now fully on his guest. "Hewer, there's something I've been meaning to ask. Do you, by chance, have a son or a daughter?" A gentle smile crept onto Hewer's face as he nodded, eyes drifting downward in reminiscence. "Indeed, I do, my lord. I married later in life, so I have but one son. He's all I have left since my wife succumbed to illness a few years ago." Thorian's expression softened, and he placed a comforting hand on Hewer's shoulder. "I'm deeply sorry to hear about your loss, Hewer." Hewer shook his head slightly, his smile wistful. "It's the way of life, my lord. But ever since her passing, I've devoted myself entirely to raising our son, just as she wished." Thorian exhaled slowly, his gaze thoughtful. "I would very much like to meet your son, if that's possible." Surprise flashed across Hewer's face at the request. To introduce him to you would be an immense honor, my lord. Pleased with Hewer's response, Thorian rose to his feet, his smile genuine. Then let's not delay. Where might we find your son at this hour? After a moment of contemplation, Hewer replied, at this time, he's likely to be at the warrior guild, engaged in his training, my lord. Thus, Thorian and Hewer made their way towards the warriors guild. The training grounds, vibrant with the sounds of clashing steel and focused shouts, welcomed them. There, amidst the flurry of activity, they spotted a young goblin, Mart, rigorously practicing with a wooden sword against a training dummy. Hewer's voice cut through the din. Mart, he called, capturing the attention of the young trainee. Come here, at once. At first, Mart appeared bewildered, but as his gaze landed on Thorian, recognition and surprise flickered across his features. The lord, he murmured, eyebrows arching. Approach, young man, Thorian beckoned, prompting Mart to set aside his sword and swiftly approach. Tell me, Mart, which squad do you belong to? And who is your leader? Our squad is led by Sir Ventus, my lord, Mart replied, snapping to attention with military precision. Thorian almost chuckled at the formal title given to Ventus, but maintained a composed demeanor. And what is your opinion of Ventus? He inquired. Mart responded without hesitation, Sir Ventus is an exceptional commander, my lord. His strength is formidable. When he leads us, fear is a stranger to us. We believe no human or monster could rival Sir Ventus in combat. Good, Thorian said, his smile genuine. Ventus is indeed a potent magus, one of the village's strongest. Few, magi or otherwise, could best him in single combat. Observe him closely, for to emulate him would be to walk the path of great power. Mart bowed deeply, reverence in his voice. It is an honor to hear your words, my lord. However, my aspirations lie in a different direction. I do not seek to follow in Sir Ventus's footsteps. Thorian's eyebrow arched in surprise at Mart's declaration. Quite a bold young man, he thought. Hewer, however, was visibly shaken. Mart, what are you saying? He stammered, his face blanching. Such audacity in front of the lord is unbecoming. No disrespect was perceived, Thorian interjected, gesturing for Hewer to calm down. He then turned to Mart, his expression piqued with curiosity. Now, explain yourself, Mart. Why do you not aspire to follow in Sir Ventus's footsteps? Do you not desire strength? I do, my lord, more than anything, Mart answered earnestly. But while Sir Ventus's path as a magus is admirable, it is not mine to tread. I am a warrior. My aspiration is to emulate General Zogarth and, hopefully, serve under his command one day. Thorian's laughter was light, and he affectionately ruffled Mart's hair. A lofty ambition indeed, young one. But remember, the journey to such heights is fraught with challenges. You must outwork your peers, for those at the summit aren't idly waiting. They, too, are relentlessly striving to become stronger. Mart stood tall, meeting Thorian's gaze. Your wisdom is invaluable, my lord. I will carry it in my heart and strive to not disappoint. Amused by the young goblin's determination, Thorian gave him an encouraging pat on the shoulder. Excellent. I eagerly await witnessing your growth. Now, return to your training. Your father and I have matters to discuss. Of course, my lord, Mart replied with a respectful nod, then returned to his training, attacking the dummy with renewed vigor and determination. Watching the young goblin's intense practice, Thorian chuckled and turned to Hewer. You've raised a fine son. With that attitude, he's destined for great things. Hewer, scratching his head modestly, replied, Thank you, my lord. Yet, it's precisely his forthrightness that concerns me. His honesty, while admirable, sometimes leads him to cross lines unknowingly. True honesty is a virtue, Thorian mused, still watching Mart. But it must be backed by the strength to face its consequences. Hewer nodded in agreement, following Thorian's gaze. After a few moments, Thorian faced Hewer again. my friend, there's a project I need you to oversee. As always, I will ensure you are handsomely rewarded. He glanced back at Mart. As part of the reward, I will allow Mart to select an item from my personal armory. It contains weapons, armor, and various equipment that would significantly aid his development. Hewer protested, "My lord, that's unnecessary. As our king, your command is all I need to act." Thorian, however, shook his head. "Proper work deserves proper reward, and I expect nothing less than your best on this project." Hewer fell silent, considering the offer. After a moment, he looked up, curiosity in his eyes. "Thank you for your gracious offer, my lord. May I inquire about the details of this project?" "I need you to construct carts," Thorian said with a smile, taking a stick to sketch out the structure on the ground. As a seasoned carpenter, Hewer quickly grasped the concept, despite it being unfamiliar to him initially. His eyes sparkled with understanding and enthusiasm as Thorian detailed each part of the design and its purpose within the whole. To support the weight of heavy rocks, these carts will require metal reinforcements at the base and joints. "We'll need the skills of blacksmiths, my lord," Hewer observed, looking up from the sketch. Thorian dismissed the concern with a wave of his hand. "This is not for you to worry about. I'll assign a high-ranking officer to accompany you. This will ensure everyone involved understands they're operating under my direct orders." Hewer smiled, nodding appreciatively. "Thank you, my lord, for your foresight." Standing up, Thorian added, "I apologize for burdening you with two projects simultaneously, Hewer." Hewer chuckled and shook his head. "No need for apologies, my lord. We're producing 50 wooden tubs daily. By the time I develop and test the first cart prototype, all the fighters will have received their bathtubs." "Your ability to manage time is commendable," Thorian praised, patting Hewer's shoulder. "However, I must leave now for other pressing matters. A unit leader will contact you soon regarding the project." With that, Thorian made his way back to the village hall. Upon arrival, he found Zogarth and Forlun engaged in conversation. "Fortunate to find you both here," Thorian declared, making his presence known. "It saves me the trouble of searching." "Ah, you've returned already, King?" Forlun asked, turning to face Thorian. "Did you manage to speak with the person you mentioned earlier?" "Yes, I did. He's now in charge of the cart production we discussed," Thorian replied, then turned to address the High Orc General, Zogarth. "Zogarth, could you assign one of your unit leaders to assist Hewer, the Elder Goblin Carpenter? He'll need support with the cart project." "Certainly, my lord," Zogarth answered, bowing slightly. "I'll have Elder Jarvan take on this responsibility." Thorian suppressed a chuckle at Zogarth's choice. Quite the ruthless move, he thought. "Elder Jarvan is an excellent choice," Thorian agreed. With a barely concealed sly grin, Zogarth departed to carry out the task. "He's not fond of goblins, is he?" Forlun remarked with a light laugh. "Let them work it out. It's important for them to shed their past biases, now that they're unit leaders," Thorian commented nonchalantly. He then shifted the topic, eyeing Forlun curiously. "Weren't you supposed to undergo an evolution today? You look the same." Forlun sighed. "I was just 1,000 experience points short. If it weren't for my duties here, I'd have gone out to gather the needed points through combat." Thorian smiled. "It seems fortune favors you today." Forlun looked puzzled. "How so?" Thorian cracked his knuckles. "We're about to join the main party for an excursion. It's time we ventured out in search of a new territory altar,"